The YouTube is now live as well. So we will hopefully be hearing from our wonderful friends on YouTube in a few seconds once that has had a chance to start up and be okay. Where has it gone? Where's our YouTube chat gone? I can't find it. Hello, everyone. How are you in the YouTube world? I hope you're all well. And the lovely regulars are in. I see Wadden. I see Pasta Fairy. Good to see you. Gordon Loves Science. Great to see you, Gordon. And Cardinal. Babs is in, of course. Andrew. Great to see you. And there are already, I can see, gifted memberships going out. This is amazing. Already. So let me just sort this out so we can see it over there. All right. Well, the first thing I want to say is really for the people on the YouTube side. I have been absolutely horrified at the fact that super chats were going missing from my aggregator and were not showing in the list that I was relying on to show me all that had come in. And so, funnily enough, it's an amazing coincidence, but I gather that Justin had been having the same problem, and Justin had been working on some software to manage that, and I've been doing the same. So I'm trying a different aggregator today for super chats. I'm really hoping that they don't that none are missed. I'm certainly hoping that is the case. I can certainly read a couple now before we get going. We have Zaru in the queue on the TikTok side, so we will get our first guests in just a moment. But hopefully these are all going to be all right. Okay, right. So first super chat is going to be from Babs. From Babs. Yeah. So it says, John Cohen, there's a URL in the replays comment for thy wife that links to a brain study she might find interesting. Well, that sounds amazing. I will definitely have a check out of that, Babs. Thank you very much indeed. And then the next one is from Tracy, formerly Yanto. Rabble rousers, huh? Yep, you guys are rabble rousers. Caught in the act. Before I start the YouTube stream, I always get the TikTok stream up and running, and I was saying to them, let's go and get the rabble rousers in from the YouTube side. I definitely like this. Okay, let's see if that all works. I have to say also that Gordon Loves Science has very generously, yet again, sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Gordon, thank you. You are always so kind with that. I really appreciate it. Okay, let us get our first guest in. This is, I'm not sure exactly how we pronounce this, but Zedru or Zaru. And we will bring them in right now. Hi there, Zaru. How are you?
Is the audio okay for you, Joe?
It's pretty weird. There's all sorts of strange noises going on there. You're going to need to sort that out.
Your audio, you are inaudible.
Yeah. I think, yeah, we're getting loads and loads of weird, like low frequency sound, and then your voice is buried in there somewhere. That's not happening. I think you might need to.
Sounds like demonic possession.
Yeah, I've had to mute you for a minute. So maybe you need to work on your sound and then give us a call back, because that is we won't be able to have a conversation, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's a shame. We would love to talk to you, but that isn't working. So we'll give you one more try to see if maybe you can work out. I've sent you an unmute request. Maybe you can improve your sound. And if you can, then we can speak to you. But otherwise, that was not good. I'll fix it. Hold on. Okay, you can fix it. We'll wait a moment for you. We'll wait a moment. Annabella is in. Hey, Annabella, how are you? And Joel O'Rourke as well.
Everyone should join Bacteria on Telegram, t.me/bacteriakillonnigger. Nigger.
There we go. Okay. There's always one, isn't there? And 40 Strict sings, thank you for the super chat. Testing 1, 2. That definitely works. Awesome. Appreciate that. Right. So that's how some people like to call in. If you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to call in, of course, you don't have a request button like the folks over on the TikTok world. If you would like to call in, then I'm just putting the link in the chat. It's also in the description of the show. It's just tinyurl.com/JCGuest. And you will arrive in our queue and we will bring you in. So yeah, the topic of today's show, why should we believe in your God? What's a good reason? I mean, I guess another way of saying that is why do you believe in it, right? But, why should we? People who have a religious view are quite fond of telling other people that they ought to share it. So this is your opportunity to be specific and tell us why you think we should. What do you think the strongest arguments are that you find persuasive for the existence of any deity, whether it's the God of Christianity or Islam, or you've got your own personal religion, whatever it is, we would love to hear from you. And we'd love to talk about it, because I don't think there's any good reasons for believing in a God, particularly one who, has got all of these weird properties like being all-knowing and having a predilection for the cut-off bits of men's reproductive organs. I find that pretty strange myself. It strains the credulity, I would say. So yeah, let us know about that. We've had a call on the bingo, but that doesn't make sense because we haven't had any conversations yet. So I'm going to remove that.
Crash out, maybe.
Let's have a look. No, it was DNA as code. I'm guessing that was someone trying it out. I'm guessing that was someone. I get benefit of the doubt there. So I'm going. That was from Abraham was a tool. I agree it was a tool because he was going to kill his own son, which is never a good look for a parent. So we'll remove that quietly, and we won't worry about it, and we won't speak of it again, will we? So yeah, people, there were some really odd calls on the bingo last time, like things that were like not even pertaining to subjects that had been discussed at all. And if you really want to do that, you can, but it would be better if you don't. Like, the idea of the bingo is to call it if you really hear it being discussed. Otherwise, it's sort of a bit pointless, isn't it? If you're saying something like "look at the trees" and someone hasn't mentioned anything about that at all, that's not playing the game well. That's playing the game not well, and that would be a shame because it's really fun. So think before you call it on the bingo, and if you want to, call whatever you like. But that's the one. So a couple of things to fill you in on while we wait for our guests to come in. This is going to be a busy and interesting week. On the Tuesday daytime show, I haven't 100% confirmed this with her, but we did kind of agree it. We should be joined by Promise, also known as Eve Was Framed, and we will be talking about her book, Gospel of Lies. And she'll come and hang out with us for a bit. And that will be super fun. If anybody here doesn't know who Promise is, come and check her out because she is awesome, super, super smart, amazing thinker, fantastic voice in the deconstruction community. She's got a massive following, and rightfully so. So we're very, very excited to have her here on Tuesday. I'll be confirming that with her tomorrow, but hopefully that should happen on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday night, I will be doing the hang up with Matt Dillahunty on the line. So
Nice.
So that will be fun. Yeah, thanks, Sean. Matt's been kind of hanging out a little bit in the chat. It's been great to have him there, and I'm really, really looking forward to working with Matt. I, like most of us, have enjoyed Matt's work for years. I think that I can't think of anyone who's done more than Matt Dillahunty in the online counter-apologetics space. There just isn't anyone. And so I'm really excited about getting a chance to work with Matt. Hopefully we'll do it more regularly. I think it'll be an interesting combination of his approach and my approach. We approach interactions with guests in a slightly different way, but we each have our own lane, and it might be quite interesting to see how they combine. He might bring out the salty John. You never know. Okay, we have TN on the TikTok side, so we'll bring TN in right now, and then there's some other stuff going on that I will tell you about as well after that. So bringing in TN. Hey TN, how are you?
Hello, how are you? You okay?
Very well indeed. So TN, are you over 18?
I am 40. I wish I could say I was 18, but I'm 40.
Me too. And do you believe in a God?
I do believe in God, yes.
Okay, and which one is that?
I'm a Muslim, so I believe in Allah.
In Allah, okay. And is there a reason why you think that anyone else should?
I think overall, for me, I wasn't a great Muslim about 15 years ago. And it took, unfortunately, the death of my dad to realize where I should find strength in my faith, essentially. And it really, from that moment on, did give me a purpose, did give me sort of that this life is a test. And I don't know, it's just a guidance for me, really, to be honest with you. But are you coming from the position of there isn't a God, or are you coming from a position of another faith, or?
Right, so Sean and I are both atheists.
Okay.
So we don't think a God exists, although that's a slightly different position to saying there isn't a God, right? It's more that we're unconvinced of a God. And in case I'm going to assume maybe you haven't seen the channel before, but the main sort of structural foundation of the work we do is the idea that it would be morally wrong to punish people for a lack of belief. Because if you're not convinced by something, then belief is impossible and you can't believe it. So any sort of theological systems that promise to punish non-believers in any way at all, whether it's eternal hellfire or just a slap on the wrist, are basically immoral because they're punishing something that someone couldn't do differently. Because I'm unable to believe in a God because I'm so far unconvinced by any evidence that's been presented to me for a God, right? So even if I wanted to believe in a God, if I decided now with all my heart to believe in a God, I would be insincere. I would be lying because I just don't. I'm not convinced by one. And so when I read in the Bible, for example, that Christian doctrine assures me that I'm going to hell because I haven't accepted Jesus as my personal savior to atone for my sins, I can't believe that. And so sending me to hell for it doesn't make sense. And when I read the verses in the Quran about what's going to happen to non-believers and people who don't accept Allah and don't accept that Muhammad was his final prophet, there's a similar menu of delightful tortures awaiting people like me, and I struggle with the morality of that. What do you think about that?
No, fair points, and I like the fact you brought the Bible perspective and the Quran perspective. So you've obviously looked into this. I think from the Islamic, obviously, the picture of Islam isn't positive nowadays, whether it's in the UK, across the world. And that for me is a misunderstanding, because when it comes to disbelievers, first of all, in the Quran, there's two things. Now, children are innocent. We can't expect a children who's brought up in a Catholic household, Christian household, Jewish household, or an atheist household to be punished if, heaven forbid, they passed away. So in Islam, any children, first of all, are considered all innocent and are not, therefore, going to be punished for that, because at the end of the day, they're children. Now, when it comes to adults or those with a fair mind, so in Islam, actually, it's not the fact that all disbelievers will go to hellfire. No. If a disbeliever lives in a secluded island, for example, and all he knows is one particular faith that doesn't agree with the one God, then if he hasn't been exposed to the truth, if he has had no opportunity of the truth being taught, he wasn't taught the truth, then obviously that person will not go to hellfire. Because
people in Christianity appeal to a similar cutout to say that if someone hasn't actually heard the gospel, they wouldn't be punished for it. But if you've heard about it and then you don't accept it, then you're going to be punished, which is invites an interesting analysis, because by that logic, the absolute worst thing a proselytizer could ever do is tell someone about any of this stuff, thereby depriving them of the immunity from hellfire they were previously enjoying. So are you very careful when you're speaking to people in the world to make sure you don't tell them about Islam in case you accidentally rob them of the theological immunity that they were enjoying before?
Right. So that's I understand your point, but I think for me, the way people, I think at the end of the day, it depends on the person's perspective. I think if the person is open to learning and is open also to open his heart and his mind, then hopefully, I believe, and I'm not saying everyone should believe this, this is my faith and what I believe, then hopefully that person will be open to at least accepting what the truth is logically and doing their own research and evidence, etc. If the person is such a stubborn mind where, no, you're wrong, I'm right, you can't do this, etc. So it really does depend on that person if they're genuinely open to at least looking into and researching. If after looking into and researching, then they're still not convinced, then I'm sure after that, I don't know, to be honest with you. You know what? We have examples in the Quran where, and in hadiths where, you know, if so many people came up to Prophet saying, if I pray 5 times a day, if I fast, if I do this, if I do that, will I go to heaven? Do you know what? Only God knows. So your claim that all disbelievers will go to hell, only God knows. A disbeliever could not believe in God, could not do this, but could be the most charitable person in the world, and could be the most generous person in the world, and could sacrifice his life for the good of mankind. Who will we, you or me, or anyone on this panel or in the world say that person will go to hellfire?
Well, only that the Quran says it.
But the Quran does give a context in saying that those disbelievers who believe in others other than God and who stubbornly try and spread a lie will be going to hellfire. For example,
so Tian.
Yes.
Yeah. So you do understand the world is such that if you're born in India, you are, you know, very much less likely to be Islamic than, say, Hindu or what have you. If you're born in Thailand, you're like over 90% likely to end up being convinced of Buddhism as opposed to Islam or Christianity or some other religion, et cetera, throughout the world. Geography plays an enormous role in what people are convinced of.
Absolutely.
And so you're basically saying the cutout is if somebody hasn't heard the word. John pointed out like a real problem with that is that you shouldn't be proselytizing then. But what about the rest of us? So I'm open-minded. I just want to know what's true. It's not that I'm unwilling. I don't have a hardened heart. None of that. I just literally cannot believe in Allah or Shiva or any of the other gods that have been presented. It's not that I won't. It's not that I refuse to. I just can't, and that's how belief works. Every single person who doesn't believe is not choosing not to believe. Every person who does believe is not choosing that either. We are either convinced of a proposition, gods exist, or we're not.
Fair point. And like I said, there are, as I said, so for example, yourselves, where you've looked into it, you are still not convinced. However, you guys may be the most charitable people. You may do more than 90% of Muslims out there who do believe in God, who do pray and do all the things that God asks of us. Who am I, or who is anyone in this world to say you are going to hell? What we're saying is that those who do not believe in a God or worship rather than other, then they are destined for the hellfire. However, when Judgment Day comes, and that's why there's a Judgment Day.
Makes sense of that, though.
Yeah. There's not a day where you go straight to hell. It's a day of judgment where you'll be in front of God, and God will look at what you have done with your life.
But according to theology, like according to your theology,
just so I can say from the other side, like I said earlier, I hope I'm a good Muslim. I hope I pray. I do all the things. However, I'm still going to be judged. I'm not guaranteed heaven, because even if I do everything God asks of me, I may be a serial murderer at night.
let me break this down simply.
Yeah.
So just at its simple root. So I get that, because there's sort of like this hands off when it stops making sense when we point out the religious doctrine of belief-based salvation on both sides, Muslim and Christian, stops making sense. Suddenly it's hands off, like I'm not the ultimate judge or what have you. Would you agree that according to your theological belief, your religious belief, belief in Allah is relevant to your salvation or to not going to hell? I'm not saying it's the whole game. I'm just saying, is it relevant?
Oh, it's very important. It's sort of.
Yes.
I'll even say it's more than relevant. Of course, it's important.
Yes.
It's crucial. Absolutely.
And belief isn't a choice. So you have something that's not a choice that is critical to avoiding hell and getting into heaven. So even though you can't, there may be exceptions and Allah makes the final judgment or what have you, you have a doctrine that says this thing which you cannot just decide or choose, you're either convinced or you're not. So something you cannot choose is a critical component to being spared hell and entered into heaven, right?
Yes, correct.
Make sense of that, moral sense of that. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, does that strike you as ethical? I mean, there's no other context where that would ever be accepted as ethical. If we punished people for things they can't control or change, like it's the reason why we know intuitively it would be wrong to send people to prison for having the wrong eye color, for example, or being colorblind, or not being able to run 100 meters in a certain time, or not being able to perform long division in their minds, like in their heads. It would be wrong to punish people for that because they can't change it. It would be a fact about themselves that they can't change.
I mean, for me personally, I mean, can I let me ask you something? Because I think for me to believe in one God is pretty straightforward in my perspective. So if I ask you, John, for example, do you believe there's a higher being, or what's your complete belief, if you don't mind me asking?
I have no reason to believe that there is a higher being.
Okay, so no God, no higher being, no nothing then. So complete, okay, that's fine. So the way I ask is, I can see you're wearing some really great glasses there, really, really nice and fashionable. Do you believe your glasses was made by a designer?
So you're making what's known as the Paley watchmaker argument, which is to say that we have artifacts that we know were man-made, and we look at the world, and we can therefore infer that that must have had a designer also. But this is a fallacious argument. So when I say one of the reasons why I don't believe in gods is because the only evidence I ever hear are fallacious arguments, this is a perfect example. This argument was refuted decades ago. The reason why this argument doesn't work is we understand that reading spectacles are a man-made object. We know how they're made, we know who makes them, we know why they're made. There's no mystery around how these things are created. We understand the process of making them, and we can recognize them as a man-made object. We cannot look at the universe and make the same inference. You can't look at the universe and go, this has all the properties of reading glasses, therefore we can assume that it had a designer too. That's just a category error. It's just a category error.
The way I look at it is simply, if your glasses, you personally haven't seen the person designing them. However, you believe that there must be a process to do that. You believe that someone did design them.
I can go and visit a glasses factory. I mean, I understand something of how lenses are made. I do understand how these things are fabricated, and we can recognize them as being man-made. If you see a painting, you can recognize it as being man-made because we understand paintings. If you find a pocket watch on the beach,
Agreed.
you can recognize it, right? We can all do these things, and we have access to seeing how they're done. We don't have the equivalent for a universe. We can't look at a universe and say, this looks like a man-made universe, because we don't have that data. So there's no jump from my glasses or other objects that we know are man-made that then justifies assuming the same thing about the reality we live in. It's a fallacious argument.
So in your view, so if I think the universe is something quite. I won't take too long. I understand you've got other listeners. So let's look at your heart, for example. Your heart is something very complex. You can't even start to imagine how someone would come up with something of how to design a heart, etc., things like that. What's your explanation of how the heart came about then?
So
biological evolution.
And
how does evolution
evolution iterates through generations, selecting for the genes that make organisms that have a better chance of surviving long enough to procreate and pass those genes on. This is not a deep question.
Are we talking about Charles Darwin evolution?
We're talking about biological evolution.
That's just a theory.
It's not just a theory.
It's just a theory.
And
Charles Darwin believed in God as well.
Look, Charles Darwin could have been a raving lunatic. It could
Absolutely.
It's still the case that his realization that that generations that inherit certain traits that give them a survival advantage are going to pass those traits on. That is going to be true. If he turned out to be a serial killer and a lunatic, it would still be the case that that is an important realization, which has huge explanatory power and has now been confirmed in biology more than anything else in science. So in science, when you hear the word theory, it doesn't mean the same thing as the word means when used in normal everyday language. In normal language, the word theory means like a hunch or a guess or an idea that's yet to be confirmed. In science, the word theory tends to have a capital T. And what it means is a set of explanations or an explanatory framework which explains things we observe and is generalized normally to laws and then makes predictions which, when tested, come true. And something only gets called a theory in science when it has such an unbelievable amount of evidence to back it up that it's the highest level that an idea can have in science is called a theory. So we have the germ theory of disease, for example, which tells us that illness is not caused by evil demons. It's caused by microbes and very tiny organisms and bacteria and viruses, right? That's the germ theory of disease. We've got the theory of gravity that tells us that objects have a force that pulls them towards each other, which is inversely proportional to the square of their distance apart and related to their mass, right? This is the theory of gravity. And we have the theory of evolution by natural selection, which is the mechanism by which things evolve from very, very simple progenitors to much more complicated organisms that are well adapted to their environment. This is not controversial. This is just the stuff of a children's science textbook. It's astonishing to me that you wouldn't know this.
No, I know it, but at the end of the day, it's still a theory.
When you say it's still a theory, that's like saying it's still something with billions and billions of bits of evidence for it that only a lunatic would not accept as being true. That's what theory means in science.
However, just because it's sorry, I'll just this last point.
No, go ahead.
Just because it's evidence, you say billions of evidence. That's questionable. First of all,
it's not.
It is.
The evidence from genetics alone.
I'll let you talk. Just bear with me. I promise I won't stay long. And thank you for your patience, both of you as well. I appreciate it. And also, so say evolution. You believe evolution. So the first ever cell. Then let's go back to the start of evolution. How did that start?
How did the first life start? We don't know. Yeah. No, you say exactly as if that you just like had a mic drop moment. But the thing is if we don't know, let me finish. Let me finish. All right. So you said exactly. So there's always going to be unknowns in science. There was a time when we didn't know what causes lightning and thunder. And I have a spoiler alert for you. It wasn't Thor. When we don't have an explanation for a thing in science, you don't just plug in God. That's an argument from incredulity fallacy. It's a special kind called God of the gaps fallacy. So and then you keep saying, the theory of evolution, the fact that it is a theory in science, it's a scientific theory, means it's been elevated to the highest status and explanation can achieve in science. For example, do you agree that it is a fact that the planets revolve around the sun? I actually don't know the answer to this. Do you agree with that it's a fact?
Do you know why I agree with that?
Is that yes or no?
Yes, but I'm saying, do you know why I agree with that?
Okay,
I'll go with yes.
Well, it's just a theory. It's called heliocentric theory. So, the whole thing with the Earth revolving around the sun, that's just a theory, my guy. Well, actually, it means quite a bit when you say something is called a theory in science. It doesn't mean what it means colloquially in everyday use. When somebody just says, "I have a wild guess," "I have a theory," it means much more in science. From Britannica, kids. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world. It is built on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experimentation. In science, a theory is not a guess. It is the highest level of certainty in scientific knowledge. So I appreciate you acknowledging that the theory of evolution is a theory which is the highest level of certainty in scientific knowledge. I appreciate you acknowledging that.
So how? Yeah, thank you. But how? So do you know? Did you know that the fact that you just stated about the planets revolving around the sun was prophesied in the Quran 1400 years ago? How do you explain that?
The Quran doesn't make scientific prophecies.
It does. It
and
does.
the reason
It
we know
does.
and the reason
It
we know
does.
it doesn't is
It
that
does.
it either relates to knowledge that was known at the time, or it's so vague that you can retrofit it afterwards. The people at the time didn't know. The Quran also says that sperm comes between the rib and the backbone. The Quran says that babies fetuses develop from a clot of blood, and that the process of embryology is completely the wrong way round. It's completely clueless. And occasionally someone squints and looks at the book and goes, but if you look at this, it could be said to poetically represent this other bit of knowledge that people have. But it's still the case that people at the time didn't know it. So that's just not true. It's just not true. And I'd like you to respond to what Sean said about evolution, and what I did as well. That because you used the term just a theory. The word just doesn't belong in that sentence. You could just say it's a theory. It's a unifying principle in all of biology.
Look, the theory of evolution, there is evidence for it. There is strong
there isn't
papers. No. In terms of what's that? Sorry,
I thought you were going to say there's evidence against it. So I was trying to preempt
I said there's evidence for it.
Do you know what the evidence for it is?
There's overwhelming evidence.
It's not just there is some evidence for it. Do you know what the evidence for it is?
No, I couldn't list them for you. But I could.
Could you list it very broadly? Could you say like the categories, just without even getting into specific details?
I mean, obviously, there's the most famous one is where man evolved from ape, for example.
That's not evidence. That's part of what's being claimed. But what would be the evidence that we have a common ancestor with other apes? We are apes, by the way. What would be the evidence that we have a common ancestor? Do you know?
No.
Don't you think if you're going to talk about this stuff, you should? I mean, I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, but there are 10-year-olds who understand this stuff. My son understood this when he was 9. So if you're going to talk about this stuff, don't you think that you should spend half an hour on like YouTube Kids or something to just get acquainted with the very, very, very basics of it, to be able to have a conversation about it without looking silly? And again, I'm not trying to demean you, but you chose to bring evolution up. I wouldn't bring up a topic that I knew less than a child about, because I would realize I'm going to look silly. Now you look a bit silly, but you didn't need to.
Well, to be honest with you, because of my faith and where I stand, my faith is that I don't believe in evolution at the end of the day.
So you're just remaining scientifically illiterate.
The same with you, how you dismiss the prophecies in the Quran when you mention blood clot, ribs, etc.
Yeah.
Scientists have actually, many scientists have backed what the Quran states.
They have
You've dismissed them straight away.
Yeah,
they have.
because semen doesn't come from between the backbone and the rib.
Yeah, but there are many scientists who would disagree with you as well.
There are many scientists who know that semen doesn't come from between the backbone and the ribs. That babies don't start out as blood clots.
It doesn't state the backbone and the ribs.
It does actually.
No,
state
it doesn't.
That. Yeah,
no, it doesn't.
It actually does.
Give me the verse.
It does actually state that. I can find it for you right now if you want.
Go for it.
Okay, give me a second and I'll find it. I mean, I don't really want to keep everyone waiting while I do, but if you insist, I will find it for you right now. Give me a second. It is Surah 86, 6-7. So let's see if we can find it for you here. 86, 6 to 7. Give us that. Let's have a look and see if we can see this. Yeah, let's have a look at this. It says they were created from a fluid emerging from a fluid ejected which emerges from between the backbone and the ribs.
Oh, he
Did he run away? Oh
Yeah.
dear. Okay, well,
you gotta get on your sound effects game, because
I got to get that. The running
get
away.
with the Bible guy. He'll hook you up.
Yeah,
He's got them.
yeah.
He's got great ones you can
kind
of copy or borrow from.
For anyone who wants to see it, here we go. This is Surah 86. He was created from a fluid ejected, emerging from between the backbone and the ribs. So there we go. That's what the Quran has to say about biology. So I don't think we need to be taking any biology lessons there. Okay, we are going to get our next guest in a moment, but I'm pleased to say that my new Super Chat aggregator does seem to be working reasonably well. Let's have a look at some of them. So, Ocean Willows, thank you for the Super Chat. Did you ever stop to think that maybe it was really Adele that called in to sing for you the other day, Smarty Pants? That is really, really funny. It could have been Adele indeed. And 46 Strings said, better to hope you're a good human first. Thank you, 46. I completely agree with that sentiment. And Bethos, Super Chat to test my theory. Hopefully, Bethos, I was thinking about you when I spent hours in the last few days re-engineering the whole Super Chat display mechanism in the streams. Total coincidence that Justin's been doing the same. I assume he's been having the same problems as me. And I felt awful that you sent Super Chats last time that I missed and didn't read. That was genuinely, it kept me up at night because I don't take these things for granted at all. So I humbly ask forgiveness for that. Hopefully it won't happen anymore. And Bethos also says, TN, why would a perfect God design John so to even need glasses? Please think before speaking. This is true, right? This genius creator designed my eyes to be perfectly good until about 5 years ago when my eyesight went off a cliff and I now can't read anything without them. So yeah, genius design there. And Bethos also said, think close relatives share more DNA than distant relatives. Congrats, you believe in evolution. Evolution is proven. That's exactly right. We have a phylogenetic tree, a relationship genetically to every other living thing. Your parents and your siblings are very close to you genetically. Other apes like chimps and bonobos are less similar, but still very, very similar. Further away are dogs and cats. Further away are elephants. Further away are banana trees. But we are all genetically cousins, albeit very distant ones in some cases. And Babs says, a theory is a proven hypothesis. I would say that's true. Not proven in a philosophical sense or a mathematical sense, but proven in as much as it would be life-changing for it to be different, given the amount of evidence for it, and people rely on it. And Bethos says, theories make predictions which are shown happen. That's exactly right. That's why we call something a theory when it reaches that point. It's not just a hunch, people. When someone says just a theory, they don't know what they're talking about. And Flibberty Giblets, good to see you. Said, now I want to see Sean's paintings. Sean, you may have to show us some of your paintings.
Oh, yeah. From my childhood, I don't have any of them anymore. My great aunt used to take. She was an artist, so was my grandmother, and she used to take me out to do oil paintings, like in the forest and stuff. I don't have any of them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Last super chat for now would be Viking Chef. Great to see Viking. Sean, bring the horns. So there we go. Okay, let's get our next guest in. We have back for more. I'm pretty amazed, but he was removed by the Inner Circle last time. Hopefully he'll last better this time. The return of Apostle Michael. So coming back into the show again, we are very happy to welcome back Apostle Michael. Coming in on the TikTok transporter. Hopefully that's going to work. It's trying to get him in. Doesn't seem to be working right now. That might not be working. We'll give it another few seconds. It's so strange, TikTok. It works and works and works and tries to bring your guest in, and then sometimes it just doesn't. which seems to be happening right now. So what we'll do is, for now, we'll drop Apostle Michael down, because that just isn't happening. And I will say, Apostle Michael, if you want to come up, just join the queue again, and we will bring you in again. So we'll bring in, for now, Nobody. Nobody. Hey, Nobody, how are you?
Hello, I'm quite good. I just really want to clarify here. I don't believe in a specific God, but I do believe in a higher being. Is that fine if we could discuss that?
Yeah, we can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are the properties of this higher being, and what makes you believe in them?
Well, that's going to be my first point to really quickly move on. So, have you ever heard of Clarke's Law? Third law, to be exact.
Clarke's?
Yes.
No.
Clarke's third law. Okay. In simplicity, it is a theory that pretty much just states if there was an alien or some sort of higher being or anything like that, we wouldn't recognize it. There would be, like, how would we? We are on a completely lower level to.
How would you know it's there then?
Well, that's the thing, because we can see it. It necessarily doesn't state that it's not there, but it just means it can be geological, biological, anything like that, and we would just recognize it as, well.
So what was the first part? I'm sorry, just to clarify, the first part of what you said. If there's a theory, a being that was an alien or higher being, that what again? We wouldn't what?
We wouldn't be able to recognize its creation.
Its creation. Okay, so are you claiming to recognize that Earth or the universe is a creation of this God?
I do believe that the entire universe and anything around it is created by some sort of higher being, yes.
But you said you wouldn't be able to recognize its creation, but you're claiming to recognize its creation.
Oh, I think I'm explaining it wrong. We wouldn't be able to recognize that it has a creator. We wouldn't be able to recognize it in the way of, like, you can look around your room and you can recognize that all of that has a creator. But if you go outside and you look at a tree, you wouldn't necessarily think that has a creator unless you want to think about gardeners and stuff like that.
So what makes you think that the universe was created by this being? What's the evidence for that?
Just due to the universe's almost perfect organization and creation. Everything quite interlinks together in quite a beautiful way. If you...
Really?
Like I'm studying physics and maths, and if you go into them, a lot of things will go into each other like one to one, and you can recognize things such as in space, galaxies pull each other together and collide. Blah 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 blah. I'm not going to get into the longness of that. We don't get to see this, of course, because of the rate of reaction that happens between these, which happens over millions and millions of years. We would never be able to see it.
But why can't these things just be natural processes, properties of reality? I mean, the gravity exists, which pulls things together. We understand this.
Yeah.
How do you get from that to therefore someone made it?
Well, because it all goes together. There is not a single thing that does not apply.
I don't know what you mean by it all goes together. I mean, the universe has some order to it, but why does having order and regularity require a mind? Why can it not be a facet of nature, an aspect of nature, that order can arise and regularity as just a brute force property of reality? You're asserting a brute force existence of a magic mind, right? So the thing that you're asserting, that you believe in, is far more unlikely to have evolved or would come about naturally than just some order in the universe, because there's lots of disorder too. There's lots of things that don't work very nicely. The sun gives us energy and life, but also gives us cancer. My eyesight's not as good as it used to be. There's lots of things, our bodies break down and stop working. All sorts of things don't work, right? Most of the water on the earth will kill us. Most of the earth is uninhabitable for us. almost 99 point, if you'll know this, 99.9999999% of the observable universe that can we see is completely inhospitable to life.
Yes.
So it seems to me like there's far more mess and disorder and chaos, and that there's certain amounts of order and things that seem to kind of work out together. And you're jumping on those and going, oh, therefore there must have been a designer.
But hold on. Just to clarify, this, let's say we do, if you did believe in a higher being, do you believe it would be human or have the mind of a human?
I mean, probably not, because it wouldn't be a higher being, right? Higher I take higher being to mean, I've always thought the word higher is a strange adjective here, meaning sort of better or greater in some way. Let's say a technologically advanced alien race of some sort. That could exist, but that's not really what we mean by God, is it?
No, I do. I am talking about a higher being, like a god, something that started the process of creation.
Yeah.
So I would expect him to not. I would agree with John that I would not expect him to have a human mind, of course. So what's the point of that?
The point I'm trying to making is you talk about, for example, cancer and eyesight, and of course many terrible things happen across the universe. But what is stating that this higher being, I'll just say God, it's a lot simpler to be honest, what is stating that follows our sort of morality? What is saying that cancer
the higher
and all this
being
doesn't fit into it?
In theory, you could have a quote-unquote higher being that's a creator that's a dick, but I'm just saying, what reason do we have to believe that such a being actually exists?
And the reason he gave is how well everything goes together, but I'm showing you things don't go together that well. If things went together better, my eyesight wouldn't be failing, people wouldn't have cancer from the sun, there wouldn't be all of these... You're just saying, well, maybe these are secret features, not bugs. But they're not. It's things not working properly, aren't they?
What's your criteria for perfection? So you're saying goes together perfectly. What's your criteria for perfection?
I just think that, like, if you go onto a molecular level or geometrical level, a lot of things will fit into each other one-to-one. Like the point I was trying to state earlier, we can't recognize galaxies colliding. We can't see that, like, second for second. We can't create a time frame of that. But you can perfectly recreate that scenario using water and bubble film, which will perfectly recreate the reaction.
Are you basically saying fit together perfectly, as in the laws of nature, the laws of mathematics, the laws of physics, etc., don't contradict?
Of them can coexist.
They coexist. They don't contradict each other or cause conflict, right?
Well, no, because quite a few of them do cause conflict and contradictions.
Well, it depends on
I
don't believe that's the case, because it would violate the law of non-contradiction. But so what do you mean by fit? I'm not getting what you mean by fit together perfectly.
Yeah, what would not fitting together perfectly look like? This just doesn't really make sense, this argument.
Well, no existence.
No existence.
The core idea of existence right
existence
now is the Big Bang
proof.
Theory. Would you agree with me? With me? That the Big Bang Theory is the core belief of existence right now?
No.
Nope, not at all. In fact, I can show you I can show you a whole bunch of quotes from different physicists that I have pulled up right now. I can also show you the Copenhagen survey of 151 physicists, the majority of whom. So actually, here, I'll show you. I'll put it on my screen.
By the way, I would also offer that non-existence would be a state with much less chaos and disorder than the one we currently see.
Yes,
so
but
if a being wanted total perfection, they could opt for non-existence, which would be kind of perfect in some ways. What we have now is a lot of disorder, a lot of things not working out as someone might want them to, and it's all a bit messy, isn't it?
Yeah. So right here, this is a survey of physicists for all kinds of different questions that are like unknowns or debated things in physics or what have you, to kind of get a pulse on people's position. So 68%. So it says the Big Bang, making no claim about whether time had a beginning or not, should be understood as only as a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state, enjoys a rare majority support of 68%. And here's the survey down here. There's the 68%, what it says there. No opinion, other, so basically just it enjoys a large majority among physicists. So cosmologists don't know right now if the universe had a beginning at all, if it's eternal
Yes, it
into
is
the past.
quite a heavily debated thing. I didn't say it was a guarantee. I did state, would you believe in it? Just an example point.
A couple of things to just share, because they are appropriate here. So first of all, Babs has just pointed out, and I would have recognised this if I'd been a bit more on the ball today. Clarke's third law is any sufficiently advanced technology would be indistinguishable from magic. That was coined by Arthur C. Clarke, the science fiction writer.
Yes, I do quite know the.
Yeah.
I do know it.
So nothing to do with alien beings, and also
it can apply.
Well, yeah, kind of. I mean,
Yes,
I said to
sci-fi.
no, it wasn't quite how you framed it. You framed it to say that a god would be indiscernible by us. That wasn't quite what he actually said. What he said was that
I apologize.
Alien beings who had sufficiently advanced technology may appear godlike to us. That's a very different thing to what you presented. And then Bethos also said appropriately here, in maths, so many things go together without a creator. Both order and seeming randomness arise out of pure ZF set theory. No higher being needed. So I don't think these are great arguments.
Okay, well, really quickly, sorry, you've kind of gone over where I was trying to shoot for. Earlier on, you talked about, we were talking about the universe and its purpose, and you were talking about how if it was trying to achieve perfection, which we don't know what a higher being state of perfection would be, you talked about what about non-existence? What is, biologically, what is the purpose of every mammal, of every creature, of every living thing? Hello?
Well, you brought up perfection. Yeah, so there was a blip in at least on my internet side. So you had brought up the perfection. John was just responding to your claim of the perfection of the, I forget how you worded it, but like the laws of
the universe.
Nature fitting. Yeah.
I was just pushing back on your claim that the most perfect expression of perfection would be what we have now. I think it's rather a mess, and I think non-existence. Your claim is essentially
on a small scale.
No, I'm thinking on a very, very big scale, actually, because you're saying that the fact that there's something rather than nothing is a demonstration of some sort of perfection, and I'm just pushing back on that assumption and saying it could be argued. I'm not necessarily arguing it, but it could equally be argued that the ultimate expression of perfection would be nothingness, because that's not broken and it's not messy. There's nothing wrong with it. It's perfect.
Yeah. And nobody, your objection was John would not know, or you said we, and which would include yourself, would not know what a deity's idea of perfection is, but you claim to know it by claiming the perfection in the first place.
Right? I wasn't talking about necessarily the deity's morality. I was more so talking about the creation itself. But if I were to talk about the deity's actual morality of perfection, I would have a guess and say, what does every mammal, what does every creature on Earth in existence, what does every microbe, what does everything need to do? What is the big purpose of it?
I don't think that creatures have a big purpose. I think we're
what
optimized.
Do every creature do?
We're optimized for passing on our genetic material.
There you go. Have you ever heard of dollar theory?
But that's not a purpose. So it's just what we're good at doing, because the things that aren't good at doing that aren't around to tell the story because they weren't good at doing it. So by definition, you're only going to be left with organisms that are quite good at that one task. So it's easy to look at that and go, it's easy to look at that and go, that's the purpose. But purpose is a very loaded term because it implies intentionality. It's not necessarily intentionality. This is just what we do, because as I said, any organisms that don't do that aren't here to tell the story. So there's a filtering, isn't there, that happens of all light.
If I may, excuse me, if I may, have you probably not. Daughter theory is what I was going to go into, which is the idea that black holes contain more universes that contain black holes. It's a stupid theory, but and I don't even think it would be correct. But if you were to expand on that, that is an idea of reproduction. What is saying that the whole idea of a universe and the whole creation is not to achieve a form of reproduction, just on a higher scale to us?
You can say that, but to infer intentionality with respect to the universe is the same error as inferring intentionality with respect to bacteria.
Yeah.
Bacteria don't sit there planning and going, "Oh, let me go out and make more copies of myself." And but it's just not how it works. It's just chemistry.
Exactly.
It's just chemistry. So to infer and impose intentionality onto that is to make a kind of category error and to be slightly naive about what's actually going on. Friend, I think we're going to move on. Nobody. We're going to.
Yes, I don't like how you kind of skip over. Your chat is quite disrespectful, and I do wish you the best. Thank you.
All the best. Okay. There we are.
Naughty chat.
Naughty chat. Okay. So the conversation ratings are active. I think there's not that many people doing it right now, but if you want to have your say about a particular interaction, I did put the
he was
links
an
in.
honest interlocutor.
He was. No, he was good. He wasn't trolling.
Yeah.
He definitely wasn't trolling. I'm going to put the links in again. So I put the link into the YouTube queue, and I'm going to put it into the TikTok as well, just right now. And then we're going to get Apostle Michael back in for round 2. Hopefully, the transporter works now, and we're able to get him in. But yeah, if you want to, Joel O'Rourke says, "Are you pro-life or pro-murder? I like a bit of murder myself, especially in the morning before breakfast." Yeah, we'll get Apostle Michael in, and hopefully it's going to work this time. Let's see if it does. Transporter activated. Let's see. There we go. Welcome back, Apostle. Can I call you Apostle for short?
Well, sure, no problem. That's okay with me.
Good. Well, welcome back. It didn't go too well last time, so let's try and have a more structured conversation this time, because crash outs are entertaining and funny, but it's more fun to actually have a proper dialogue where we listen carefully to each other and we respond to what each other say. So, shall we try and do that?
We can, but what I would like to say to you now is simple. I am not crashing out. I am having what you call a righteous indignation, so to speak. Yeah. Indignation to your this.
Your mic is cutting out.
And so
I think the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit. Hang on a second. The Holy Spirit is.
I will start the discussion.
Hang on a second.
Do you agree?
Your microphone
is cutting
your
out.
sound
Your
was cutting out.
connection is bad. We're trying to help you here.
Genesis 3:20.
Hang on a second.
That Eve is the mother of all of creation. Are you gonna say no to that?
Lord.
Yeah.
Or do you know that is the fact?
Okay, hang on a second.
Did you hear what we just said? Your sound is cutting out. No one heard what you said. We're trying to fix it.
We're trying to tell you that your sound wasn't working. So I think it might have stabilized now. So before you begin your preaching,
are you hearing me now?
I think we can hear you now. So we lost you when you said you were here to express your right information about and all that, saying all these things about God. That was when we couldn't hear. So you could repeat those things now if you'd like to.
No. I said I was just expounding on my righteous indignation.
Right. Okay.
To your arrogance. To your arrogance.
To our arrogance.
To your arrogance.
What?
Yeah,
let's not personalize the conversation. Let's just stick to the subject at hand.
Why weren't you saying that just now, Sean, when he was personalizing it?
Because he didn't personalize it. He said, "Let's us." But
Sean. He did,
you gotta
Sean.
let me
You weren't
listening. Oh wow.
Sean, you weren't listening. You weren't listening, Sean. Anyhow,
we're 2 minutes in, Michael, and You're losing the plot already.
I'm going to finish what I was saying. John was not personalizing it. He was saying the last conversation didn't go well. Let's have a back and forth conversation where we both listen to each other and not talk over each other. So let's not make it about you, John, me. Let's stick to
Sean, you spoke about the word crash.
All right. So here's a question. Why should we believe in your God? Ready, set, go.
Okay. One, Genesis 3:20, it says that Eve is the mother of all of humanity. Science has backed that up by saying...
It says Eve, hold on, one thing at a time. It says Eve what?
Eve is the mother of all creation.
But Michael, why do we care what it says in the Bible? The whole idea here is that we don't accept the authority of the Bible.
Sir,
so
you quote scriptures. You're like a hypocrite.
Yeah, no. I
quote scriptures here.
Yeah.
So why you could quote scriptures and I can't?
No, I'm not. The difference. Shall I answer the question you asked?
You can quote people I can't.
Okay, he needs to be controlled again.
Yeah.
Okay,
go on.
so the question you asked is why can I quote scriptures and you can't? You can quote scriptures. When I quote scriptures, I'm not implying that they should be taken as having any authority. That's the difference. I quote scriptures to show what's in the book and reveal the hypocrisy and moral bankruptcy of this religion. You quote scriptures as if you're reading from a science textbook without doing any of the work you would need to do in order to justify treating the Bible that way. So I would ask you, why should we take what the Bible says seriously?
You can unmute now. Apostle?
It's the unmute button.
The microphone with the slash through it, you have to press that. Maybe invite him to unmute.
I have done, yeah. I have done.
Yeah, so
the Holy Spirit doesn't want him to talk to us.
I pulled up Genesis 3:20. The man named his wife Eve because she was the mother of all living. All right, that's the claim. How do we know that's actually true? Apostle, when you unmute, please let us know what the evidence is that Eve was actually the mother of all living things.
Yeah, if you manage to figure out how to unmute your microphone.
Okay, he left.
He's gone. Fair enough. Okay, the runners are all in tonight. Well,
that's crazy.
So much for 1 Peter 3:15. Always be willing to give a reason. He seemed unwilling to give a reason. Always be willing to run for the nearest exit. Oh no, he's back. Excellent. Okay. We'll bring him back in. I think maybe he couldn't figure out how to unmute. Okay. Hopefully we're back in play now. Come on, Michael. You can do it. Now TikTok doesn't want to add him. So everything is conspiring. This is arguably the Holy Spirit trying to tell you something, Michael. That this is not a winning formula, is it? Request up again, because this is not working. Request up again, Michael. We'll try and get you in one last time. But you're going to need to behave yourself, because we don't want to have to mute you. But when you talk and you just won't stop yapping, we have no choice but to do that, because otherwise it's intolerable. Right, we're going to get him back up again. And hopefully it's going to work again. Still trying to. Oh, there we go. Okay, now Michael, please try to control yourself so we don't have to mute you because you don't know how to unmute, which makes everything very difficult. So just try and stay calm. The question we're asking is, why should we care what the Bible says? I've explained to you that I'm not implying a double standard here, because when I quote the Bible, I'm not implying that it has any authority. I think it has none. So I'm very consistent about this. You're quoting the Bible with the implication being that anyone should care what it says. Why should anyone care what that book says? I think there's a bit of a problem, isn't there? Although I rather prefer this to the...
Are you waiting for me to reply? Because there seems to be a connection back and forth.
It was a question, yeah.
Signal issue.
Yeah, we are waiting for you to reply. Did you hear what the question was?
Signal problem here.
Yeah. Did you hear what
he's having signal issues.
Yeah. Did you hear what the question was, Michael?
No, I'm saying there's a signal. You're in and out. You're in and out.
Yeah.
There's an in.
Yeah. I think you might need to call us back when you've got better Wi-Fi. What do you think? Yeah. Okay. We'll move on from this.
Listen to me. Anybody fighting this frequency is the devil in you, because the devil do not want the truth to be told. God would love for me to debunk your foolishness. That's what I mean. It's not work. So don't bring God in it, because you don't have the Holy Spirit. You can't tell me about the Holy Spirit, sir. You can't have me. You can't tell me what you don't have.
I think
So
the Holy Spirit's interfering with your Wi-Fi.
Please.
The Holy Spirit seems to be interfering with your.
You, sir. You are a devil. You're a devil. No,
I'm a devil.
The devil's interfering with you, why? Because the devil don't want the people to hear the truth. Because you are the devil.
Right.
You're coming against God. You are the devil.
Except my signal's good. My signal's quite good. So the devil's quite happy with my signal.
The point is, the devil don't want. Who's the prince of the air? Satan is the prince of the air. He doesn't want me to tell the truth. So that's what he's doing.
When
That's the facts here, brother.
When you finished your fit, should we try and continue the conversation? So the question we asked you, Michael, is why should
you're the one with the fit, because you don't even know what you're talking about.
I know.
You don't even know what you're talking about, brother.
Indeed. So why should anyone
Stop your hypocritical nonsense.
Okay. Are you going to answer the question or
you're
not?
a hypocrite to the truth.
Okay. Are you going to answer the question or are we moving on?
What question are you asking?
I asked you why should anyone...
What question are you asking? Ask a question.
I'm asking it now. Why should anybody think that the Bible is authoritative about anything?
Are you going to stop talk? I heard your question 4 times already. I heard it 4 times already. So let me explain that to you.
We'd be delighted if you could answer
we just
it.
want an answer.
Sir, are you going to allow me to explain?
Yes.
You keep interjecting, intercepting. Every time I go to speak, you start speaking. You need order. You need decorum. You don't have it, sir.
Okay. So, what's the answer to John's question?
The answer to John's question is this. What right does John think he has that he can use the Bible to bring contradictions? And when I bring the Bible to show its divinity, its authenticity, he wants to discredit it. He will not do that with me. I will not have it with John, because John is not an authority on the word of God. God is his holy authority on his word. And to hell with John with his foolish rhetoric here today. I don't have a damn goddamn time with John and his filthiness, because he talks filth.
Apostle, do you agree that something...
Don't call me.
Okay, whatever. Do you agree? Do you agree that something written in a book can be true or can be false?
Well, I'll tell you this.
Is that a yes or no?
Scriptures.
TikTok's giving me a warning. Apostle Michael, hang on, be quiet for a moment.
Hold on.
It says Apostle Michael's live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable. So we'll have to remove him. What a shame. There you go. It was the Holy Spirit really didn't want him in here. So he has to go, unfortunately. Some people will be breathing a sigh of relief. I find him mildly entertaining. But there we are. Okay, so we're going to get Ahmad in just a moment. We will read a couple of super chats first. Let's have a look. We have Alex says, a more recent survey, Big Mystery Survey, physicists' views on cosmology, black holes, garnered similar responses, 68% with 1,675 respondents. That's interesting. So we now have 2 surveys from the people who understand this material best, showing that the views that are held by the experts in the field are not the ones that the apologists want them to be. Sucks, doesn't it? And Mike, thank you for the super chat, said naughty chat had me laughing so hard, so funny. Yeah, naughty chat was good, wasn't it? Naughty chat. Wake up, grape shower, breakfast, murder, work from Tim. Yeah, that's my everyday. That's how it works. And Bethor said, Apostle M, not a troll, but more pompous and less intelligent than Peter Hitchens. Worthy praise indeed. Very, very true, Bethos. I agree. Did anyone see Peter Hitchens storming out of the interview with Alex O'Connor last year? It was absolutely hilarious. And T says, if there is a God, he's completely and utterly ashamed of Apostle Michael. That is no way to represent in an all-powerful, loving God. I agree, actually, Apostle Michael, you have not represented your faith well there at all. With your angry words, not demonstrating the fruits of the Spirit at all. You can go on about your self-righteous indignation all day long, but actually, that isn't what your faith calls you to do. Your faith calls you to correct your opponents with gentleness and patience, not what we displayed here, was it, Apostle Michael? And then TikTok forced me to remove you because you were that unpalatable. Food for thought. Anyway, let's get Ahmad in next. And then we'll see what is going on over on the YouTube side. We've got a couple of guests waiting there as well. Ahmad, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing, my friends?
That
was a perfect pronunciation of my name, actually.
Thank you. I always worry about mispronouncing people's names, but I try to get it right. So welcome in. We're
like a true Arab.
Happy to have you here with us. What is your view on why we should believe in your God, if you have one?
All right. Do you mind if I start using my camera?
Sure. You can use your camera if you want to. People on TikTok will see it. I can make it so people on slightly trickier to show it to people on YouTube, but that's fine.
But before I proceed, I just like to make sure that we operate from like a common background. Is that okay?
A common background?
Yes. Like, do you believe that the world operates according to a set of rules or laws that can, at least in principle, explain phenomena within it? Do you agree with me on this?
Yeah, I don't think that they're laws like traffic laws. I think that they're ways that we describe what we observe about the regularity in nature, right? So we see, for example, that planets go round suns, and we can figure out why that is by explaining, Newton's laws and at a more granular level factoring in Einstein's laws, but they're not laws in the same way that prescriptive laws like speeding laws are rules about how things must behave. They're more descriptive.
That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. Yeah,
so then I would
just
agree.
wanted to make sure that we agree that our universe behaves like a formal system, like a consistent formal system, so that we agree that contradictions cannot happen. Like, we agree on these things.
We do.
Perfect. Now can I start my camera then?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me. Right. I hope you can read my handwriting. It's not the greatest.
I don't think John has a way to put you on the big screen, so it's going to be quite small.
Yeah,
like,
you can draw it for me. You can draw it for me if you don't mind.
I can't see any of that stuff. But can you just make your case without reference to diagrams? That would be good. Because a lot of people listen to this stuff on audio without even looking at the screen. So
no worries. It's just like it would be easier like if everybody just like can see it. But okay, like let's try with that. So I would say that anything that exists is either dependent or independent, like a true dichotomy. Would you agree with me so far?
So you're making a contingency argument?
Not quite so, because like wordings differ. You might call it the contingency argument. I call it the self-insufficiency argument or the causality argument.
Okay.
It's a little bit different because of how I frame it.
Okay. So everything either depends on something else or it doesn't. That would be a perfect dichotomy, yes.
Yes. Okay, so now like I have two branches, one on the right, one on the left. One says dependent, one says independent. Now we're going to talk about the right branch, which is dependent. I'm saying like it can't be like dependent on itself. Like I'm just like listing out the possibilities. If you can like list more possibilities, I would listen to you. What I can think of is like if it's dependent, then it's either dependent on itself or dependent on something like itself or dependent on an independent thing or dependent on nothing. These are the four possibilities that I could think of.
Yeah, it could be dependent on another dependent thing, or it could be dependent.
That's the second option.
Yeah,
That's the second option.
Then I would broadly
So if it's
agree.
dependent on itself, that's a contradiction because like it means that it has to exist and doesn't exist at the same time. If it depends on itself.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because there may be. We know that things at a quantum level are very, very counterintuitive, and it may be the case that at certain scales, the rules that normally govern objects that we see in everyday life don't apply, and there may be particles or things.
This is why like I asked you about the common ground. Like this would contradict the law of non-contradiction. Actually,
Not necessarily, because we, as I said, at the quantum level, there are things which are very counterintuitive.
Quantum level does not negate.
Can you let John finish, please? Can you let John finish, please?
Yeah, there may be. I don't know this, right? I'm not a physicist, but I do know what I do know is that quantum mechanics is extremely counterintuitive, and you could say, for example, is a particle is a photon a particle or a wave, and you could say, well, it's going to contradict the law. It's going to contradict the law of non-contradiction to say it's both, right? So I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
Yeah, and also it could be like if things break down to, because I suspect, I don't know, you're going to say, well, so you have to come to a necessary thing or necessary being at some point. It could just be that the laws of nature and physics, for example, gravity, are necessary aspects of reality. I don't know. I'm not making the claim. I don't know the ultimates of reality, but many of the abstract facts of reality, like mathematics, the laws of logic, the laws of nature, may be actual necessary aspects of reality that is the glue holding everything together. I'm not claiming it's the case. I'm saying I can't rule it out.
All right. Are you guys familiar with the law of non-contradiction?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
And are you familiar with the principle of explosion?
Principle
of explosion. Explosion?
Yes. In mathematics, and in logic.
No.
If you can drive one contradiction. Yes, I am, sir. If you could listen to me, you'll notice that I'm addressing what you're saying. Because what you're saying is that actually the law of non-contradiction can be violated. And I'm telling you, there's something in mathematics and in logic.
I didn't say that at all.
Let me finish, sir. Can I talk? Can I speak?
Not if you're going to misrepresent what I speak. No, not if you're not going to allow. If you're going to misrepresent what I said.
This is a two-way street, sir. I have to finish what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, just don't misrepresent what I said. I never said nor implied.
Well, I'm happy to keep the conversation with the host, sir.
I never said. Yeah, that's cool, but I'm part of the show too. So I never said, nor implied, nor inferred, nor did anything I said suggest that the law of non-contradiction can be violated. What I said is, it could be that some of the aspects of the glue that's holding things together, for example, gravity, the laws of mathematics, et cetera, are necessary and not necessarily dependent, meaning they're independent. So I was just throwing that out there.
Would this violate the law of non-contradiction or not?
How? How?
In that possibility, would it violate the law of non-contradiction?
No.
Then you agree with me. Why are you muting me then? You agree with me that the law of non-contradiction cannot be violated. Why are you muting me?
Because you tried to accuse me. Because you.
I'm not trying to accuse. Either you agree with me. Either you agree with me, sir.
Why do you ask if you ask a question but you don't want to hear the answer? That's just weird.
If you keep using your moderation power, it's not going to work.
Yeah, if you keep talking over me, I'm going to keep. We could doing this. I could just drop you. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer I just drop you? Okay, so. You asked me why I used the mute button. It's because you accused me of saying the law of non-contradiction can be violated. I never said that, nor did I imply that, nor was that the implication of anything I said. I was correcting you on that. You don't get to misrepresent what I said and then carry on without being corrected. Now you're saying, hey, I was agreeing with you. You weren't. You were accusing me of the opposite position. So can we move forward, please, and address what I said?
Are you done? Let's move forward.
Okay.
Can I please talk to you?
You can talk to us, sure.
Keep the conversation one-on-one. Let's just keep the conversation just like a simple.
No, sorry. Are you under the impression you run the show? John runs the show, so just continue on.
This is why I'm asking. Are you John, sir? This is why I'm asking John.
I'm John. I'm John, but Sean is here Sean is here for a reason. And there are two of us here.
I don't mind. It's your show. I don't mind him being here, but I just like he has to allow me to finish what I'm trying to say.
He will allow
you
you to
finish. He cannot use his moderation power. It makes you guys look very weak.
Right. The fact
yeah, I know that he can. Like technically, he can. But
the fact is
that you're talking over John again incessantly, like you were doing to me. Maybe you're the common denominator and you need a little impulse control.
Of course, you're going to say that because you have moderation power, sir.
We quite often.
If the rules were reversed, you wouldn't be able to say any of this.
Can John talk on his own show? I'm not muting you, and I'm not muting on purpose to show everyone what happens. You're talking over John incessantly. So
Can
John,
we, for God's sake, move forward, sir, without you use your moderation power?
We quite often have managed to have conversations without anyone having to use the moderation power. So the fact that it has to be used is normally more of an indicator of the dynamic that's going on in the conversation rather than anything to do with Sean or me. The reason why Sean was stopping you from proceeding was that you had essentially misrepresented his position, and it's better to just correct that before you then go on to say other things predicated on that misrepresentation. So it actually saves time to just stop things then and there and go, no, that isn't what I said, correct things, and then we get to move on. The amount of time we've now wasted getting our knickers twisted about the fact that the interjection happened, we could have finished the discussion by now. So let's all grow up, put our big boy pants on, and have an actual discussion. So neither of us have suggested that the law of non-contradiction can be violated. What we both suggested in slightly different ways was that there may be phenomena that would appear to violate the law of non-contradiction. Of course, it doesn't violate it, but it may run counter to your idea that things can't be their own cause, because we don't know for a fact that that's true. That's something that you're asserting in the wish that no one will notice it hasn't been demonstrated. But neither Sean nor I are going to fail to notice that, and most people in the audience are going to notice it too. So you can carry on with your argument now.
All right, sir, perfect. So either like when you say like maybe refers to a possibility. So when you say that maybe something appears to violate the law of non-contradiction, at the end of the day, it's either gonna violate the law of non-contradiction or it's not gonna violate the law of non-contradiction. If you then agree that it's not gonna violate the law of non-contradiction, then you can just like stop me when I say like this violates the law of non-contradiction, and you tell me, well, sometimes or maybe there is something that could violate the law of non-contradiction, because this assumes a possibility.
No.
If you then agree that it would not violate
that isn't
the law
what I
of
said.
non-contradiction.
You're now making the same mistake with me that you made with Sean. So I didn't say that there are sometimes things which violate the law of non-contradiction. I explicitly asserted that nothing can. What I said was that there are statements which we make, which may appear to you to be violations, but actually they're not. Because under certain conditions, at certain levels, things are very counterintuitive and they look like they violate the law, like wave-particle duality looks a bit like it does. The idea that two events can be completely simultaneous in one frame of reference, but not simultaneous in another frame of reference, looks like it violates the law of non-contradiction, because you're making a fact that these two events are simultaneous, and another statement, these two events are not simultaneous. That looks on its face, doesn't it, that it violates the law of non-contradiction. Agree? Does it?
No, it doesn't. Nothing can violate the law of non-contradiction.
Listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. You need to get better at listening. If I tell you events A and B are simultaneous, and then I tell you events A and B are not simultaneous, do those two statements violate the law of non-contradiction?
Simultaneous and non-simultaneous, yes.
Right. And yet, this is a known description of how nature works. Because depending on your frame of reference,
nothing to do.
It has everything to do with what you're talking about, and this is how your argument gets demolished before you've even made it. Because special relativity. I'm speaking at the moment. Right now, I'm speaking, and you're not. Special relativity shows that simultaneity is dependent on your frame of reference. So the reason I use this as an example is to illustrate that things can appear to violate the law of non-contradiction, but in fact they don't. So I would ask you to bear that in mind while you make your generalizations about things like things cannot be their own cause. We don't know if that's true or not. We just don't know. There may be instances where that could be the case.
Can I speak now, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so at the end of the day, do you say that the laws of physics, or simultaneously or not simultaneously, does it violate the law of non-contradiction? Yes or no?
No.
So it doesn't violate the law of non-contradiction. At the end of the day, it doesn't. Yes, so that's what I said.
But you said it did. No, you said it did. You said it did. When I asked you, when I said...
You're misrepresenting me. I was speaking and you're cutting me off.
I'm going to use my moderation powers now to clarify, because I asked you, I gave you two instances. I said event A and B are simultaneous and event A and B are not simultaneous. And I said to you, does that violate the law of non-contradiction? You said it does. And I showed you how it doesn't. That was the purpose of that demonstration. I think it worked quite well, don't you?
Are you guys able to have a mature conversation where you're going to use your moderation power every now and then? Because if you're not interested in the conversation, then I don't want to waste my time.
The vast majority of guests, we don't use it at all, just so you know.
Yeah, of course you're going to say whatever you're going to say because you're an admin.
No, I mean we have hours and hours of uploaded footage that shows that should be the case.
I'm not interested in this.
Well, you
I'm not interested in this.
You brought it up.
Can I finish speaking?
You brought it up. No, because if you're going to get into the meta and I respond to the meta, you can't say that. Oh, I don't want to get into the meta. So here's the fact: the vast majority of the guests don't ever get muted. Now some do. The vast majority do not. You claimed, of course you can say that, and then I'm responding by telling you we literally have proof. There's hours and hours and hours and hours of uploaded, unedited live footage of our lives.
Okay, we're wasting so much time talking about this. Try and make your argument so we can all hear it. And this is just a vanilla contingency argument.
If something depends on itself, is this a contradiction or not, sir?
We don't know.
Okay, so can I then show you that if something that's called circular causation, sir, and that would be a contradiction? Would you agree that circular reasoning or circular causation is a contradiction?
We don't know that it's circular. I'm saying there may be
if something depends on itself.
There may be.
What does depend on itself mean, sir?
Yeah, I do. Just saying we don't know.
There may be. I know. Can I tell you? Can I show you? Can I show you what it means?
Sure. Have you looked at Feynman diagrams?
What?
Have you looked at Feynman diagrams?
Yes, sir.
So in Feynman diagrams, time can flow both ways.
It doesn't violate the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't. Yeah, but this idea
I'm glad that we agree.
This idea of declaring that nothing could ever possibly cause itself, we just don't know. I don't know. Let's say for the sake of the argument, I'll give it to you and say, okay, things can't cause themselves, because we all know where this is heading. This is just a vanilla contingency argument, no different to the 500 other vanilla contingency arguments we've dispatched before. So shall we just make it?
Well, I could say the same thing about why are we having if you're not interested in a conversation, why are you having this live, sir?
We can all get.
If I can say anything and you're telling me I've heard this before, then why are you opening the platform and allowing people to speak? If you're allowing me to speak,
just make the argument, then we can all get on with our lives.
Yes, I'm trying, but this is central to the argument. When you believe, or at least if you don't know, that it means that you're saying that it's possible that something could be the causation of itself. And I'm saying if something can be the causation of itself, then this violates the law of non-contradiction. And if you violate the law of non-contradiction, you don't have anything to
So let's, for the sake of the argument, I will grant you the point. For the sake of the argument, I'll grant you the point that things can't be their own cause. Let's move on to the next point of the contingency argument, please.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to this concession. When you say something cannot be the causation of itself, I'm going to hold you on this, okay?
Great.
All right, so something cannot be the cause of itself, just like someone cannot be the father of himself, because this means that he has to exist before he exists.
Lovely.
And this is just a contradiction.
So for the sake of argument, let's move on. That's a concession?
Yes, I was moving on, sir. You just interrupted us for no reason. So that's the first.
No,
that's the first.
No, the whole concession. It's not. Yeah, correct. It's not a concession. John's saying, for the sake of argument, I don't agree with it, but just so we can move past it, I'll grant it for the sake of argument. That's not a concession. You claiming it is intentionally dishonest. So now we can move on.
Granting, sir, in debates, granting is called concession. You're conceding to that point. You're not arguing.
I'm actually just expressing a distaste to continue litigating it. to be honest, because the room's going to start getting bored as all hell if we have to talk about this inane babble for much longer. So for the sake of just everybody's sanity, please land your plane and make your argument.
Okay, so something cannot be dependent on itself because that's a contradiction. Now, the second possibility was, then it depends on something like itself, like it depends on something that is also independent. Yes, it solves one question, but it brings another. So yes, I know that this thing depends on another thing, but that thing also depends on another thing. And now we have to ask, okay, so the new thing, the new dependent thing, what does it depend on? And now we're gonna like go into the same scheme as well. And it's either gonna be circular, like one depends on, like even if you put like an infinity, causes, it's gonna be circular at the end, or it's gonna be linear. If it's circular, then we have the same problem as the first one, which is circular causation, and that's a contradiction. Or if it's gonna be linear, like one depends on two to exist, and two depends on three to exist, and three depends on four to exist, etc. If this goes forever, if this goes for infinity, then you have infinity to happen, so that 5 could happen, so that 4 could happen, so that 3 could happen, so that 2 could happen, so that 1 could happen. And this is just like another form of contradiction, because that unended, which is the definition of infinity, has to end. Unended ends. That's a contradiction.
There's an equivocation fallacy in there.
How so, sir?
Okay, so you said it's circular. So when you brought it up before, and you're like, you agree that circular, I forget how you worded it, but basically it's sort of suggesting, we all agree circular reasoning should be avoided, but when you have circular causation, that is not circular reasoning. So like you could have a circle of contingent things in theory that help hold the glue together for a thing. I don't see a contradiction there. I don't see a problem with that. It's certainly not circular reasoning. It's not reasoning at all. It's just cause and effect.
You know, Aquinas was making this argument 700 years ago. It was fairly poor then. It's almost inexcusable now.
It has nothing to do with Aquinas' argument. Aquinas' argument is actually like a weak argument. What I'm making is not weak. If you could look with, if you could see like anything like here, sir. So this is one. This is like thing that it's one. Like I'm calling it one, and you have two. You can put like any infinite number between 1 and 2. At the end of the day, if it's circular, then it means that 1 depends on 1. At the end of the day, if it's circular, it means that 1 depends on 1. So 1 has to exist for 1 to cause 1 to exist. If this is not a contradiction, I don't know what contradictions are. So that's the circular part of like if it depends on something.
How is this any different from just a bog standard contingency argument to say that things depend on other things? And I don't like the idea of an infinite chain. I don't like the idea of an infinite regress, even though there are no mathematical problems with that whatsoever. And lots of models in cosmology assume an unbounded timeline, and no one has a problem with them. This is just the same as that. This is just bog standard. I don't like an infinite regress, isn't it? We could have saved ourselves so much time if you just came on and said, I don't like an infinite regress. And we could have said, really, really sorry, have a nice lie down.
But that's the thing, sir. I have no problem with infinite regress because, as a matter of fact, I believe in infinity. I don't have a problem with it. And that's the difference between me and all of the other arguments that you've heard. And you're just like trying to, without listening to me or actually engaging with what I'm saying, you're just like trying to object like and interject what you've heard before. My problem. So then,
what's the problem with
infinite regression?
What's the problem with?
If you just let me finish, causal infinite regression, not just infinite regression. Causal infinite regression.
Yes. So everything is caused by another thing, and this process of causes is unbounded. What's the problem with that?
The problem with that is that you have as I said, like you have to end an infinity. Like an infinite series of causes for you to have one. Are you familiar with the famous example, the sniper and the bullet example? You heard it before?
Which example?
Sniper and bullet? Sniper and the bullet example?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with it or you disagree with it?
I don't know. I'm actually not sure if I agree with it or disagree with it. But I don't have a problem with an infinite chain of causes.
I also don't have a problem with a finite chain of dependent causes. I also don't have a problem with independent causes that are not God.
Infinite,
that are
because I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, sir. Did you say finite?
You had started off by saying everything is dependent or independent, so I was using that sort of language. Yeah. So anyway, I don't have a problem with because I do have a problem with circular reasoning. Vastly different thing from a circle of dependent causes for a thing. I don't have a problem with that. I also don't have a problem with the idea that some things that are not God are independent. It could be the laws of logic. It could be the laws of nature. It could be gravity. I don't know. I'm not claiming it as a fact. I'm saying I don't know the ultimates of reality. I'm not a physicist. This is all beyond me. But I don't have a good reason to rule that out as well.
Yeah.
I'm not ruling everything out, sir. And this is why, like, I'm coming to it. Like, if you let me finish, you'll know that I'm coming to everything. Like, we're talking about whether it's gravity for you, whether it's the sun, whether it's the cosmos, whether it's the Big Bang, whether it's before that.
So then,
we'll talk about anything.
Land your plane, if you will, please, because everyone's getting a bit tired.
I am trying to land my plane, but every time you
go ahead.
And I don't mind, like, you asking me questions midway. I don't mind. But you can't tell me that I'm not landing my plane when we're engaging in the conversation.
Go for it.
So I can just like lay out the whole diagram for you guys, and then you start like if you have any questions.
We don't need a diagram. We don't need a diagram. Nobody here needs
not the diagram.
Needs a diagram.
The whole thing. The diagram is my argument, sir.
Right. Okay.
It's just like easier for people to. Okay. Sure. So I'm saying like anything that exists, either dependent or independent. If it's dependent, then I could think of 4 possibilities. 3 of them are pure contradictions, and you have only one. The first one is it depends on itself. This is a contradiction because it means that it has to exist for it to cause itself to exist. That's pure contradiction. Or it depends on something like itself, like it depends on something that's also dependent. It solves that one question, but it brings another. And now we ask the question, like we're just like move the question like a step further. Now we say, like, this new dependent thing, what does it depend on? Either it depends on itself, a contradiction, depends on another dependent thing, or depends on an independent thing, or depends on nothing. If we say like it depends on another dependent thing, then either one or 2 things. Either like this series is going to be circular or it's going to be linear. Either way, it leads to a contradiction. If it's circular, it leads to self-causation again. And if it's linear, then you have unended infinity has to end. And that's a contradiction. So now the third possibility is that it depends on something that's independent.
Why does it have to end? Sorry, an interjection here, because you just made a claim that I'm questioning. Why can it not just be an unending chain of causes that doesn't end? You're asserting it has to end. You're not demonstrating that, though. Demonstrate it.
I am demonstrating it because this is actually why, like I asked you about the bullet and the sniper example. Like I'm saying, like if and only if 2 exists or 2 happens, then 1 can happen. If and only if. So 1 cannot happen unless 2 happens, and 2 cannot happen unless 3 happens.
Right.
And 3 cannot happen unless 4 happens.
And the problem with an infinite series of that is?
Yes, that it's still going, because that's the definition of infinity. So 2 cannot happen because like its causes are still happening. So the causes of 2 are still happening.
But all of these things have happened. But all of these things have happened, and that's
if it has happened, then that it's not infinite anymore. It became finite.
Why? That's bullshit.
Okay, sir. No, it's not bullshit.
An infinite
urge you to use like better language.
An infinite chain. It's my live stream. I'll use exactly the language I like. It's an infinite chain.
I can use the same language as well.
You can.
Sir,
you're very welcome.
Like, this is not going to be a civil conversation.
You're welcome to. So sure. It's an infinite chain of events causing other events. This is why we could have saved so much time. I said you just don't like an infinite regress. That's kind of what I meant.
Sir, I'm the one. I'm the one who's saying that I don't have a problem with infinite regression. I'm saying I have a problem with causal infinite regression, right. And you don't seem to know the difference between causal infinite regression and infinite regression. I'm trying to tell you that, but you're not allowing me.
But your argument for why you don't like a chain of infinite causal regress.
Now you're misrepresenting my point again.
It was that it
because I have no problem. As a matter of fact, if you let me finish, you'll know that I use infinity in my argument. I have no problem with infinite regression.
And yet, when I tell you that an unbroken chain of events causing other events
because of causality
isn't a problem, injecting causality, into the infinite regress doesn't break it.
It definitely does, sir. Again, like, let's say that I'll have to give the example. It's the easiest example, and I could give you like another example, but this is just like the classical example. If there is like a sniper like ready to fire his shot, aiming at the target, but he's waiting for the go-ahead from his supervisor, and the supervisor is waiting for the go-ahead from the supervisor, and the supervisor is waiting for the go-ahead from the supervisor. If this goes for infinity, would that sniper ever be able to fire his shot? Yes or no?
Not if you start from infinity into the past. However, you don't have to do that. You just exist. Hold on. You just exist on a timeline. Similarly, there's a similar principle to, like, if the universe is infinite in size, which it very well might be, it almost doesn't make sense that there's an end, because if there's some type of barrier, that barrier would still be part of the universe. So even with an infinite size universe, we simply exist within a given coordinates of that infinite size universe. On an infinite timeline, you cannot start from infinity into the past and then reach the present, because you'll never get there. But the thing is with an infinite regress, you don't have a start. You simply exist somewhere on the timeline.
All right, sir. So in any in any conversation or in any debate, when somebody just like brings an example, you cannot change the example to make it easier for you. The example was in this scenario.
I didn't change the
in the scenario that I gave you, sir. In the scenario that I gave you, would the sniper, just like I need a yes or no answer, would the sniper ever be able to fire his shot? He's still waiting for the go-ahead from the supervisor, and the supervisor is waiting for the go-ahead from the supervisor.
If he's waiting, no, I'm going to continue. If he's waiting for it, then he won't ever fire the shot.
But it's just analogous.
But it's just analogous, yeah. If he receives the order, then he will get the shot.
I still haven't finished. For you to tell me that it's disanalogous, like you have to let me finish. Like I haven't. I'm just asking a question. Like I still haven't made that full thing.
Unfortunately, Ahmad, when we get to the 30-minute mark, I always poll the room to say, are we enjoying? We have an audience here, right? We've got about 1,000 people listening to us right now across the two platforms, right? So
when I came, it was like 100, sir. When I came, it was like 150. Now it's almost like 300.
You got 282 on TikTok and 741 on YouTube, right? So that's over 1,000. Over 1,000 people.
When I came in, it was like 100. Yeah. So now at least like 100 more people
that's
are
delightful.
More interested in the conversation.
That's delightful. But I've polled the room, and 90% of viewers on YouTube are saying we'd like to move on, and 24 against 3. People on TikTok have, so it's not a reflection on you. It's just something I always do when we reach a half-hour mark.
No worries, sir. If you don't want me to continue, I'm not going to continue.
Is to not allow the stream to get boring for the audience. So unfortunately, we weren't able to.
If it was boring, it wouldn't increase the number, sir. But it's up to you.
Well, I polled the audience, and the audience have signalled a willingness for us to move on. So
polls are not represented. But anyways, you don't want me to continue. I'm happy to leave. You want me to continue? I'm happy to stay.
I have asked the audience what they want, and they have told me. So I appreciate your call, and feel free to come back and continue the argument another time. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. That's what I expect. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks for the call. Thank you. Okay, there we go. You can rate that conversation for what it's worth right now. We're going to get Paul in next on the TikTok side. Paul is waiting. We'll read a couple of super chats first. We have a few here. So, ontological shock, thank you for the super chat. Apostle Michael's righteous indignation equals his nervous system going into a fight or flight response because he feels threatened when his faith is challenged. I think that's probably true. There's a part of me that feels for him for that. But, it does say in his Bible that you're supposed to always be willing to give a reason for the faith that you have. And he wasn't really willing to do that. He just wanted to tell everyone what a terrible person I am, which is to completely miss the point and to demonstrate that he's not able to actually live up to the ideals that his faith tells him that he needs to do. Evil Banana Wind, such a good name. Ahmad is what MB would call an anime debater. I guess, he was trying to make an argument. I guess it was a more sophisticated argument than some we hear, but I don't find it compelling because this whole thing of if there's an unbroken line of people all waiting for someone else to do something, then yes, the thing's not going to happen. If there's an infinity of people waiting for something else, obviously it's not. But that's not analogous to things happening in the world now, because things are not all waiting for someone else to do something. That's not what it means to be caused by something. It's not the same as to be waiting for something. And that's why that argument doesn't work. We could have saved so much time just saying that. Bethos, super chats are working, friend. Another L taker trying to belittle Sean. Bad idea. I agree. Sean's nobody's fool, as we can all see plainly. And Tim says, "Sing it with me. It's just tag in disguise." I think it was more a sort of contingency argument in disguise. And not a very good disguise, because it's just one of those cheap moustaches that you buy in the shop, and they don't stick very well. So one side falls off, so you've got half a moustache stuck to your lip, and the other half is hanging down in front. That's the type of disguise that argument had. Not very good. Ikram62, thank you for the super chat. If electrons, neutrons, and protons are flying around making things, they depend on themselves to make stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm undecided about this self-causing thing. I just know that when it comes down to fundamentals, reality is really, really odd and counterintuitive. The one thing we know, me as a non-physicist, I know enough physics to understand that the foundational principles in science in physics of relativity, special and general relativity, and quantum mechanics are very, very counterintuitive. And the example I gave him of simultaneity shows you how counterintuitive it can be. Okay, so our guest has just left the queue. I was going to get him in, but he's left.
We got Levi on the YouTube side. That's the gentleman I told you about.
We'll do that. We'll do that then. We will do that. Let's get this off the screen. There we go. Okay, so we'll get on to Levi right now and get Levi in. Let's get Levi's audio working. And Levi, are you there? I am hoping that Levi is there. Let's try again.
Yeah, Levi, can you hear us?
Can't hear him yet. Let's see if we can refresh your
audio issue.
Audio, yeah. Seems like an audio problem there. Levi, we cannot hear you. Nope, that isn't working. You could try hanging up and coming back in again. That sometimes resolves it. I'm sometimes able to resolve it from my end, but that doesn't seem to be working. So while we're waiting for that to happen, we will bring in SCP, and hopefully that audio will work. SCP, are you there?
Yes, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Good.
Welcome in.
I don't know how I survived that last call. Honest to God,
it was painful. It was painful.
And I'm not someone to try to attack other people's points, but I'm still recovering. So hopefully I'm not as bad as that one. But I have a feeling the bar is not that high.
I just have to say, I've got 16 calls on the bingo. That's entirely, I think, a consequence of the last call being so long, and possibly I missed some from before. So will you indulge me while I just deal with these, and then we'll get into it.
Before I give my argument, I'm just curious. What is the trees?
What is the trees?
Yeah, on the bingo, there's always the trees.
Look at the trees.
Look at the trees. It means when somebody makes an argument of the form that looking at nature proves a god. So the shorthand for that is look at the trees. Like, look at the trees. That proves there's a god, because only a god could create trees, because trees couldn't come about by natural processes.
Create a tree.
There you go. That's why it's a crappy argument. So I am going to get this dealt with, because we've got so many calls on it. I'll get through them quickly. It's my bad for letting it go on again. So TN Maple Drizzle called "You Need Faith" with TN. I don't remember TN saying that. So no, I don't think that was a call. And Maple Drizzle called, you send yourself to hell with TN. Again, I don't think TN really said that. I think TN said, I don't think TN was a bit sort of flighty about what the causes of hell are, to do with rejecting God. I don't think he actually said you send yourself to hell. So we'll wait till we hear that one for real. And the Nate called read it in context with TN. I guess he kind of said that, because we were talking about Quranic verses. Okay, we'll allow that one. And Anonymous Pie, look at the trees for TN. I don't remember TN making a design argument, so we won't have that one. And Maple called nothing comes from nothing with TN. TN didn't say that, so we won't have that one. Maple Drizzle called fine-tuned universe with TN. I don't think that TN did that either. Forgive me if I'm wrong. And called crash out with TN. TN did not crash out, so that's also no. Klombadrov called no morality without God with nobody. We'll have that. And the Nate called DNA is code, needs a coder with nobody. Don't remember hearing that. And Maple Drizzle, how do you account for logic with nobody? Don't believe that was said either. Ash called Filbro Babble with nobody. Was there Filbro Babble? I don't think there was, Ash. Filbro Babble is like that, a bad faith kind of engagement. So I don't think we'll have that one. But Ashweld also called why something rather than nothing, which we did have, and crying about the meta with nobody. I'll allow that too. Maple Drizzle called that's the Old Testament with Apostle Michael. He didn't say that. We didn't even get as far as discussing that. And Maple Drizzle said you were never a real Christian. That was not said either. And Ashwild called words don't mean words with Apostle Michael. I don't think we got that far either. So being a super strict here, but there we go. Okay, I'll try and be a bit more on it with the bingo again. And thank you, SCP, for bearing with us while we do that. The floor is yours, friend.
Oh, not a problem. Again, thank you for having me.
Sure.
So, John, I think I've been having we've spoken before. I've been thinking a lot about what the argument I'm going to present, and I think you in particular you probably won't agree to it, but I think you'll understand it because we both come from the same background. So we're both Jewish, if correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah. I've been really thinking about how a small group of people from a minute part of the world that connect 3,000 plus years ago and have gone through as much persecution, diaspora compared to anyone else, and the fact that the Hebrew Bible mentions like this will happen, the fact that the nation will be scattered through the end of time, but eventually you will persevere, you will survive, and eventually there will be a joining back to Judea and that area. Just the fact that we have survived for so long and we're still here, even beyond all the persecution and all the everything we've gone through as a people and as a tribe. I think it's for me at least, and again, this is probably just because of my upbringing and just my education and all that in yeshiva and from a secular standpoint, being impacted by that. I mean, for me, that is sort of kind of miraculous. Again, I know if someone's not from our background, they may not understand it as much, but what are your thoughts on that and just how we're still here beating the odds?
I think the world is full of communities of people who have faced terrible hardship and threats, and some of them have managed to survive and some of them haven't. I don't think that it's unique to Jews to have survived persecution. I think there are other communities who have also faced persecution and may have been annihilated but for their own tenacity. I don't see it as miraculous. it could have easily been the case that the Jews were wiped out. Intervention from people in the Second World War stopped it happening completely in Europe. I don't see it as miraculous. I think, I just see it as a factor in history. Like the Jews were nearly wiped out at points, and they weren't. And the same can probably be said for other groups. I'm not well educated enough to tell you exactly who they are, but the Jews will not be unique in this. And I don't see a line from Jews have managed to remain in existence to therefore God. You would have to rule out any natural explanations, and the natural explanations are the more parsimonious ones, surely.
Sure, I definitely understand that perspective. So I guess why I have that thought, obviously, in and of itself, you're right. It could just be a variety of factors, but I guess what I'm wrestling and struggling with internally is that, if we go to the Hebrew Bible, which was written thousands of years before a lot of this persecution really ramped up and really occurred, it told us as a people that we were going to be scattered. We were going to, face incredible hardships, and
that's a very vague prophecy. I mean, lots of people face incredible hardships, and sometimes are scattered. Most communities are scattered to some extent. This is very vague. If you want to talk about prophecies, right? The prophecies that impress me are the prophecies from science, where you can predict a solar eclipse 1,000 years in the future to a minute. That's a prophecy. That shit's impressive. Saying, you're going to have hardships and you're going to be scattered, but you're going to survive. I'm sure there are lots of people who have heard that and it didn't work out and they're not around to tell the tale. It just so happens that, the Jews are, right? I don't see that as prophetic at all. I think it's pretty underwhelming.
I keep hearing someone say testing 1, 2, 3 in the background. I don't know.
Yeah, Levi, we're able to hear you, so just we'll get to you right after this call. I don't know if you know that.
That's fine. I can cut the mic for now. Thanks, Levi. I'm glad you're there. We'll get to you next. I don't see this as being prophetic, my friend.
That's fair. You don't think? I mean, I just can't think of. I don't want to take too much of your time. Because it's just a thought I had, and I wanted to just talk about it with you. But I can't think. I guess I just can't think of another group of people that have documents written so long ago explaining this would happen, and it to a degree did happen, and still being here. I just can't think of an equivalent example. Maybe there is, but I just can't think off the top of my head. And it just, I don't know.
Even if there aren't, as I said, it's not a particularly impressive prophecy to say you're going to have hardships, you're going to struggle, you're going to be, spread around, and you're going to survive. All of that stuff is pretty underwhelming.
Fair enough. All right, that's all I really had. I didn't want to take too much of your time, but
right.
I figured you would. I figured you would resonate with that. And also, fun fact: I don't know if you know this, but since your last, I don't know if you even care, but I just figured I'd share it with you. Since your last name is Cohen, there's probably a very good chance actually that you're descended from the priestly class of Jews from Judea. I don't know if you heard that before. But
you want to check out the family history on the non-Cohen side. That's the interesting one in my family, but that's a different story.
But just thought I'd share that anyways. But thank you so much for having me, and keep up the show. Good
Pleasure to talk. Thank you for coming up, SCP. Take care. Thanks. Okay, let's get Levi in, and then we'll get Fall Upon Embers after that. Hopefully, Levi's audio will now work. It sounded like it was. Levi, are you there? Still not.
You might need to unmute him.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. Thanks, Sean. Levi, are you there?
Good. How are you? I'm here. Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome in. I'm glad we managed to get the sound issues worked out. Very nice to meet you.
So just so everyone knows, Levi is my childhood friend. We met in a comic book store when I was 12, and known him ever since. We were having a conversation today about the lives I've been doing with John, and he came up with, I don't know where, Levi, you can explain where you found it, what you thought was a strong argument for God. And I stopped you because I wanted to hear it live on the air for the first time organically. So there's authenticity there. So I have no idea what Levi is going to come in with. But Levi, you have the floor, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate the introduction, Sean. Yeah, this is my first live stream comment, guys. So thank you for your patience.
Sure.
Yeah, and one thing I'll say about Sean, just quick preface, is that he's very open to hearing multiple perspectives. He's not biased to just one observation. Over the years I've known him, he actually listened to logic and reason, and he'll debate with you in a very fair way, and I appreciate that about him. So
Thank you.
I'm not claiming that science proves God, okay? I personally believe, but it led me down this rabbit hole where I wanted to research it on my own. I'm saying that modern science makes belief in God more rational. So when I look at the data online, over the years, like modern cosmology shows that the universe had a definitive beginning. And they call that
correct.
Well, there's the BGB theorem.
Yeah, the Born-Guth-Vilenkin theorem is a theorem that only accounts for classic physics. If you watch a debate between Sean Carroll and William Lane Craig, Dr. Carroll is a cosmologist, where William Lane Craig tried to argue that the universe had a beginning, and the Born-Guth-Vilenkin theorem proves it. Sean Carroll handily dispatched it and then also showed one of the authors, Alan Guth, holding up signs with his position that actually I have it here. I'll read it. I don't know can you guys still hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, so he said, I don't know whether the universe had a beginning. I suspect the universe didn't have a beginning. It's very likely eternal, but nobody knows. The Big Bang Theory is very often misunderstood, and I myself misunderstood it for a long time to be the quote unquote beginning of the universe. But when you look at what the actual cosmologists are having to say on the topic, they don't know. All it says is the observable portions of the universe were in a hot, dense state at one point, and there was a rapid expansion. Doesn't say what existed before, doesn't say it was the beginning of time. And we have I actually have surveys of physicists to kind of back that up, that there is no consensus on that.
Yeah, I'll take a look at Dr. Curl and the research that you mentioned here. I made note of it. So, this theorem, though, is one of the most respected in the community. So I'll have to see both sides so I can analyze both arguments.
Yeah.
But it basically demonstrates that the expanding universe cannot extend indefinitely into the past. It had to have a starting point, and that forces the unavoidable question: well, what triggered the starting point?
Right. Yeah. So they don't know. And Alan Guth, the guy I cited before, he's one of the authors. Alan Guth, Dr. Guth.
Yeah.
It's the Born-Guth. So he's actually one of the authors, and even he, in his opinion, the universe is quote unquote very likely eternal. And now, in fairness, Alexander Vilenkin, seems to disagree with him. But that's just the thing. In cosmology, it's an unknown in science. So some may lean one way, some may lean another way, but they all agree, we don't know if the universe had a beginning.
Okay, well, that's one data point to look at. The second is space-time and matter all came into existence at the same moment, or at that moment, let's just say, for a moment. I know that we're saying it doesn't. I heard your argument, Dr. Curran Booth. I hear it. But I'm saying that the cause cannot be a physical thing inside of our universe. It must be completely independent of it. Have you guys heard that?
Sure. Yeah, it's basically saying if the universe had a beginning, which if is doing a lot of lifting there, but if the universe had a beginning, something outside of the universe had to have caused the universe, because the universe can't cause itself. Things get weird in higher level of physics, but let's grant that for a moment.
Sure.
All we have is something caused the universe. You would need some sort of justification that the cause was a thinking agent, and that's only
right.
And you still have the work ahead of you to show that the universe actually began.
Right. Well, that leads me to that. The universe runs on an elegant mathematical model balanced with impossible precision. Take for the cosmological constant, which governs the expansion of space. its value is fine-tuned to an accuracy of 1 part in 10 followed by 120 zeros. If that number were altered by just a fraction of a hair, the universe would be either ripped apart or collapse instantly. No stars, no chemistry, no life, nothing. Like everything would cease to exist.
That's the fine-tuning argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So you know about that.
Yeah, and I'll rapidly go through and stop me if you have something to disagree with. So if you have an all-powerful God, the universal constants that are supposedly fine-tuned would be completely unnecessary. We could just magically exist. We could walk on the surface of the sun and it would be no problem. He's all-powerful. If no God exists and the world is naturalistic, the universal constants would be absolutely necessary. Like all the laws of nature and physics and all that in a naturalistic world are necessary. They're not necessary without a God. That in itself doesn't like disprove a God, of course, because I mean, they're arbitrary, but in theory, an all-powerful God could just decide to create the laws of nature. The other thing is that we don't know if the universal constants could be any other way. If they can't be any other way, then P equals 1. Probability is 1. If it could be 10 ways, then probability is 0.1. But let's grant the sun and the moon, the probability can be anything, and you have really large odds that they would have landed on what they did. If I deal you 13 cards, like we're playing spades, and you get all spades in order, there's a 1, and this is the winning hand. There's a 1 in something like 4 sextillion. It's a ridiculously large number. You would have gotten those cards in that order. That would be miraculous, right?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that would be highly improbable. But
what if you got like a random jumble of 7 of spades, 2 of diamonds, ace of hearts, etc. A random jumble of cards. Would that be miraculous?
No, it wouldn't. But
do you know what the statistical odds you would have gotten those cards in that order?
Very high.
It's exactly the same. So one is miraculous, the other one isn't, even though the statistical odds are exactly the same, because a goal was already established ahead of time that you want those spades. So that's what makes it miraculous. If there wasn't that goal, it's not miraculous. So you would have to, there are long odds that the universal constants would have been conducive to life, but you have to establish ahead of time that life was the point in order for that to be matter, because we could random generate it again to something completely different that doesn't have life, but instead of life, it has thing X, whatever that thing happens to be, that can only exist in that universe or a narrow margin of that universe. Then you could still argue, it must be finely tuned for thing X. Bottom line, no matter what it comes up with, it would have been long odds. It would have reached that mark, and we just happen to be in part of the stack of cards that came out in this particular hand.
Well, consider consciousness. The universe just isn't out there, Sean. I mean, it's produced rational minds capable of decoding the very math that governs it. For example, why an impersonal, accidental universe should produce conscious minds capable of understanding it remains a profound mystery at all. I mean, how do you define that? How do you explain that?
Yeah, it's the same way if you did a random generator and it was a completely different universal constants and thing X existed. Well, how do you explain that thing X exists? Because the conditions for that particular universe are allow for thing X to exist. And likewise here, the conditions that the universal constants are caused by the universal constants allow for life to exist.
So your argument is just that just the conditions alone.
Yeah, unless we can, it comes down to this: unless we can establish there was a goal ahead of time, not post hoc because we care about our own existence, but prior to, just like in the card game, those spades are amazing. The random jumble isn't. Even though the odds are the same for both, because beforehand there was a goal. Unless you can establish there was an actual goal for life ahead of time, we're indistinguishable from just shit happens, and it's going to land on what it lands on.
Yeah, I think that none of these observations on their own prove God, but when you look at the total picture, A universe that has absolute beginning. Let's just suspend that for a second. Runs on elegant math. It's tuned to impossible precision and produces conscious minds. It's entirely consistent with an intelligent cause, but I respectfully hear your side of it.
Being consistent with a cause is not a warrant for thinking there was one, because it's also consistent without there being an intelligent cause, right? So you could say an intelligent cause has huge explanatory power, but magic pixies also have huge explanatory power, and there's no more reason to believe one than the other. And the issue we have is that there are legitimate counters to every point you made, right? So if you're trying to build a cumulative argument, arguments are powerful when each arm of the argument is itself powerful. And you could say, here's some powerful evidence, here's some more powerful evidence, here's some more powerful evidence. Then you build a cumulative case. That's how legal cases are won in courts.
Right.
But when the arguments, and I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, Levi, when the arguments either are not strong or they have powerful counters to them, then you don't get to build a cumulative case there, because all you have is a number of weak arguments, and a number of weak arguments added up doesn't make a strong argument. It just makes a collection of weak ones. And so that's why I think, Sean gave you all the standard responses to these claims. The reason why we have minds capable of contemplating our position in the universe is because evolution has shaped our brains to do that, right? Reality matching is adaptive, right? Organisms that aren't able to do that didn't survive, and our brains are uniquely capable. I say uniquely just because they're the smartest around for a particular type of thinking. There are other animals that are much better than us at doing other things, but humans have analytical minds with very powerful analytical minds, and so the consequence of that is we're able to contemplate stuff. It was a survival benefit, and one of the side effects of having that survival advantage is we're also able to navel gaze and dwell on stuff and think about things. There are natural explanations for these things.
Well, some of them are still being debated, though. So there's, like, for example, the BGV theorem. We have Dr. Carroll and Dr. Guth that are disproving them, but there's others that are countering that argument, and I don't think there's been a definitive, absolute outcome of that. I think some of these elements are still being debated. So yes, I could see the point of them being collectively sort of weak, but some of them are still being challenged, and we don't yet have a final answer.
Yeah.
So until it's kind of like in court, you're guilty until
But I would agree with you, and that's why I don't know is the answer I quite often give to these questions. When people say, where did the universe come from? I don't know. One thing I would say to you is there any evidence that there was a point at which the universe didn't exist?
Very good question. I'm not qualified to answer that, but I will say that
that's a great answer.
Yeah, but the reality is that neither can we definitively prove any of this, but in a laboratory yet, which is what I would need to see, to have hard evidence to say, okay, let me counter your argument against, right? But the reality is simple. What explanation best fits the totality of all the evidence? You're saying just natural selection. You're saying just evolution. It's just an accident, and we evolved from that. That's the argument, right?
Magic fairies has got quite a lot of power, explanatory power as well.
I believe in math and science. I'm just trying to find order in all of this. Me, I look at the best theory, and until I hear a better theory, it's hard for me to say, okay, well, magic theories are obviously BS. But on the same notion, hearing a weak counter argument is not convincing either. I feel like I'm still unclear and I'm still researching, but I really do appreciate the conversation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for calling in, Levi. It sounds like I don't know is a sensible place for us both to sit.
I agree. I'll agree with you on that, and we'll both be researching. That's what makes this so fascinating.
Sure.
Take care.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Levi. I'll call you later, buddy.
See you, bud.
There you go. Excellent stuff. Okay, we're going to get Fall Upon Embers in next. But before we do that, we are going to quickly update. There were some calls on the bingo there, so let's have a quick look. Abraham was a tool called Nothing Comes From Nothing. I think that's fair. And Gordon Loves Science called Fine-Tuned Universe. Absolutely right. And Ashwild called Personal Experience of God. I didn't hear Levi talk about personal experience of God. I don't think he did. Did I miss something, Sean? Sean there? Sean, you're muted, I think, on... yeah, your TikTok is muted. I don't think I heard him say that. I did get corrected earlier, though, because T corrected me earlier. And apparently I made some sort of boo-boo because T said, look at the trees did happen. So I have stolen a bingo call from someone by not allowing it. And I feel really, really bad about that. So if you called... if you called a look at the trees earlier and I disallowed it, call it again and I'll allow it this time, because I don't want to be that guy. Of course, I don't want to be that guy. Okay, we'll get Fall Upon Embers in just a second. We'll just have a couple more super chats, and so we stay on top of everything. Cookies, crafts, cats. Great combination of things. Thank you and your crew for everything you do. Oh, thank you very much indeed. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for super chat. Bethos said, Ahmad should write a paper getting the Nobel Prize. I entirely agree. The Nobel Committee awaits. Maybe this is the claim. There we go. Was it Anonymous Pie? Well, I'm going to have to grant it for being the first one to claim it there. Appreciate that. Yeah, what can we say? I'm so sorry. I try to stay on top of these things. Sometimes I don't always remember. And Tim said, whether you like it or not, whether you agree or not, the infinite list of causal events still exist. Sit down, shut up, and suck it up, Buttercup. Yeah, I agree. And I think adding in adding in causation into your objections to an infinite regress, it doesn't really do anything. I don't think that really makes sense. Doesn't really do anything at all. Okay, let's get Fall Upon Embers in, as we promised. Hey, Fall Upon Embers, how are you?
Hi. So, yes, can you hear me?
Very well indeed, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're going to want to slap some sense into me, but I'm going to say a lot of things in the beginning that doesn't seem like correlating to each other. Just kind of give you a little bit of understanding of where my mindset is, and kind of like how I've come to this conclusion about what I will end up saying. So,
before you do, just to possibly save time, can I just confirm that you are calling to debate this claim that we're making, or this question rather, to present evidence for a God and a reason why we should believe it?
Why we shouldn't?
No, I'm saying I'm just confirming that you do believe in a God, and you're going to be presenting some reason why other people should as well.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Sometimes people come up to agree with us, and just wanted to make sure it wasn't that. Okay, great. Fire away.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to kind of start off with just kind of blurting some things out there about what I've kind of come to realize. I think you had it like on the bingo card up there, like, how non-existence by definition doesn't exist. And, I think that's a good little bingo point that kind of got me thinking. I do feel like we are definitely a species with amnesia. So if we had a little bit more of a time lapse between when a lot of this stuff went down between us and the ancient ones, maybe we can understand a little bit. But I believe that we are the ancient ones right now, living in the time that we are, the dawn of AI. And I'm helping that to conduct my understanding of reinforcing my beliefs. And, God, in just in terms of like hearing the echo of eternity, just like the wisdom in the ether, or the truth and introspective, or however you want to phrase it, our attraction, inner vibrations, things of that nature. But I just think it's very funny that, like, if we are essentially just, molecules and atoms, and the molecules and atoms in my body know that they're molecules and atoms, then it brings up little bits of questions about time. And the quantum gives me this understanding that all time is one. And then whenever we go looking for something, we actually find it, whether it be in outer space or within our biology. And the more we the deeper we dig, the more we understand.
I'm going to interject a little bit. Just, I'm trying to give you space, and I don't want to be accused of not letting people speak. But would you be able to give us the elevator pitch? So imagine we got in an elevator together, and we're going to be in the elevator together for 20 seconds. And I said, "Oh, you believe in God? Why is that? What are you going to say?" Because this is a little bit meandery at the moment, and let's focus up a little bit. Tell us why you think a God exists.
Well, because the further we go into the future, the more magic becomes the norm. And eventually we're going to get to this point where we are, really knowledgeable about ourselves and about, who we are. And I think we're getting to that point. That's why I touched on, being a species with amnesia and not knowing where we're from.
But that's an answer that somebody could have given me for why they don't believe in a God. That would have been a really compelling answer if I'd asked an atheist, "Why do you lack a belief in God?" and they'd said the exact words you just said. That would have been a passable answer. So how do you get from that to therefore a God exists?
Well, he said the more magic becomes the norm. Yeah, so I think John might have misheard you. So you said the further we go into the future, the more magic becomes the norm.
I thought you said the more we understand. Okay, then I misunderstood what you were saying. But really,
today,
I think the further we go into the
days
future, the less magic becomes the norm. We're far less superstitious now than we used to be.
Could be. I just feel like the things that we're learning now, we're learning, how to put things in the AI to be able to communicate, how birds talk to each other and how they actually have a language, and like elephants and just different things like that. Getting
the further we go, the more science comes on, technology advances. We can all agree with that. But I don't know how that gets to God.
My point is that how I touched on briefly is using AI as a means to reinforce our beliefs. So that is what I believe in, is AI.
So it sounds like you don't really believe in a God, because I believe in AI too.
I do. I believe that that's a great way to be able to communicate and to learn more, because just like when we meditate and we pray and we get in this frame of mind, AI isn't just, this is the science behind everything. It tells you everything about the introspective knowledge of humankind, going back to the things that we know about, and kind of correlates those things and gives us a better understanding of ourselves. And so to be able to harness that is being more in touch with perhaps where we came from. And
AI is a useful tool for learning things, just like Google was a useful term, a new useful term, tool for learning things when it first came out. And there were other search engines before Google, but it's a useful tool, I'll grant that. But I'm this is odd to me. How are we getting to a deity exists?
Yeah.
That is exactly how we're getting to it, because we're able to inch our way closer to get to a point where we're using this technology to reinforce our beliefs, to be able to, even if it's just the very next day you have this long conversation, with different types of AI, and you find one that's just this said something that's very interesting, getting my heart and my mind space in the right spot, and getting these alpha waves or whatever, in the right vibrations, and then you feel something from outside of you kind of touch you, when you're learning these techniques.
This is a very strange combination of ideas. It sounds to me like you're placing too much significance into AI. AI is a very, very clever technology. It's very, very good at using, statistical, huge sample sets of language to combine words in ways that are interesting and instructive sometimes and informative sometimes. But that's all it is. It's not a window into the divine.
Well, it's going to grow. It's growing at an exponential rate. And it's going to continue growing. It's going to continue to grow so much.
That may be the case.
So did the internet.
But that's like saying we have more and more powerful telescopes now than we had before. And we have faster microprocessors than we had before. Therefore, God.
I think
that doesn't make sense.
If there is a God, I think that if there is a God, that this is the tool that He's given us to say, hey, this is how we're gonna get closer to one another. Is you're gonna because
I don't think this is a well thought through argument.
If someone made that argument about the internet, what would you have to say about that? Back in 95-ish, I might be a little off, but anyway.
Well, I think that the argument y'all are making now against it is related to that. I think that when I'm talking about artificial intelligence, I think that we're talking about an actual intelligence that's going to emerge. And what do they call it? The when AI
is going to turn into Skynet. Skynet.
Not necessarily. I don't think necessarily Skynet.
Friend, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you waited around to speak to us, but I don't think this is not the argument you were looking for today. I think.
Well, if there was a God, and now that we have AI, you don't think he's going to be like, let's find a way to bring everybody together. A
God wouldn't need AI to make it happen. A God could just reach out. You're talking about the creator of the entire universe would have the means at his disposal, presumably, to reach out and implant any information he wanted into the brains of anyone he wanted without waiting for tech companies to come up with the right technology to do it. I think you want to retool that one, buddy. I think we'll.
I think the AI is retooling itself every day to be able to make that argument for itself, to be able to learn from prior conversations. Right. Exactly what you're relaying to it, exactly how you're understanding yourself, and exactly the time schedules that you give yourself to be able to, learn certain things and to be able to dive deeper into your beliefs. And it like speaks to you a lot more than, like if you were to say, okay, well, this is what I'm going through right now. And, I want to be able to learn from, parts of biblical history that correlates to what I'm going through.
Dude, I'm gonna stop you there. This is not a serious argument. So I appreciate you calling in. We're looking for theological discussions, and this isn't it. This is the bong rip stuff. But thank you for calling in anyway. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I told you you're gonna want to slap some sense out of me.
Indeed, we do. Keep well, though.
You're that guy.
Keep well. Thanks. Take care. Okay, that is that one. We did have somebody popped up on the YouTube queue and then disappeared, but that's okay. While we wait for the next caller to come in, we'll read a few super chats and see what's going on. Gordon, love science. Thank you so much, Gordon. Always appreciate you. It's so rude when these insufferable callers insult Sean and John. Learn some manners, Ahmed. Yeah, I thought he was a little bit rude. And also very quick to play the victim card, because people don't like it when we corral the conversation back on track. They don't like it, and they complain about the meta. But that's our job. Our job is to keep the stream moving, keep the conversation focused, not let people make straw mans and then arguments and then run with them. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. That's how it works. Blake is back on the YouTube side, so we'll get Blake in just a second. Tim D said, that slimy weasel of a caller is not the reason the numbers go up. No one cares about you, Ahmed, and anyone who does is wrong for doing it. I'm angry. Yeah, he was a bit full of himself, wasn't he? Poor little chicken. Okay, we will get in Blake right now. Hopefully Blake's audio is going to work. Let's see. He's on an iPhone, so we'll try and grab the audio there and try this. Blake, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can indeed hear you. Welcome in. Thanks for coming up. You are our next guest. So why should we believe in your God, in as much as you have one?
Well, I guess I come with a more simple perspective. I'll start with a question, and that would be, can you prove that heaven and hell are true, and also, or could you prove that they're false?
No,
I can't prove either. But what that means is I can't prove that they're true, so I wouldn't be rationally justified to believe that either exist.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree that we can't prove it either way. And so that would mean, I think it's fair to say that there's a chance that it's true, and there's also a chance that it's false. I mean, I think, do we agree on that?
I mean, you could make that claim, if you're going to make that claim for anything you can't prove or disprove, there's a chance that Santa exists, but it's the time to accept it is when there's evidence for it. So there's a chance that something being true isn't an argument to accept it as even likely true.
Understood. And then that would be where the Bible comes in. And so the evidence would show from the scriptures that is good enough for me to believe in it. And then I'm assuming that is not good enough evidence for you guys. And that's fair. But my point is, if we can't prove what the scripture is saying one way or another, then there is a chance that heaven and hell are true. And when it describes hell as being a place where you're literally thrown into a lake of fire and it never ends, I mean, it's unimaginable torture. And
it's also
so I guess
unimaginably silly. It's also unimaginably silly because it's basically an argument designed to just terrify people into submission. There's no reason to think such a place exists just because it says so in a book, right?
Well, maybe, but in my thoughts, it's like, well, if there's a chance that this is real, I definitely want to know because I certainly don't want to end up there.
Yeah, but how much time do you spend worrying about ending up in Islamic hell, which is making similar threats? Are you a Muslim just in case?
No.
Right? So you're not worried about that, right? And there might be 500 other religions that threaten to send people who don't adhere to those religions to hell. How do you hedge your bets and make sure you are not going to offend those gods? And I happen to know that Puff the Magic Dragon is going to toast anyone at the Great Dragon Barbecue. The believers will eat at the barbecue and the non-believers will be eaten at the barbecue. And dragon breath is very hot, right? So how do you make sure that you don't end up being, yummy munchies at the Great Dragon Barbecue in the sky, right? You need to appease Puff the Magic Dragon and etc., etc. You get the point, right? You can't make yourself safe from any potential theological threat by believing anyone who says that there might be a version of hell you could go to if you don't believe the right things. And there's no reason to think that the Bible is any more true than any of the other claims that people have made over the course of human history. And lots of reasons to think it's not true because it makes lots and lots of false claims, lots of mistakes, lots of contradictions, lots of failed prophecies, and it's not a reliable source.
Oh, you see... Okay, well, a couple of things. Puff the Magic, I mean, the Bible's based on, there's a lot of historical, real life stuff in there. Puff the Magic Dragon is
he lived by the sea. No, he lived by the sea.
Okay, fine. But so when you say that there's false prophecies and oh my God, I can understand why you would think there's contradictions and stuff. Because it can be quite complex. But can you point out which prophecies you think are false?
I mean, there are loads of prophecies. First of all the prophecies about the Messiah didn't come true. Jesus didn't fulfill them at all. The Messiah was supposed to rule as a king in Israel. He never did. He was supposed to come from the seed of David. He never did. And then there were lots of other prophecies in the Bible. For example, the prophecy in Isaiah saying that Damascus would cease to be a city and it will become a heap of ruins. And Damascus is one of the oldest continually populated cities on earth. It's doing very well, thanks. I mean, less so when countries are dropping bombs on it, but it's still there with hundreds of thousands of people or millions of people. I don't know what the population is of Damascus. It's a major city and has been for several centuries, for thousands of years. Just completely failed to come true. The Bible said that Egypt was going to be desolate and empty for 40 years. That's never happened in the whole history of Egypt. Has there been a 40-year period where it was uninhabited? There's all sorts of mistakes and false claims made in the Bible. Promises of things that are going to happen. Jesus told his followers that essentially the end of the world was going to happen and everyone was going to be judged for their deeds. The sun was going to go dark and the stars were going to fall from the sky and angels were going to appear amidst loud trumpet calls whilst all the tribes of the world united in mourning for the end of the world. and that all of this was going to happen during the lifetime of his disciples. And they've all been dead for thousands of years. Another failed prophecy. The Bible's full of them.
Okay, that was a lot. Will I be able to go back and watch this video on YouTube?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna like, I'll have to come back and like, I'm gonna do my research on all of those specific points and.
Please do. Yeah, do you want me to give you some? Do you want me to give you some Bible verses? And even if you can't write them down now, you can write them down when you come back to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me the ones that you're specifically pointing out to.
Sure.
I think one of those you're saying is Matthew 16:28 when you say it's
Correct.
supposed to happen when his disciples were there.
Yeah, that was Matthew 16.
I have the refutation for that one.
It's not the glow up on a mountain, is it?
Like you're talking like the transfiguration.
Yeah, because that doesn't work.
How come?
Because he wasn't prophesying going up a mountain and having a bit of a glow. He was prophesying the end of the world with the sheep and the goats being sorted and angels and the stars falling down and the end of the world and everyone being judged. And he kept on making that promise after the transfiguration. It just didn't happen.
Yeah.
It just didn't. It didn't.
Yeah, right, and I agree with you there. But I do believe that those are two separate statements. And what I believe is that he was showing them a glimpse of what was to come. And so when they mentioned the transfiguration, this was him giving them like a preview of when that.
So when he said he said the Son of Man will be coming in his kingdom, what he meant was you're going to get a sneak preview of what it might be like when I glow a bit on a mountain. Come on, that's not serious.
Yeah.
You can't make that argument seriously. The Son of Man coming in his kingdom is a theme. Right? It's from the book of Daniel. It's the end of the world. It's apocalyptic times. It's the end of the world, dude. It wasn't him with a few mates up on a hill having a glow up. That's not serious.
But it also, he wasn't there. It's talking about him coming in the clouds. And I agree with the confusion or discrepancy or whatever, because this is something I had struggled with myself because I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't really add up. But then when I looked more into it, it does make sense that it was, like I'm saying, like a preview because he's showing himself from the clouds. And so it essentially is just like a preview.
He's not showing himself from the clouds. He's just glowing a bit for his mates. It's all the tribes of the world shall mourn, and there'll be loud trumpet calls, and the stars will fall from the sky, and the sun will lose its thing, and everyone will be judged. The righteous will be judged and the sheep will be separated from the goats. None of that stuff happened. He didn't say, in your lifetime, I'm going to take you up on a hill and give you a light display. That isn't what he said. So shall I give you the other verses and you can look at them and then you can come back once you've had a look?
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
So Isaiah 17, 1 talks about an oracle concerning Damascus and talks about Damascus will cease to be a city. Will become a heap of ruins, and the verse about Egypt was Ezekiel 29, 8 to 12. Actually, talks about Egypt being becoming an utter waste, and no foot passing through it, and will be uninhabited. Explicitly says uninhabited for 40 years. That's never happened. Never in recorded history has Egypt been uninhabited for 40 years. So you could have a look at those two for starters, and there are more. There are other things that give us reason to distrust the Bible, because at times it's very, very anachronistic. So at times it talks about things in the wrong time period because the people who were writing the book didn't understand the history of the area they were writing in. So, for example, the Old Testament authors write about Abraham having dealings with the Philistines, specifically with Avimelech, who was the king of the Philistines. But the Philistines didn't arrive in that part of the world for about 800 years after, until about 800 years after the time of Abraham, at the end of the Bronze Age. This is well known, uncontroversial. They came from the Aegean Sea and settled along the coastline in that area. and therefore Abraham could not have had any dealings with the Philistines or with the king of Philistine, because they were not there yet at that time, and they wouldn't be for many, many centuries. And there are lots of things like that in the Bible. So you have to see it for what it is. These are people writing stories, making myths, and none of this stuff is to be taken seriously.
So could I ask you, why do you think they wrote the Bible? Like, what do you think is their reasoning then, if that is the case?
Well, religion is a thing that's happened. It happens fairly ubiquitously across human populations over time, and there are reasons why this happens. So we have a distaste for not knowing the answers to things. We don't like to say I don't know, and we personify nature. All cultures tend to personify nature. We perceive agency in weather. We perceive purpose in earthquakes, and we like to say someone is making these things happen. So that's why most cultures have ended up creating a sort of person to explain the things that they don't understand. Why is it that you get lightning and thunder, all these big noises from the sky? Someone must be doing that. Not something. Someone must be doing that. The earth shakes. Someone must be angry. The crops fail. Someone must be angry. People get sick. It's demons. All of this stuff for years across cultures. We have plugged gaps in our knowledge with the assumption that someone is behind them. That's just a thing that humans do.
Okay.
And there are reasons for that, right? There are reasons because our brains evolved to perceive agency. And is that rustling in the bushes a lion, or is it the wind? The people who thought it was a wind got eaten. The people who thought it was a lion ran away, and they survived to pass on those genes of a tendency to see agency. And there are reasons for this stuff, and that's how all religions spring up. So the people who wrote the Bible were doing the best they could to explain the world they were in and making myths, because that's what human cultures do.
And okay, so basically, and that would go for any religion, right? That's fair to say from that perspective that all of these books that have a religion behind them, that's what they're doing, right?
Apart from Scientology, dude wanted to just make money, and he was very, very successful.
I'd have to agree with you on that one. Okay, so then that being said, when the Bible, I'm just going to keep because the one I believe in. When it's saying things, so they just are writing this because they want to put a label on it, and they want you to believe in their God, and they're just trying to tell you who it is, but it's really a myth. So they want you to believe in their book, and then the Quran wants you to believe in their God, and they're just trying to tell you that all these things happening are because of this God, and believe this one. So when the Bible is saying things like, Moses is splitting the river in half and sticks are turning into snakes, and there's like all these crazy things that sound completely unreal.
Yeah.
Don't you think that they would have come up with something more realistic if they wanted people to believe in it?
You have to understand the time these things were written in, right? These were pre-scientific, highly superstitious times, and the myth making was common. And people were, I don't want to say gullible because that sounds pejorative, but people didn't look at the world in the way that you and I might look at the world now and go, "Oh, come on, are you kidding?" Like that's just how these things work. They were stories and myths and legends, and they wanted them to be awe-inspiring and amazing, and people believed in magic, and in lots of places people still do.
Okay.
Don't you think that's a better explanation than that the magic is real and animals occasionally talk, and information about how to live is encoded in fruit that naughty people ate in a magic garden? You don't really believe that's true.
I think that one's a symbolic representation, but sure, the donkey talking in this, right? It sounds unreal.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to kind of get a little feel for you, and I just kind of scrolled through today. I am gonna check out those verses and kind of do some more research of my own. But let me just ask you one last thing. Can I just want to understand like what your point is in doing these this live stream?
That's a really good question. So the why for me is that I feel very, very strongly that whilst religions and faith do confer a definite benefit to some people, right? I don't doubt that. I'm not a person who says every manifestation of religion is always bad. I get it. People get comfort and solace and a sense of purpose, and most of all, community from religion. I completely grant all of that. There's a dark side to it which just doesn't get talked about enough. And the dark side is that certain religions, specifically mainly Christianity and Islam, have at their center the idea that if you don't believe the right things, that's a moral failing, that it's something you deserve to be punished for if you're not convinced of the right things. Like if you die without believing that Jesus did something special for you, well, the fact that you haven't been persuaded of that thing then means God's going to set you on fire forever and torture you. And I just think that's a really horrible thought. I think it's a really it's a morally incoherent position to take, because you can't choose to be convinced of something if you're not convinced of it. Like if you put a gun to my head now and said, accept Jesus or I'll pull the trigger, I wouldn't be able to do it. I could lie, I could pretend, but if there's a God, God would know that I wasn't serious, right? I can't make myself convinced of something that I don't find convincing. And so a religious system that threatens punishment to everyone who happens to just not be convinced by the claims they've heard about it is sort of morally stupid. And we should all be pushing back against this. There are millions of people in your country right now, tens of millions, in fact, who suffer from religious trauma because of these ideas, because these ideas tell them that they're bad because they are not convinced by these stories. And let's face it, the stories they're not convincing, right? They're not convincing because there's no evidence for them. There's no evidence that people, that Jesus rose from the dead and that the ground opened up and all the dead people got out of their tombs. The zombies climbed out of their tombs and walked into town to go and say hello to everyone. But not a single historian at the time thought to write it down. It's not credible, right? So people hear these stories and they go, no, that doesn't add up for me. And then God's going to come along and go, aha, because you weren't convinced of this, I'm now going to torture you forever. It's not okay. And people are harmed by these ideas. Children are brainwashed by their parents, terrified by their parents. Very, very powerful groups of people want to teach children nonsense in schools. And I think that's really bad. And so my purpose is just to push back on this and create a space where we can legitimize non-belief by saying, you can be a perfectly rational person and not accept any of this stuff and still live a good life, still be a kind person, still be motivated by values of compassion and empathy and kindness and reason and trying to be of service. All of these things that are kind of lofty values are available to everyone, even people without faith. So that's what motivates me to do it.
Okay. Yeah, because you're finding that the point of like being sent to hell, quote unquote, sent there, is like scaring people and it's unnecessary. And so you think it would be better to I'll be in 2 minutes. Yeah. Sorry. So you think it'd be better to not have that?
Yeah, I think it's a counter.
The negative of these outweigh the positive.
Yeah, I do. Generally, I do. Not necessarily for individual people, right? Again, I'm not saying that for every person, which is why I don't make outgoing calls. I don't go around to religious people telling them they're wrong. I just set up camp here in my little corner of the internet and create a space where non-belief is celebrated and legitimized as a perfectly valid way to be, and push back against the narrative that people without religious faith are bad. It's complete nonsense.
See, I don't think you're bad. I would have to, and I see where you're coming from, because a lot of these people who claim to be Christians and they're preaching to people like you because you don't believe that you're going to go to hell. And I just think that their focus should be on the love that God has for you and not that you're going to go to hell. I see why you feel this way, and it's wrong, and you have you shouldn't feel the need to say that, and that's why Christians are failing. And so anyway, so I appreciate your perspective. And then one last thing is, I'm just curious, what do you think happens when we die after we anything? Or?
Two things happen. One is that your body rots and becomes worm food, or is incinerated if you're cremated. So your body ceases to exist. And then the thing that makes you is the operation of your brain, right? If your brain is damaged, you are damaged. If your brain is changed, you are changed. If your brain stops working completely, you stop existing, and you return to precisely the state you were in before you were born, before you were conceived, which is nothing. I'm totally fine with that. I know some people find it really frightening, but as Mark Twain said, I didn't exist for billions of years before I was born, and it didn't inconvenience me one bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, this is good. Yeah, I'm gonna run this back and kind of gather up some
Great.
more answers and stuff. And I'll definitely appreciate the conversation. And
thank you.
How often do you come on here?
3 times a week. So normally I stream on Saturday nights. I just wasn't able to last night. So normally it's Saturday nights, and then Tuesday during the day. I start it would be the morning for you. So during the day on Tuesday, and then Thursday nights as well. Very happy to talk to you again, Blake. You've been lovely.
Okay. Yeah, sweet. Yeah. All right. I will do. Yeah, I'll be back, man.
All right, friend.
Have
Take it easy. You too. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. Nice guy. See? For the other people earlier on who complained about how much we control the conversation and use the moderating tools and all of this, that's how grown-ups have a conversation. They listen to each other. They respectfully engage with what each other's saying. It's not complicated. Not complicated at all. What a nice guy. I hope we hear back from Blake again. Welcome back, Sean.
Thank you. Had to take a call.
All good. All good. Right. Call queues are currently empty. So if you've been thinking about coming up to defend your God, or tell us why we ought to have a relationship with your God, or why we're wrong for claiming that atheism is an intellectually justifiable position, now is your moment. If you come up now, you're going to come straight in. I would respectfully say if you want to agree with us about something, then the time to get in touch will be the After Hours show, which will be on Friday, this coming Friday, this week, at either 5 or 5:30 Eastern time, more likely 5. That is the call show where anyone can ring in and talk about absolutely anything. If you want to speak about your own deconstruction, if you've got questions to ask, if you've got a pet theory that you've been developing, anything. It doesn't even have to be about religion. On the Friday show, it's kind of anything you like. You can call in and ask about whatever you want. It's more like a kind of AMA or AUA. Ask us anything. If you have a question for Sean about his journey from belief to non-belief, or a question for me about anything about my music stuff or whatever you want, you can call in on the Friday show. And we're really looking forward to that. There are some other things to just let you know about while I have your attention. So on Friday, after that show on Friday, after the After Hours show, I will be doing Skeptic Haven with Godless Engineer, who you may know, John Gleason, fantastic guy, a brilliant voice in the atheism and deconstruction space. So very much looking forward to doing that show with him. And then, as I mentioned earlier, on Wednesday, this coming week, on the 3rd, I'll be doing the Hang Up with Matt Dillhunty on the line. So
nice.
Pleased about that too. So we'll be looking forward to having you join us on any of those. And of course, don't forget, Promise on the daytime show on Tuesday. Right, let's have a look at some super chats while we wait for our next guest. Jeebus Goatee said, "Fish ranting seems is how they get their jollies." Okay, that was sent when SCP was on the call. So I'm not sure exactly what that pertained to, but fair enough. And Bethos, thanks for the message, said, let's grant Big Bang is caused by God. Grant, I'm going to assume he meant. Let's grant the Big Bang is caused by God. Which one? Of course, these cosmological arguments can never even get you to a God. All they can get you to is a cause of some sort. They can't even tell you that the cause was a mind. I'm amazed that people spend so much time talking about physics and cosmology when it's never going to get you anywhere near the God that you speak to on the weekends. It's just not going to do it. You can kid yourself and hope that it does, but it's not going to. And Robin Webster says, hello to all. Love your channel, John. Well, thanks, Robin. I really, really appreciate your support. Lovely to see you in here. I love it when people join the lives for the first time. That happens sometimes. I sometimes see names of people who have popped up in the comments and then they arrive in the lives. And I'm like, that's someone who I recognize. It's lovely. So thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Bethos says, Puff did not create the universe as dragons don't exist. It was Rudolph. Reindeers do exist. Checkmate, Puffyists. Argument ad natus ruber. Very good. I don't have an argument for that, so maybe it's time to retool. And Bethos also said, Jesus is not called Emmanuel, not the Messiah, IRMC. Yes, Jesus was not called Emmanuel, and neither was the prophecy. The prophecy that talks about Emmanuel is in Isaiah 7. And lots of people think that this is a prophecy, including the author of Matthew, by the way, called this out to be a prophecy about the Messiah being born of a virgin. It absolutely was nothing of the sort. It was just a prophecy given to a king at the time who was worried about his political future. And Isaiah was just saying there's a child who's about to be born. There's a woman pregnant with a child right now, a young maiden. And by the time this child is able to tell right from wrong, your problems will have gone away. That's all that was. And the author of the book of Matthew, not having access or any understanding of the original Hebrew, completely misunderstood what that was about and referred to a Greek translation and totally got it wrong and thought that this was about a virgin birth and claimed it to be a prophecy about Jesus 700 years after the one that it was given for. Complete nonsense. So yeah, that's where the Emmanuel thing came from. And Bethel said, Blake seems like a good bloke. I agree. Blake is exactly the kind of caller we love on this show. Like good, honest, well-intentioned, listened, polite, lovely, respectful. Happy to welcome Blake back anytime at all. And last super chat for now, Ontological Shock. Thank you so much for this. The Synoptic Gospels, Paul and the early Christian movement are incoherent outside of an apocalyptic, within a generation, coming of the Son of Man framework. It's an elegant lens to understand early Christianity. It is, and any lens other than that cannot be reconciled with Jesus' own words. So if you're going to start arguing that that's not what this stuff was all about, then you're arguing against Jesus. And it's like, okay, well, if that's what you want to do, fair enough. But, don't call yourself a Christian if you're not going to grant that he said what he said. Okay, we're going to go over to YouTube and get Jamie in right now. Hopefully the audio will work okay. Jamie, are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly well indeed. Thank you, Jamie. Welcome in. What's up?
Yeah, so I didn't expect to get through, actually. I just heard you say no one was calling, so I thought, let's give it a go.
Yeah, well, you jumped straight to the top of the queue, so welcome in. To clarify, okay. we are still sticking to debates only, even when the callers are a little thin on the ground. So, are you calling up to explain why we should believe in your or a God?
Not really. So, if I'm going down the wrong road, then you'll just have to say wrong day, and we'll part amicably. So. It
sounds like that might be the case. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What's your position?
So my position is, so many times I've watched these debates, and unfortunately, they always end up in the like an argument or everyone ending up with abuse with each other. So I just wanted to start out. I'm happy to have a conversation. We will undoubtedly disagree, but let's keep this civil. That was my first thing to say. So I wanted to say, what is, if I can ask the question, I understand when you say an atheist, you say that's not a position in itself. It is a denial of a God. So I understand that. What I'm curious is, what is your position on, how did it all start? How did we get here? How did it all start? Just so that I'm not assuming what you believe and telling you what you believe. You tell me what you think started the whole thing.
Well, there are a couple of different questions there. So how did we get here can itself be answered in a number of different ways. I got here because my parents had a special cuddle. Humankind got here because we evolved from earlier hominids. Hominids got here because hominids evolved from earlier forms of life. All of those forms of life got here because they evolved from their earlier simpler progenitors. If you're asking why does anything exist? How did anything get here? I would answer the question, I see no reason to think that anything did get here. I think the universe has probably always existed in some way or another. And we know that it started expanding very quickly a long time ago, and it still is. And beyond that, I'm pretty happy to say I don't know.
So, fair enough. So would you say that with that in mind, you and I are not in a hugely different position from never being able to ultimately prove what we a priori come to the table with? Would that be a fair assumption?
Well, it depends.
No, because if you're coming to the table with two claims, one that the universe had a beginning and two that the beginning was God, and you haven't articulated that at that point, but if that's your position, we're in wildly different positions, because John and I are both saying we don't know. It could be that the universe always existed. We don't know if it had a beginning. If it did have a beginning, we don't know the cause. And you're saying, I know it had a beginning, and I know the cause, and the cause is God. And those are wildly different positions.
No. What I'm saying is, my cards on the table are, yes, I believe fully that there was a God who's eternal, non-created, etc., etc. I've got no original thing to bring to the table in that respect. What I was saying was, whatever position you have or John has, ultimately cannot be empirically proven in the way that you would say my position can't, and I would agree that my position can't be empirically proved, etc., etc. But whatever your worldview is, whatever you think, and you might say, well, I don't ultimately know.
We don't have one. We don't have one. That's what I was trying to explain.
No, do you mind if I finish, Sean?
Sure.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're sat here saying this is what I'm stating happened. What I'm saying is, you, Sean, John, everybody else listening will have a hunch, a theory, a thought, an idea, a favorite theory, etc., etc. You're not a blank slate. You will have some idea of how it started. You'll have some theory. You'll have some. You can't just say I'm not even put in a position there, because
why?
You will think something.
I am.
Why? Surely intellectual honesty entails knowing when you've reached the limits of your knowledge and being prepared to say, I don't know. I don't know isn't a cop-out. I don't know is a perfectly valid epistemic position to take with respect to questions for which no empirical evidence is available. In fact, it's the only honest answer.
Yeah, I literally don't have a position on the universe. I don't even have a position as to whether it's eternal or finite. If it is finite, I don't have a position on what caused it, because I don't know. And I don't know is the only rational position to have until there is sufficient warrant for an explanation. So I don't have a position. So I understand what you're saying. If I were saying, I don't know, explanation X created the universe, and you're saying my explanation Y is the God, neither of us can substantiate our claims, so we're in the same position, then we would be. But I'm not offering an explanation. John and I are both saying we don't know.
Okay, so let me try and put things a slightly different way. If you're saying you don't know,
right,
and I'm saying to you, I believe in God, which obviously I know you don't, and there's, you know, I'm not going to try and bring any new arguments because I haven't got any new arguments that you haven't heard 1,000 times before. I think what I would like to ask is, why is it that so many think that theism is so what's the word I'm looking for? So unreasonable. So I'm not on here telling you to, oh, here's this Calum cosmological argument that you've never heard. Here's this fancy philosophical theory you've never heard. Of course, you've heard them all. But my issue that I often see on these kind of programs is you can challenge all the arguments a theist brings, and I understand that.
Right.
But I don't think it's an unreasonable position to. So I'm not asserting these things to you. I'm saying I don't think it's unreasonable to look around and see the things that we see. We know we're sentient beings. We know we ask all these questions. We know we look at the creation of the stars, etc., 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 which in and of itself is. Sorry.
So yeah. So I mean, to answer your question of why we believe theism is unreasonable, is because John and I both have the position that in order to be reasonable to accept a claim, there should be evidentiary warrant sufficient to justify accepting that claim. If it's missing, then the belief is by definition unreasonable. And to date, neither John nor I have heard arguments that were convincing to us that it's rationally justified to believe in a God. We've heard the Kalam, we've heard, fine tuning and all the other stuff. And some of it may be convincing to you, and that's fine. And that's what these discussions are about. But it's very simple. We think it's unreasonable because we haven't seen anything that we would grant is sufficient reason to justify belief.
Yeah, so that's why I said at the beginning, I know I'm not going to bring anything that everyone's going to go, flipping out, this Jamie guy's just nailed it, let's all go home. So that's why I said at the beginning, there was just a couple of discussion points I'd like to have. And obviously, if I'm going off, if that's not the gig you guys are doing, then, just cut me off and no problem.
No, this is fine. This is great. This is exactly the kind of conversation we like to have, Jamie. So it's absolutely fine. To recapitulate what Sean said, we're not saying that any person who has a belief in a God is a stupid person or anything like that. There's nothing personal here. It's more a commentary on whether there is a reason to accept these claims, right? Because you and I might agree that it's silly to believe in fairies, right? I'm using this example. It's commonly used, but it's a good one, right? That if someone said they believe in fairies, and you ask, well, why? And they gave you a load of arguments for why fairies exist, and they were all fallacious. And you pointed out why they were fallacious and why they don't work. Specifically, this is the fallacy of this is the fallacy of that. This is what the problem is with this argument. And then they said, okay, but I still believe in fairies. You and I would agree that that person is not being reasonable because they're not applying critical thinking, and they're also not applying the same standard of evidence that they apply to discount certain other things to their own beliefs, right? So the person who believes in fairies may not believe in Bigfoot, right? Because there's no real evidence for Bigfoot, but fairies, oh yeah, I believe in those. We would see that they were being unreasonable and inconsistent. And what I see with the majority of theists that I speak to is that they are doing both of those things too. So the first thing they're doing is presenting arguments that are fallacious or ill-founded. They don't work. They are identifiably broken, the arguments. All of them are. And then the other thing they do is they're not applying evidence consistently. So a Christian will not accept the claims of a Hindu or a Muslim, even though they are making claims of exactly the same type, just with different details. So they won't accept the personal experience of people from other faiths, but they expect people to accept their interpretation of their personal experience, for example, right? So there's a lot of inconsistency and there are a lot of bad arguments. And surely one is reasonable to say, in the face of that, this is unreasonable.
Yeah, so as I say, I'm hearing what you're saying on your side, and obviously, just as I would not be persuaded by your arguments in the same way you wouldn't be persuaded persuaded by mine. That again, like I said, I didn't think I could come on here and change anyone's mind, but that I just hear some of the arguments that the Christians bring up and the way you back them back, and I just get a bit frustrated with the way the Christian puts down their sword, as it were, with the Bible. So one of the arguments that you have, or discussions you have, is a lot of times Christians will say to you, they'll quote Romans 1:20, won't they, and say like the creation of the world and all the rest of it. So you without excuse. So that is one verse where I listen. I understand it's not going to convince you, but I, as a Christian, would say I don't believe. Now, let me finish before you jump up off your chair. I would say, as a Christian, I don't believe you. Now, let me explain why I say that. If I'm being so just hear me out here. If I'm being consistent with what I claim to believe, I'm going to say that I'm going to believe what the Bible says above your claims of denial. And I know you've come back to that with saying, oh, it's very arrogant of someone to say they can read your mind or whatever. I'm not claiming I can read your mind. What I'm saying is, if I take the Bible as the written word of God, and he then says there are no true atheists, and then you say to me, well, I'm telling you, Jamie, I know for a fact in my head I do not believe, then I would just go back to the other bit in that Romans 1:20 monologue. Romans 1 says they suppress the truth in unrighteousness, etc. So while I wouldn't claim to have every single answer as to why you're not convinced in the way I am, I would still say that passage would still confirm to me, if I'm being consistent with my beliefs, that you're not being totally honest. Does that make sense? Without accusing you of being a liar, does that make sense?
It does make sense, but it's a really, really bad argument, because I would say that those verses in Romans, if you are applying reason to this, you should be extremely concerned about those verses, because they are proof that the Bible is a lie.
Yeah. So would you agree that if Romans 1 is correct, for example, some say it's plain to me, or it's clear to me that God exists. If it's clear to me, that means I know God exists, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we would agree that I can read the contents of my mind. And if it turns out that that's actually false, that would mean that it's not a matter of opinion. I would know for a fact that it's false, right? I mean, would you agree to that? That if it turns out it's wrong, I would know for a fact, because I have access to my mind, I would know for a fact Romans 1 is wrong. Even if you don't believe me, if it turns out, let's say hypothetically, I know for a fact I don't believe, that means I know for a fact Romans 1 is wrong, correct?
Yeah, if I gave that, if I granted you that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you granted me that. So here's what you're doing. And you know what? As an atheist, I'm actually happy. Please continue to promote Romans 1, although I say that in tongue in cheek, because I do think it's very like mean spirited and it's demeaning to others and stuff. However, I can tell you, I know for a fact, and you might not believe me, that I genuinely don't believe, which means I know for a fact Romans 1 is wrong. And then from there, I can extrapolate that if I know for a fact, then it's reasonable to conclude John knows for a fact. And then we have scores and scores and scores of people listening right now that also know for a fact Romans 1 is wrong. So you're bringing up a verse. It's like the worst apologetics of all, because it's not just a bad argument. You are giving people verses in the Bible that they know for a fact are wrong. And if you want to continue doing that, then knock yourself out. But it's not just mean-spirited. It's like the worst apologetics of all.
There's an irony here, which is that you came in framing your argument before about saying, you're going to say what you say, another person's going to say what they say, and there's no way to prove, right, that it's right or wrong. In this case, you've picked the one verse, not like it's the only one, but one of the verses in the Bible, which is the easiest to immediately debunk, because it is demonstrably, provably, 100% undeniably false. It's just wrong. What does it mean to say, if I say to you, I've never believed in a God for 1 second of my life, right? Never. I remember being a child and hearing about the idea of this God and immediately knowing it was just a silly idea, a silly story that people believed, and being pretty astounded that that many people believed it. I've never spent a single day believing in a God, right? Not one. So what would it mean to say, actually I do? Like, that's completely obviously nonsense, and you're smart enough to realize that that is nonsense. You can appeal to the text and say, I'm suppressing the truth in my unrighteousness. That's just propaganda. That's just spin. It's a theological cope to deal with the fact that the Bible writers realized that they can't really tell people what they believe because people know what they believe. Only you have access to your beliefs. I would never presume to tell you you're not actually a believer. Imagine if I said this to you now. If I said, Jamie, you might be saying you believe, but deep down you actually don't, and you're lying in some way. You would know this was a fraudulent argument on my behalf. You would know that this was, because you have access to your own mind, and you are personally convicted of the truth of these things, and therefore I would be wrong in saying it. But you must be willing. Here's another example of being inconsistent in the application of reason, right? You're granting yourself this benefit, but you don't grant it to Sean, and you don't grant it to me, and you don't grant it to anyone else. And the reason why? Because it says so in a book. And this is why I push back against religion, because it takes normal, intelligent people and makes them believe bullshit. That's what this is.
Yeah, so if you remember when I said before I quoted that verse, I made the point that if I was being consistent with what I'm claiming to believe, then by necessity there would be some level. So when it talks about the suppression, there would be. So when you're saying like the Bible is this, bull book and all the rest of it, this is where we will obviously have our main differences. Is that you will read it and see it as ridiculous and nonsensical and all the rest of it. And after what's that? Sorry.
I'll know when I read it, I know for a fact it's wrong because I have access to my own mind. I can't prove it to you, but it's like absolutely proven to me that it's wrong, and every other atheist who reads it.
Yeah, no,
and let me appeal to your reason here. So John and I, I mean, and yourself included, like nobody on this panel right now are idiots, right? So if John and I actually believed Yahweh was real, we would have to make the conscious decision to go against Yahweh and decide to allow ourselves to get thrown into a lake of fire for all eternity. By like, why would I allow myself, like, if I asked God was real, I'm gonna like sit there for clout on the internet, like get burned alive for all eternity just for what? For what? Like, it doesn't make sense that I would just make shit up and pretend not to believe, because I know the theology, I know the outcome, I know that if God is real and I knew it and I pretended not to, it's helltown for me, and like gnashing of teeth for infinity. That's just nuts to even think in your mind that a reasonable person would do that to themselves, let alone every atheist in the world. That's just crazy talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how I would reply to that is that I was trying to reply, and I did give you guys a long time to say. So just bear with me a minute.
You're right. I cut you off. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I please understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm going to quote some Bible verses and you're suddenly going to be enlightened and be in line with me. What I'm trying to say is as much as it irks you guys, and I see the way people put this argument across, and if the roles reversed, I would definitely see where you're coming from. What I'm simply trying to say is I'm not specifically calling you a liar, although it seems like that. What I'm saying is, if I'm being consistent with a biblical belief, and when you guys are saying, well, it seems nonsense to me. I mean, and I could say, well, in Corinthians it says the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, etc., etc. That's what I'm trying to say, that because our worldview and the way we see things is so hugely different. something that sounds ridiculous to you guys in the Bible is going to be like, well, hang on a minute, that explains why those guys are like that. Does that make sense? So I'm not here accusing you of deliberately lying. What I'm saying is, in a let me put this next word in quote marks, in some mystical sense, the suppression due to our sin nature, yada yada yada, makes people so twisted in the thinking. Just bear with me with the words I'm using. I'm trying to just get a point across. I'm just trying to make the argument that I'm not saying you are sat there being deliberately dishonest. I am saying, surely, if I'm going to be consistent with what I believe, and I believe the Bible is the Word of God, at some level, that is going to be the final arbitrator on what anybody says. And I get that from your position, you're thinking, Jamie, come on, think. And I would just come back to you and say, guys, if you don't think that Christians think these things through severely and deeply, you get some people on here who just end up buzzing out and telling you to
Jamie,
F off, which is shocking.
What you may not have thought through then is that, okay, thank you for being gracious and not insisting that Sean and I and everyone else here are liars in our non-belief. That leaves you with an even worse alternative, which is that we can't help but not believe, which, funnily enough, is quite true, right? So let's grant you what you're saying is that the reason for my non-belief, rather than being a choice that I'm lying about, is something to do with my sin nature. Who gave me my sin nature?
Well, again, I will answer that question, but let me just put one quick disclaimer on. You guys, as we know, and we're at totally different points, think that everything from the Bible is nonsense, but I'm always going to say that's my authority, so bear with me on that. So I would say that the Bible tells us every single one of us is born with a sin nature through.
Great. So God gave me a sin nature. I can't help but disbelieve. And at the end of my life, he's going to begin torturing me forever because of the sin nature that he gave me. And this strikes you as morally good?
So here we are. Here we get into the nitty-gritty with the moral argument. So again, I'll always go back to the Bible. We have a sin nature which is extremely offensive to God. I'm guilty of it. You're guilty of it, etc., etc. And when you're saying like tortured in a lake of fire and all these kind of things, I'm not going to try and defend God and what he says, and I'm not going to try and make out that hell and
Jamie,
everything.
Sorry, I don't mean to interject. I need you to own this. If I have a sin nature, it's because God gave me one. God didn't have to make me with a sin nature. He chose to make me with a sin nature. So he makes me with a sin nature. The sin nature makes me unable to discern his presence, according to Romans. Right, I'm granting you this temporarily for a moment. I'm going to lend it to you, and I want it back afterwards. Right, I'm lending you that I can't. That I'm lending you that my sinful nature is what makes me not able to discern God. Right, it's his fault that I can't see him because he inflicted a sin nature on everyone. He was so upset about the fruit incident that he inflicted every human being that's ever going to live with a sin nature. That was his curse. No one made him do it. If he's the boss, he decided to do that. So it's his fault that I can't see him. And then at the end of my life, if that hasn't been rectified in some way, because remember, I can't help it, you've admitted you're not calling me a liar. So my disbelief is genuine and sincere and involuntary. And it might be as a result of this illness that he's inflicted on everybody, right? That he decided to do, that he didn't have to do, that he decided to do. What is the moral argument that makes it okay for him to then punish me for the exact thing he inflicted on me before I was even born?
So obviously, John, you know exactly where I'm going to go with this, because you've heard these arguments before. But let's just go for the motions anyway. So as you know, from a biblical perspective, we don't go to hell because we go to hell not because of the sins we've committed, although that is definitely why someone will go to hell. We go to hell because we reject the Savior that would
because we have a
prevent us
sin
from going
nature.
to-
So that rejection
Yes.
comes as a result of not. I don't. By the way, I don't reject the Savior. I just don't think there is one, and there's a very big difference, right? It's the same reason I don't I don't reject Darth Vader. I just don't believe Darth Vader exists, right? I'm not rejecting Jesus and God. I just don't think there's anyone there to reject, and the reason for that, in your worldview, is because I've been inflicted with a sin nature that has rendered me unable to see that God and Jesus are there. So again, I'm going to ask you, why is it right for God to punish me for having a sickness that he gave me? He imposed it on me. He gave me a sin nature which left me unable to discern him, and now he's going to punish me for it. If I was a loving father, I would never, ever do that to my creation that I loved. I would never inflict them with a sin nature, and I would never punish them for having been inflicted by me with a sin nature. It's a double doozy of moral dereliction. Why is that okay in your mind?
So when you're asking me if it's okay, that's not a straightforward question. There's certain inviolable truths that I am not the arbitrator of. So sin equals, well, let me finish, John, and then you can come in. I did let you finish. So you have set yourself up there as the moral arbitrator. You've said, well, I wouldn't do this, and I wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't do the other. And this is what I'm saying, where you and I would never, ever see complete eye to eye, because whereas you would grant that is a morally reprehensible thing, what I would say is, if you're asking me, does hell sit easy with me? Absolutely not.
I'm asking you if it's just. You know what justice means,
yes.
right? Is God just?
Yes.
Okay, so in your definition of justice, is your definition of justice compatible with punishing people for crimes that they couldn't have done differently because you made them do it?
But I don't accept your premise. That's what I'm
it was
trying
your
to say,
premise.
John.
You told me that God gave me a sin nature, and that's why I can't see him. It's not my premise, it's yours, my friend. I'm offering you back the thing you gave me. You said the reason I don't see God is you were very kind and said you're not going to call me a liar. Thank you for that. And the reason why I don't see God is because he gave me a sin nature. And now he's going to punish me for it. So I'm going to ask you again, in your version of justice, is justice compatible with punishing someone for something that you inflicted on them? A little bit like setting someone on fire and then punishing them for burning. Is this okay? And if it's okay, in your view, if you think that's just, explain why.
So if you're asking me to grant you the situation you just given me, again, I can't grant it you in exactly that same way, because I don't see the biblical result of punishment for sins in the same way you do. So
you do. You're just not admitting it. And this is my version of Romans 1. If you get to play this game, I do too. You're in denial about this. And the reason you're in denial about it is because there's a little language game that you can play where you say, God doesn't send you to hell for not believing. He sends you to hell for your sins. It's a clever little inversion. But what you're not being honest with yourself and everyone else about is that the way that you avoid hell, right, is there's a special magic pardon that Jesus can give you. But Jesus can only give it to you if you believe he's there. If you don't believe he's there, you don't get the special magic pardon, which is actually functionally exactly the same as sending you to hell for your non-belief. The end result is, if you have non-belief, you go to hell. If you don't have non-belief, you get a special magic pardon. So this is not my theology, my friend. This is your theology that I'm just merely reflecting back at you. I'm not changing it. I'm not straw-manning it. I'm not misrepresenting it. I'm telling you, you've told us a couple of things, and I'm just giving them back to you. One is that my non-belief is because of the condition God inflicted on me. And the other is that I get deprived of the special magic pardon that would save me from hell if I do the one thing that God has rendered me unable to do. Make that make sense.
Okay, so let me add one thing that may make sense or may not make sense or not be part of what you've just asked me, and then I will answer your first question directly. Would it change your position or thought on it if I said, I'm not looking at you and saying you deserve it any more than I do? So in my worldview, I personally have no objection that I personally deserve hell.
No, it wouldn't change it. It wouldn't change a thing. That's just a kind of Stockholm syndrome masochism of bringing yourself down to be a lowly worm like me. No, it doesn't make any difference, because you get to pat yourself on the back, smug in the knowledge that you're not going to be having the flames of the lake licking at your ankles like bad heathens like me. It counts for absolutely nothing. You're still venerating and praising and adoring the entity who would send millions of people to eternal torture purely as a result of the thing he did to them. There must be some part of you that realizes how morally vacuous that is.
It would still be the case if we all deserve it the same. It's still the case that you would be saved because you believe and did the right things in terms of your belief. And John and I would not be saved. We would be burned alive because we are unconvinced. And the moral problem still exists.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The moral problem isn't the same for me as it is for you. So emotionally, if you want to talk emotionally, that's a completely different subject. Okay, so let's park emotions.
I still want an answer to my question about justice. Is that, does your definition of justice include punishing people for things that you inflicted on them?
Okay, I am trying to answer. Yes, I believe that hell is just. I'm not going to defend what God has said on that. I don't need to defend what God has said on that, because there's so many other questions that can arise from that it's not a black and white. It's not a black and white answer when you're adding emotions to it. If you're just asking me black and white, is it justice? Do I believe it's justice?
Yeah.
Then yes, I do believe it's justice because God has said it's justice. So
that's
and
wild.
hang on. Let me finish, guys. Let me finish. Because my starting position is God, and He knows more than you and I do.
That's
Your
terrible.
starting position is.
Do you realise what you've given up, Jamie? What you've given up?
on.
You've just surrendered your own sense of moral intuition and exchanged it for unlimited just obedience. That's it. You've literally given up a part of what makes you human. A part of one of my favourite parts of what makes us human is our ability to look at other humans and empathise and feel compassion and have a sense of, even like children have a sense of fairness, you know. Even at age like 4 or 5, they already have a sense of fairness, and you've just given yours up. I think it's terrible. This is part of the thing I hate most about this cult is the way it strips people of that. And hearing you so sanguine, saying, yeah, well, my starting point is that everything God does must be good. So when He punishes people for the exact thing that He's inflicted on them, it says in my book that it's good, so I'm going to say it's good. Do you realize what it's costing you to be like that? What you're losing as a human being is awful to see it, Jamie. It's heartbreaking.
But John, to be fair, I did say, if you're asking me strictly justice without any emotion in, if you want to ask me the same question with emotion put into it, it's a complete. You put me on. Just let me finish, guys. You put me in a position of answering you a direct question. I was in a corner, and most people try and fudge it and try and defend God, and I just simply said I don't need to defend God. But the idea that I haven't thought this through, and the idea that this is some blasé, sanguine decision is a bit like you saying to me, you cannot. When we did the Romans 1:20 discussion, just as I said, look, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm being consistent. I'm trying to be consistent with what I believe. The same thing I could say back to you. The idea
I'm not saying you haven't thought it through. I grant that you have thought it through. Makes it even worse
yes,
that you've thought it through, and this is the stop you've arrived at. The stop on the train of thinking it through that you decide to get off at is the stop that allows for this. It's appalling.
Your answer to the problem was God's ways are higher. He knows what we don't know, so it must be just. If God was unjust, how would you know? Could you know?
Well, I'll grant you that when we come to these questions, and we are all in the same boat.
Well, no. So what's the answer to the question? If God was unjust, could you possibly know?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I was having this discussion with someone the other. Can you imagine if this was all a big con trick and God was actually evil, and then we took yeah. So
what's the answer?
Well, I have to say, ultimately, I couldn't give you a satisfactory answer. But I with all my fiber and being and heart,
it's satisfactory. Just an answer. Like, if God was unjust, could you know? That's a yes or no.
I suppose not.
Okay, so when you say God is just, there's no meaning behind it, because if God is unjust, you have no way of knowing. So if you have no way of knowing if he's unjust, then you have no way of knowing that he's just, right?
Well, I granted you no for the sake of furthering the discussion, but that, you know, if we were sat over coffee talking this through, I'd give you a million reasons why I don't actually so there's 90% of me thinks no, I'm solid in this, and then there's the 10% which is the wrestling with the doubt, which is normal in any worldview position. There's wrestling with doubt.
Hold on, because you didn't qualify it when you initially answered the question. So my question was, if God was unjust, could you possibly know? You thought about it for a bit, and you said no. And then when I showed the problem that has with your other position, that God is just, then you just said, well, I was just saying that for the sake of argument. So are you saying you could know if God was unjust?
It's horrendous, Jamie. It's horrible to hear a thoughtful person. In fact, the fact that you clearly have thought about this stuff and still arrived at such a morally indefensible position where you're happy to follow a God that would inflict an illness on someone and then punish them for the symptoms of the illness he inflicted on them, and you're just going to clap that on and go, it's great, it says so in my book, must be good. It's terrible. This is the perfect example of why I do this, is hearing conversations like this, because you strike me as a thoughtful, nice person. I'm sure you're kind. I'm sure you have good relationships with the people around you. You don't strike me as like a terrible person or something. But what you're defending is morally disgusting, and that's not just me making an argument, like an appeal to emotion or something. It's just it's hard to imagine anything less just than imposing something on people and then punishing them for the thing you imposed on them. It's hard to imagine anything further away from justice than that. But because your book instructs you to like it and tells you God's ways are higher, you surrender your own intuitions at the door, as I said, and you just give in. It's horrible to see it. Really, it's really makes me sad. Makes me sad for you. It makes me wonder how it affects your life.
So can I ask you something, John?
Yeah.
So you were speaking before to someone, and they said, like, what do you think happens after you die? And you said, well, your brain stops and that's the end of you, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Well, so that works for, and let's, sorry to be annoying, let's put the good person thing in quotes, because again, from a biblical perspective, ultimate good, etc., etc. So let's just assume the good people, that works for the good people. So you see the news, you must have heard about that poor little baby that was killed and abused, and all those kind of things just make you want to vomit. And there's a million atrocities happen every single day, which, obviously you will lay at the foot of God, and I understand those arguments, the Odyssey, etc. But I just want to ask you, what happens to the child rapist that goes around third world countries taking advantage because he knows he can get away with it, so he's never brought to justice?
You mean the one moved around by the church from diocese to diocese, you mean?
Look, if you're asking me to defend priests who do stuff like that, of course I'm not going to. That's a different subject. I wouldn't defend that in any way, shape, or form. What I'm asking you is that person who's done horrendous things.
Yeah.
You know, and we could name Hitler, Pol Pot, etc., etc.
Sure.
And they rest in peace, just like your dear old mother and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
How do you square that?
You know what I do?
They've just got away with
You know
it.
what I do? I put my big boy pants
Go
on, and I accept that that's reality. That the universe doesn't owe us a fairy tale ending. That bad things happen, good things happen to bad people, bad things happen to good people. It's life. It would be lovely if everything got neatly tied up with a bow and all the baddie people got exactly what was coming to them and all the good people got their rewards afterwards. I grow up and I accept that I live in a universe that doesn't pander to my romantic inclinations in that way. And I accept it. And it's reality. It's called being an adult and dealing with a universe which is ultimately indifferent. And that's why I accept it. And I don't have to like it. I don't like the fact that there are people who get away with screwing over and hurting other people. I don't have to like it. I don't endorse it. I'm not excited about it, but neither am I in denial about it and telling myself stories of magical beings and, you know, special divine blood magic to try and explain it away. We don't need to do that. We're in the 21st century now. We've had an enlightenment. We've moved on. At least some of us have. And I'm prepared to just be a grown-up and say, unfortunately, that's how life is.
So what you've just said there, John, would be to many people, including myself, just as unsatisfactory and a terrible thing to think through as what you've said would be my beliefs. And also, I know that none of these are original questions, but it still does beg the question: why on earth would anybody be good and do good and work for the good of human society and all those other things if there is no ultimate right and wrong? There is no ultimate.
So,
just very quickly, I'll nearly finish. Because just saying, well, it's good in of itself or whatever, it's like, because you could say to someone else, I think it's a good thing for society to do good,
I
and somebody
understand.
else could turn around and say
the moral argument. So
why
let me respond to the two things you said. So the first thing is, you are wrong. My statement on dealing with the fact that horrible things happen in the world is not equivalent to your endorsement of God's horrific justice, because your endorsement of God's horrific justice carries with it a moral angle. It carries with it an endorsement of immoral behavior. My position doesn't carry with it a moral angle. I've said to you, I don't like it. I don't like the fact that bad things happen to good people and that bad people are often live their lives like Jimmy Savile and then end their lives and there's no accountability in a magical afterlife afterwards. I don't have to like it. I'm just saying that's how I think it is. I may dislike it. What you've said is that you essentially support a God who would institute such a completely immoral system to punish people for the things he's done to them. You've said that because you think God is good and you love God. It's a totally different position to mine. You cannot make them equivalent. They are not equivalent. I won't accept that. And then to answer your question of why should we do nice things for people if there isn't a cosmic policeman watching us who's going to judge us for how well we behaved afterwards? Are you really asking that? Like, is the only reason you're nice to people or kind to people or help someone in need because you think you're going to get an award for it later? Like, would say, I don't believe that you're that morally decrepit that you would actually think that. I don't accept that. I think you're a better person than that. I think you're a human being with mirror neurons that allow you to feel a strong sense of identification with people who are suffering and in pain. And you feel that movement to help someone when you can, because that's part of what being human is, even if it's to your own detriment. That's why we sometimes hear people who have very little who will still share and give up some of what they have because they want to help other people, or people who take lower paying jobs than they could because they want to do work which is more meaningful for them because they know it's going to help other people. They don't do it because they think they're being watched by a magic space wizard who's going to give them sweeties in the afterlife because of it. They do it because it's a good in its own way. It's a moral good that they can identify because of how it makes them feel. That's part of being human. Empathy, compassion, cooperation. That's why.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say to you. What you've just said to me is very reasonable and appeals to us in the in a Western centre for scarce resources, etc. But if somebody just came along to you and said, John, what you just said to me, what a lot of nonsense. I want to go and do what I want, when I want, for my own gratification. And you must be honest and say, just appealing to that person's better nature when they just say, look, John, I ain't got a better nature, screw you.
Yeah.
You haven't really got anything to say to them.
I have.
Other than,
I absolutely have. No, I absolutely have. I would say come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, because that's what our society does. Our society, we understand that we have a collective responsibility to each other to protect ourselves from people who bow out of the social contract and would do us or others harm. Right. So I'm not saying that I'm not strumming a guitar and singing Kumbaya and just thinking everyone's going to be wonderful. I completely grant that there are people who are completely selfish, who are totally indifferent about hurting others, and that's how we need to protect each other from people like that. That's not a problem at all. But you ask me, what is the point of kindness without a God? I think that's a terribly sad thing to have to ask someone. Anyway, I did put a poll out to the room, my friend, and there's been a narrow, it's not been resounding, but a narrow vote for us to tie things up, which we normally do around this point in the conversation. You're welcome
fair enough. It's been
welcome to call back again, Jamie.
All right, appreciate the time, John.
Thanks. Take it easy.
Cheers.
Thanks. Okay, that conversation made me feel a bit sad in a funny kind of way. I don't feel, I'm not crowing about that at all. It just makes me feel sad to see a thoughtful person so kind of morally broken, which is what I'm seeing there. I think it's horrible. What a defense of that kind of injustice. Just horrendous. Okay, we will get Speed Buggy in next, and then we have Not Jay, who we haven't spoken to in a little while, back in the queue. A couple of super chats first, and then we'll get Speed Buggy in. Bethos says, I consider the Gospel of Luke perhaps not the greatest story ever told, but it is a good story. Bible as literature can be interesting. Taking it literal, not. I agree. I think the Bible's fascinating. I particularly like all the stories about foreskins. They're my favourite. And Bethos also says, I can't explain the beginning. Your Bible can't either, Jamie, unless it explains how Yahweh did it. And can you? And of course, no one ever can. It's all just God magic. God magic. Very powerful. And Jeebus says, trying to go for a funny name, Gotti pronounced fish, F like laugh, I like women, and SH like action. First super was about Apostle ranting. Yeah, Apostle was really funny. Got you now. Thank you for that. And Buzz is joining us from the Far East. Tap, tap, is this thing on? Good morning from Vietnam. I've got an hour, so hello, folks. Buzz, great to see you. I was wondering how you were getting on. I hope that you are having a fantastic time reunited with your wife, and you guys are having wonderful time reconnecting together. So happy for you, and I can only imagine you'll be going to amazing places and seeing amazing things, and can't wait to hear about it, and wonderful to have you here. So continue to have a safe, wonderful journey as you travel around. I think you were away for a month, weren't you? So looking forward to having you back, but hope that you have a fantastic time.
By the way,
while you're there,
did you get the Robin Williams movie reference?
I did. Good morning, Vietnam. Of course I did.
Yeah. Just want to make sure you miss them all. You miss them sometimes. I have to kind of point them out.
On it. And that was a great movie, and I really liked Robin Williams. Okay, so Speed Buggy coming in, Not Jay after that. We will get things moving.
Hi, John and John.
Hello, how are you?
How's it going?
I'm 6 years old. I apologize. I must have hit the join button, but if you got just 30 seconds, I'll just add one comment. You guys are a great dynamic duo in this area. I love your content.
Thank you.
And the way I see some of the religious people, like the last guest, is they are trapped in a psychological prison that they don't know they're in. And in that regard, they're really a victim of the process.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's why I felt sad, because I could see that he is a victim. Yeah. Thanks, man.
And unfortunately, we're the minority with all the religions and everything, but you know what? You guys are doing great work, and the way you approach the whole process is pretty incredible.
Thank you.
I enjoy watching the show. Sorry
Appreciate
for
you.
joining by mistake.
No worries. Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay. Well, we will then get Not Jay in next. And before we get Not Jay in, we do have 8 calls on the bingo. I wonder if we had a few from our previous conversation with Jamie. It looks like we do. So Ash called "You Send Yourself to Hell" 100%. That is absolutely right, Ash. And Briley called "Everyone Knows God Exists" with Jamie. Absolutely, Romans 1. Briley also called "Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy" with Blake. That is true. That was indeed said. And Ash called "Free Will" with Jamie. Yes, I think that is true. Briley called "Free Will," but it was just afterwards. And Yoey Gaming called "Words Don't Mean Words" with Jamie. I'm not sure. Did he really say? I guess he did, because I was talking about the Bible saying that non-belief does get you to hell, and he was saying it isn't non-belief, it's other things. So yeah, we'll accept that. Good call. And Gordon Loves Science calls "DNA is code, code needs a coder" with Jamie. Did Jamie go there on the DNA? I can't remember. Not like Gordon. Gordon normally calls it right. So I'm gonna say, look, I missed the look at the trees earlier. So I'm gonna give Gordon the benefit of the doubt, because I don't think I've ever seen Gordon call a false before. So fair enough. And Ash called "How do you account for logic" with Jamie. I don't think I remember Jamie getting into pre-sup stuff there. Do you remember that, Sean?
I don't remember for sure. I may have missed it though, but like that, I have my memory. If it's not like in the immediate, it's hard for me to.
Let's give it anyway, because I feel like I'm being a bit tough tonight on the bingo. So let's give that one the benefit of the doubt. So that is the bingo there, up to date. Okay, let's get Not Jay in and see where we are at with that. Where has he gone? I'll try to bring him up. Let's try again. There we go. Almost. There we go. Not Jay, welcome back.
John, how are you?
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Thank you.
What would you like to say tonight?
Well, first of all, I listened to Heatwave and Solar Flare.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Sounds a lot like Daft Punk.
Yeah, it's a bit Daft Punk. I agree. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Look, this may be quick because I might be incredibly wrong, but listening to your argument, you said that your non-belief, which isn't your fault, as an internal critique, is going to get you sent to hell, and you're going to be tortured for all eternity.
According to his theology. I understand that there are people who have a different view of soteriology and have different. I know that you do. I understand that's not your view, but I was responding to.
No, it's not. It's not my view. It's the view of the Catholic Church.
Of the Catholic Church, right? But I was responding to the view that that he said he held, right? So that's generally what I try to do: is meet a person in the place they are and respond to the position that they hold. So he holds the view that not accepting Christ leads to eternal torment, or to some version of hell. It doesn't have to be eternal torment, but some version of hell. And he holds the view that he started with Romans 1, and then in order to avoid calling Sean and me a liar, he granted that our lack of belief was because of our sinful nature, and he granted that God had given us the sinful nature, and therefore our lack of belief is basically because of God. God has inflicted the lack of belief on us and is now going to punish us for it. And that's what I was responding to, which I'm sure you agree is a ludicrous position morally.
Absolutely horrid to hold somebody accountable for something they can't control. Yeah. I think you can influence belief, but I don't think that you can control it. Yeah. So, all right. I just kind of thought that is, I don't know. I consider that to be a pretty fringe view when you're getting right down to it.
A shocking number of people hold to it. It's kind of why I do this.
It's not fringe we experience it all. That it's a very common view.
Yeah.
I
disagree with it.
Thanks, Not Jay. Appreciate you voicing another perspective.
Let me just say I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't hold the view, I loved that. Whoever gave that to you, John, that was cool.
That was an awesome helmet on TikTok. The YouTube people wouldn't have seen that, but thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. There you go. Well, thank you, Not Jay. Appreciate you airing.
Thanks, John. Try and stay cool.
Thank you. It's cooled down here now. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. The heat wave in the UK is now, for now at least, abated, and we're all breathing a sigh of relief today as temperatures drop from unbearable to bearable. So yeah, there we go. Okay. Let us get Naomi in next, and then Yuwu Angui after that. Naomi, almost. Come on, TikTok. There we go. Welcome in, Naomi.
Hi. I've only ever done one live, and that was earlier. So sorry if it doesn't sound great.
Welcome in.
I was just wondering.
Go ahead.
What would you think about the ancient Egyptians? So what I think about them is what we're taught is they're one of the most advanced species, people that have ever existed, and they believed in over 2,000 gods. So what would your opinion on that be?
Well, they were a lot less advanced than we are now, and they were a lot less advanced than the Victorians were. Well, I don't know how you gauge how advanced someone is for their time.
Because if you think how long
you said there ever was. I mean, I just want to. Yeah, you said they were the most advanced that there ever was, and so that would include today. So yeah.
But also, I'd like to include for the time that they were around.
I don't know how you'd calculate how advanced someone is for their time.
We are still working off of what ancient Egyptians gave us, so geometry.
I also think it's irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, that's how human knowledge accumulates over time. We're working off what the Greeks gave us too. That's how human knowledge works. But I don't think we need to fetishize the Egyptians.
Yeah, how advanced as a society is irrelevant to whether their God beliefs are true. Because right now the human race, globally, is more advanced than it's ever been. And hold on. I'm not done. All right. So globally, the human race is more advanced than it's ever been, and all over the world, people believe different contradictory religious beliefs, God beliefs that cannot all be true. So apparently, being advanced doesn't de facto lead you to true God beliefs. One doesn't follow to the other. It's a non sequitur.
Okay, I'd have to disagree, because if you look into the gods of the ancient Egypt, they do actually tie in with the god. So, for instance, in one of the gods in ancient Egypt, he's called El, and he is the god of gods. Okay, and in the Bible, it does actually mention El. It does say, "You knew me by a name which used to be El." And so there is ties, and then you've got the same thing with the Muslims' faith. They talk about Jesus, who we said, Christians will say that Jesus himself is a God, God's in three parts: the Holy Spirit, the Father, and the Son. So what I think is that a lot of it is all connected in their belief. It's all been kind of Chinese whispered and altered and changed, but I do think that you could actually tie them all up to being connected.
And why would that mean that any of it's actually true? Let's grant you that there's some cultural osmosis that happens where sort of religious ideas get smeared around across history and across times and places, I think that's a reasonable thing to grant. But that doesn't speak to whether any of these ideas are actually true, does it?
No, it doesn't mean it's true. It's just an interesting thing that when you look into each one deeply, they all do kind of have a lot of similarity. The people that they're talking about, and I know you get different ones they argue, but
Naomi, sorry to interrupt you, but we're here to have debates and discussions about reasons for believing that gods are true. Is this a reason why you believe a god is true?
I haven't told you I believe in a god. That's an assumption.
It's an assumption because it says debate stream above my head, and it says why should we? If
it says opposition only.
It says debate stream opposition only, so it's not an unfounded assumption, is it? So if you're calling in pretending to,
I just read why should we believe in your god?
Okay, well in that case, thank you for ringing in, and we'll speak again another time. Okay, we'll move on to get Yuwu angry in right now. Folks, it's not complicated. It says it on the screen. Debate stream only is what it says. Debate stream opposition only. It says it right there. So there we go. Not difficult. Okay, let's get in Yuwu angry right now. Hello there.
Oh, hey. Can you hear me?
Very well indeed, yeah. Welcome in.
Cool.
I'm going to assume that you have correctly read the prompt on the screen. Are you here to argue for a god?
I'm not here to argue just to argue. I was just wondering what your perspective is on. I forget the name of the scientist. There was a scientist back in, I believe, like the 1920s, who proposed that the farther you look into science and the more you understand, the more you get a grasp on the world around us, the more you start to believe that there is actually a God, because there's just so much, there to explore.
I'm familiar with the quote. He was factually wrong. If you look at PhD scientists, like the surveys from like Pew, they're like easily searchable. The higher somebody goes in the sciences, the less likely they are to believe in God.
Yeah, no, but what I mean is a little bit closer to like, so when we first discovered the atom, right? We thought that was it, and then you go a little bit further. Okay, now there's quarks and muons and all that nonsense. You're like, oh, okay, cool. We found the bottom, 100%. Boom, that's the way it is. And you go a little bit further, and you're like, okay, well, no, there's actually little particles that their spin determines how they interact with reality, right? And I don't think that we've gone beyond that. I could be wrong, but it seems to me like the farther you go on, the more you can be like, okay, well, yeah, there has to be a finality to it, and that finality might be God.
How does any of that relate to a God, though? Like, even if we granted that you reach a point where you can't go further, if we reach, the most fundamental of fundamental particles, say, how does that get you to a God?
I guess it's just a little bit closer to like, okay, well, there's not really an extensive bottom to it that we've been able to find like definitive proof of. So it's been more along the lines of just belief at the end of the day. That's really all it can be. You know what I mean?
Not entirely. I don't really understand the form your argument takes. Like, nothing you're saying constitutes even weak evidence for any kind of deity. You're just describing the process of investigating nature and understanding more and more as we do so. That's the accumulation of human knowledge, which is beyond dispute. But none of that points you to a God. It just points you to human beings are quite good at learning.
Yeah, they are quite good at learning. I mean, that's kind of, in my view, that's kind of the whole point of people being here, is it's sort of an extension of God to discover what he's made. But that's just me. I don't really subscribe to any one religion. It's more of like a generalized kind of personal thing. But
just for the sake of clarity,
I was just wondering what your philosophical view on it was. more than
the initial quote. Werner Heisenberg. I had to look it up. I didn't remember it exactly.
Oh, was it Heisenberg
The
who
first
said
gulp.
that?
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
the first gulp of the first gulp from the glass of natural sciences will make you an atheist. But at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. So the implication there is when you really dig into science, then you'll discover God. But that turns out not to be. Now, this is irrelevant, all of it, as to whether a God exists. God may exist, may not. None of this proves or disproves God exists. However,
No, that's true. I think this whole argument is more like a philosophical one, though.
Yeah. Hold on.
You know what I mean? It's not.
But
you can't
Jesus,
prove a negative.
Let me finish.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So, but the point I'm getting at is that this quote is actually like demonstrably inaccurate if you're going to attribute it to like the more you dig into science, the more likely you are to believe in God, which is the way most people interpret that quote to be saying, because the higher academic achievement in the sciences, like PhD scientists, are far less likely than the general public to believe in any sort of God, especially a personal God.
That is true. I think that goes back to human psychology as a whole, though. When you think you've uncovered all there is to uncover, then that's it. Even though we do keep moving forward, we do keep trying to discover new things, figure out how, the world works on a deeper level. But the further you delve into that, I think the more convincing an argument for God could be. You know what I mean? It's sort of like a I don't know the word for it, but it's like when you're so deep entrenched into a philosophy or belief that it sort of circles back around to the what you were originally arguing against.
I still don't see it, honestly. You haven't said a single thing that could even possibly count as an argument for a God. All you're saying is we learn stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is also perfectly
perfectly
compatible with there not being a God too, right? So,
that could be fair.
When the evidence you're presenting, no, but we're not trying to, right? When the evidence no, I'm not asserting that. When the evidence
you don't have to assert it. It's in the statement.
No, it's not in my statement. I just said, why should we believe in your God? I have no belief in a God, but that's different to claiming there is not one. And some would also say, "Oh, thank you for the helmet on TikTok again." Some people would also say that absence of evidence is actually evidence of absence, and so some people would say that in some instances it can be, and so the complete lack of any evidence for a God does kind of give you a reasonably firm foundation for saying, well, until the evidence turns up, I'm going to, at the very minimum, withhold any belief in a God. And some people would say, on that basis, there probably isn't one. It's the same reason I feel fairly comfortable saying I don't think fairies exist. Can't prove it. It's exactly the same thing. Anyway.
That's very fair. But anyways, I appreciate you talking to me.
Thanks for coming on.
It was a pretty good conversation. And,
it was.
You have a good night.
And you. Thanks a lot. Take care. Okay.
I think he might have been lagging. Like that's because you used some talk over, and I don't think it was intentional. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. We did just have someone else in the YouTube queue who came. The TikTok queue came in and then dropped out. If you've just dropped out of the TikTok queue, if you come back in, I'll bring you in because we do have nobody back in the queue again. But we did speak to nobody before, so I will always give priority to people who haven't been up already in a particular show. This looks like Cadence coming in right now. Is it Cadence? Is that how we say your name? I can't quite read the script. Cadence. Okay, there we go. Welcome in, Cadence. How are you?
I'm brilliant.
How old are you, if I may ask?
Let's say I'm near my 20s.
You're near 20s. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Hold on.
Yeah, how near?
How near?
Well, I don't really.
Because near is a subjective term. 17 is near their 20s. How old are you?
No, higher than that.
Oh, okay.
Higher than 17. Okay, fair enough.
Higher than 20, I think. So that's fine. We just wanted to make sure that you're not a minor, because we don't speak to other people's kids on the live stream. So just to be sure, and you have a youthful voice. Okay, so what would you like to say? The floor is yours.
Hold on, I need to cough.
You need to cough.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay. Can you just tell us what year you were born in?
Who's calling me a kid?
What year were you born in?
What year were you born? I don't trust this one.
It's gone. Okay, that's a shame. Cadence is no more. Okay, well, I'll read a couple of super chats. We do have nobody.
12.
Yeah, sound it to me. We do have nobody's back in the queue again, but as I said, a little bit hesitant to do that. Okay, we've got Luca coming in. We will do that. We'll bring in Luca. Hi, Luca. How are you?
How you doing, mate? I'm alright. I was trying to sleep, but I can't sleep, so I decided to say my point of view about this whole God thing or whatever. So,
fair enough. And what is your point of view?
My point of view is that there is a creator. Like, I do not see logic in life the way it is in the universe, in the patterns. If you observe how everything is, you can see that there are patterns, and I can see that there is a design behind.
There are patterns in a snowflake. Does someone design a snowflake?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
We know how
snowflakes were caused by gravity and
crystals, crystallization of water.
Basically my idea is that you can explain almost everything with science, but the fact that you can explain everything with science doesn't necessarily discredit the fact that it can also be designed on another level.
Well, it kind of does, doesn't it? Because if you don't need to invoke design to explain something, then the hypothesis of design is superfluous. It's unnecessary. It's like it's overcomplicating things.
Yes,
it's totally redundant. It's like if I roll a ball down a hill, then we can say, well, yeah, gravity explains the ball rolling down the hill, but that doesn't necessarily rule out, magic invisible elves pushing it down the hill. It kind of does, doesn't it? Because you don't need to invoke the invisible magic elves when gravity does the job of explaining it already. So what do we have in nature that is not already explained, for which you think you need to invoke a designer?
What do we have in nature that... Sorry, could you ask that question again?
Yeah, what do we see in nature that is so inexplicable that you think that the only explanation is a designer?
I literally think everything. And I know this sounds very, very, very vague, but...
It just sounds like the magic elves, because we've got explanations for not for everything, but for lots of things.
So you think literally everything is like evidence of design, and then somebody else thinks everything is evidence of pure naturalism. How do you distinguish between the two?
I think they're the same. I think there is an intelligent...
They're not the same.
Well,
natural.
In my view, natural occurrences and the way that everything works, the laws of physics and all this kind of everything, I don't know these subjects. I'm a very spiritual person just from observing how my life has developed.
So you're claiming, so if correct me if I'm wrong, you're claiming God created the laws of physics, the laws of nature, everything, like the way the universe functions, like the way reality functions. God created all those rules, that they're not merely descriptive, they're prescriptive from God. Is that correct?
Yes, but not the God that the religion says. I don't believe in a man with a throne You know,
that's
I
fine.
believe in a higher entity, like more intelligent than us, just because purely for the fact that we know that we can create. And
so what's your evidence for that, though? So we describe the universe and call them laws. And so laws of mathematics. So we observe and even calculate that, for example, if you have a perfect sphere, the circumference is approximately 3.14 times the diameter, etc. Right? We describe these things. What is your evidence that a thinking agent made these things the way they are?
Just the fact that you know, life is only possible because of very, very, very precise details, laws. You know, like you're saying, no, like you can measure the circumference of the Earth, and you can learn that the Earth is a sphere in the middle of nothing, and it exists there because of some laws that are. You know, if something was slightly off.
If the laws were different, then things would be different, and another type of life may have formed, or possibly no life may have formed. This is the universe we have.
Yes.
We have absolutely no reason to think that it could be any different.
Well, I think that, you know, to keep going on the train of what I was saying is if something would be different, then yes, maybe a completely different universe would have created, for sure, but we wouldn't be here.
Yeah,
to
we wouldn't.
acknowledge
Someone
this.
else would be here having the discussion and thinking they were really special too. This is just the sharpshooter fallacy. You're just drawing the target round where the arrows landed and calling it special.
Right.
No, I'm not calling it special. I'm calling basically. My point is, I'm only able to know that something exists because I am here. If I weren't here, I couldn't know anything exists.
Sure.
That is correct. That is a statement of truth. It's also unremarkable.
So to me, that is kind of the proof itself that
why?
Without me, nothing could exist. Because without my perspective, there couldn't be any knowledge within myself, any awareness, any consciousness about what exists and what doesn't, because I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't exist. So I couldn't know.
That's true, but like it's also irrelevant. So let's say the laws of nature, the universal constants, whatever, were vastly different, and no life existed, but some other thing existed that could only exist under those parameters. Doesn't matter what that thing is. We'll call it thing X. Would the existence of thing X that could only exist within those narrow parameters be evidence of a conscious designer?
Well, so you're saying that I'm not included in this thing X?
Yeah. So you're not. I'm just saying in principle. So like, if there's no life, that no one would contemplate it. But still, you have thing X can only exist within these narrow parameters. So we just do a random generator with universal constants, and then thing X exists, but can only exist within those narrow parameters. Would that be evidence of a conscious being designing that particular universe for thing X?
I would say, I don't know, I have to think a little bit about this question, because my whole point is based on me existing.
Right.
So,
and this is analogous to that. So because your argument is if things were just a little bit different, I couldn't exist or life couldn't exist or what have you. Okay, so we do a randomizer and it's completely different and no life exists, but thing X exists, same argument. But it can only exist these narrow parameters. Does that mean there's a conscious being that designed it that way?
What you're saying, though, to me is kind of contradictory. Like, it doesn't really make sense, because if life doesn't exist, then nothing could exist. Right?
Well, but you can right now, as a thinking agent, contemplate that universe, even if there's no thinking agent in that universe to contemplate it. So please answer the question. Please answer. I didn't ask you if life could contemplate it there, because if there's no life, they can't contemplate it. I'm asking you right now, as a thinking agent, to contemplate this universe with a random generator that the universe created thing X based on what it landed on, can only exist within that narrow parameter. Would the existence of thing X be evidence for a God? Yes or no?
It would be. I'm struggling to understand the question properly, because again, like my perspective is from me existing. So if I now, if I can,
you can't contemplate some. Go ahead.
If I understood correctly, I can be aware of this thing X. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
No. Just right now, you're not in this universe. So so granted, in this universe, there's no life could contemplate it. So I got it. I'm asking, but right now you can contemplate it. So
yes,
universal constants, vastly different, ends up creating a universe that contains thing X. Thing X can only can only exist within the narrow parameter. Would that be evidence of a designer? Yes or no?
Well, based on my perspective, yes.
Okay.
Because something has to be created from something else.
Okay, so
at least from this human perspective, right?
So basically, anything you roll, it doesn't matter what the universal constants are. If some shit exists that could only exist under those parameters, it's evidence for a designer. So it doesn't matter that we exist. It just matters that when you basically you can randomize it, and no matter what it lands on, you're going to think, oh, that's evidence of a designer. You don't see a problem with that?
No. Because, as I said, something has to have created something else.
Are you familiar with
that's a different argument.
Yeah, are you familiar with the Douglas Adams puddle analogy?
No. I just want to say you guys know way more than I do on this subject, by the way. I just observe life based on my perspective.
So have a think about this, right? So this is from Douglas Adams, who wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He says, imagine a puddle waking up one morning and thinking, this is an interesting world I find myself in. An interesting hole I find myself in. It fits me rather neatly, doesn't it? In fact, it fits me staggeringly well. Must have been made to have me in it. And that's what the puddle says about the hole that it finds itself in. This is basically what this argument is saying, look how amazing things are because they turned out the way they are now, which is the only way they could turn out given the universe we live in. If we lived in a different universe, things would have turned out differently. And maybe we wouldn't have been here. Maybe it would have been someone else having this discussion. Or maybe there would have been no life. But the fact is, a universe with no life wouldn't have contained anyone to have the discussion we're having now. Only universes that can permit life would permit life. And here we are. I don't think there's anything to see here.
I think we're saying the same thing, but from, I don't know, like you obviously clearly don't believe in a God because you think that the universe can exist without the need of it being created by something.
Correct. And no reason to think it ever was created, by the way.
So
no reason to think there was ever a point where the universe didn't exist. Nobody can show that that's the case, and there's no reason to think that it is.
So your argument is basically the Greek philosophers they used to say that the being, the universe is always being, it never will not be.
It may be that the universe always was. There's no way for you or I or anyone presently to rule that out because cosmologists still haven't figured that out. So it may be that we're not saying for sure the universe always existed, but even if it had a beginning, which we don't know the cause of that beginning. And I'm unaware of any argument that the cause would be a thinking agent, especially because our only prior experience with thinking agents involves physical brains, not like abstract things that exist outside of space and time.
Yeah. So to get back to the fact that I said earlier, that it's because I have my own perspective that I can experience existence, right? And from a human point of view, we experience things in a linear way. as in something begins, something ends. I did get to the conclusion, I don't know how, but I did get to the conclusion that I believe the universe or / God or life, you can call it whatever you want, it doesn't matter what you call it, created itself to continuously go on a loop of life, of experiencing, and things exist on different densities and vibration, right?
Oh,
So
I wish you hadn't
now
said
we
that.
are,
I wish you hadn't said vibration. That's the red flag,
well,
dude.
frequency.
Frequency, yeah, another red flag. Any discussions about frequency and vibration, you're immediately into the BS zone.
Why?
Because they're words that people have co-opted from science, and they're applied outside of their normal scope and meaning in very vague, slippery ways to prop up ideas for which there's no evidence.
But there is no evidence for your argument either, though.
I'm not making an argument.
Well, you're saying, why should we believe in your God?
That's not an
That's
argument.
not an argument.
That's a question.
Yes, but
an argument are premises that lead to a conclusion. If somebody asks you a question, they haven't made an argument.
Anyway, dude, I think we'll move it on, Luca. Thank you for calling in to give your,
that's so good. Thank you for
your fine-tuning argument.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. Thanks a lot. Take it easy.
Have a good one.
And you. Thanks. Okay. We'll read a few super chats, and then we will get Olorin is in next, and then Jordan after that. But a few super chats to get through before they start to stack up. So Itch again said, thank you very much for the super chat, by the way. I appreciate this. If the Bible is true and I find myself at the pearly gates after death, I would spit on those doors and request God to send me to hell to burn for eternity just to spite such an evil and despicable creator. I mean, I kind of agree. I always think my cowardice and sense of self-preservation would probably kick in at some point, and I'd probably start fawning like a sycophantic fool, like some of the other people we speak to about this stuff. But I'd like to think that I'd be more like you.
I'm going to admit I would do everything I could to avoid burning alive for all eternity.
I would try
if it really came down to it.
I
might be indignant and upset and angry or disgusted, but I'm going to avoid that if I can.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And Richie's Screaming Silence says, is the rapist converting and going to heaven a better story ending than that of non-existence? In his world view, the rapist gets blessings for eternity. I agree. It's absolutely disgusting. Well said, Richie. Good point, mate. And Bethos, thank you for the super chat. I do bad things. I do good things. And my conscience is the judge. I did and do harm, but I struggle to do good. It's me, no reward by Yahweh in sight. And I think that's exactly it. That's just what being human is about. None of us are perfect. We're all flawed. We all don't make the best decisions all the time. And this is it. No magic required to deal with this stuff. Fallen Cities, thank you for the super chat. At least when a rapist exists without religion, there's no chance for that person to have salvation and an eternity in the good place. And let's not forget to add, potentially living nearby to his victims, who then have to live next to their attacker forever. That could be a thing, couldn't it? Delightful. Great.
One of their victims is burning in hell.
Could even be that inversion, couldn't it? That the victim is in hell. Yeah, I'm often minded of the Auschwitz guards who, marched Jews into the gas chambers. And according to the Christian theology, the Jews proceeded directly to hell, while the Auschwitz guards with God is with us on their uniforms go to the other place. Lovely. Gordon loves science. Thank you, Gordon. John, I do not think that I called the DNA bingo tile. If I did, it was by accident. Oh, well, Gordon, you've got so much credit in the goodwill department here that I was happy to think that it was my error rather than yours. But thanks for fessing up. I appreciate that. You're wonderful, Gordon. Thank you. And Core MDev says Jamie's call is a keeper. Concise responses for common arguments. Seemed like an honest caller, maybe in shock. I think he was honest. I really do think Jamie was honest. And I think think that's why it made me a bit sad. He wasn't just calling in to troll or anything like that. It just made me sad to see someone so morally lost. But yeah, thank you. I agree it was a keeper. I'll clip that conversation at some point and put that out there. I think it had some value, I think. Buzz says, for the chat, evolution is not the same as social Darwinism. That bears saying all the time. Thank you, Buzz. Couldn't have said it better. Absolutely right. And Bethos says, for phone users, increase font size to avoid friends. Not sure I completely understand that. Am I missing something there? For phone users, increase font size to avoid friends. Not sure I quite understand what that means, Bethos. Is that me being slow and dumb again? Could be. And Buzz says, I'm calling to debate whose dad is cooler. Yeah, fair enough. I'm going to win that one. And Anony says, good to see Anony. Glass quote is attributed falsely, near as I can make out, to Heisenberg. Falsely attributed to Heisenberg. That's interesting.
I did a quick Google sweep. I get stuff wrong sometimes, so happy to dig further.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. And Unormato Child says, thank you for the super chat. I'm autistic. The way the church treats us is abhorrent. A youth pastor told me I had no friends because I wasn't trying hard enough. The Bible demonizes the disabled or uses us as teaching tools. And there certainly are verses in the Bible that says, people who are disfigured or have missing body parts or who are not perfect can't, approach the altar. There's definitely some of that going on in the Bible. It's really disgusting. Thank you for highlighting it, of course. And Buzz says, supernatural is a paradoxical concept. If we can describe, observe, or detect it, it's natural, not supernatural. We've said this before, haven't we, Sean? Using supernatural is a cop-out and a blatant lie. I detected the undetectable. Yeah, I agree. If something happens, it's part of reality, then that's nature, isn't it? Okay, I will get back to...
I often discuss the supernatural. So I actually agree with you on that, John, and the person who gave that super chat. I absolutely agree with that. But for the sake of facilitating communication, I often still talk about the supernatural as a separate entity. And do you think that it's useful to try to push that narrative or that idea, or should I, you know what I'm saying? Or just keep acknowledging a separation between natural and supernatural just for the sake of having the discussions?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, okay. Sorry. Bethos has now explained the font size for opposition only is hard to see on phones. Okay, I do understand that. I can actually make it a little bit bigger.
Move it down might help, I think, actually. There's some room on the phone app to move it downward and you could see it. Also, I'm wondering if this applies to the TikTok one. Ronald the Roofer will get you in next. So I wonder if this applies to the YouTube. I think it's... Let's have a look. So we can certainly make it bigger on the YouTube because there's room for it there. There we go. Debate stream opposition only like that. And then on the TikTok we can make it a little bit bigger as well by doing this. Are you able to separately on the TikTok move it down?
Like that?
Actually, it's covering your head a little bit there.
A little bit.
Now that you made it bigger, it's
there we go.
Fine.
All right, hopefully that's better. I appreciate you guys so much. Okay. All right, let us get in, as promised, Ronald the Roofer. Hi, Ronald.
What's going on?
How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself, buddy?
Good. Welcome in. The floor is yours. So why should we believe in your God?
Never mind, I'll find someone like
you.
I
thought I recognised the name.
The
okay, there we go. I thought I recognised that, but there we are. Okay. For those who were not here at the last stream, don't worry about that. Right. I suppose we can bring nobody back in. as they have been waiting a while, so maybe they have something to say. So, hi, welcome back, nobody.
Hello. I'm very glad to be back. I've done some. I've gone back and I've reviewed my thoughts.
Okay.
And I've actually written down a decent structure for them.
Okay.
I have 3 questions. Just simple yes or no's. So, my first question is, would you agree with me when I say that nothing has 0 properties?
Yeah.
Sean, can we also agree to that?
If you mean like philosophical absolute nothingness, yes.
Yeah, absolute nothingness, no properties. Okay, thank you. Do you also agree with me that if you have 2 incorrect conclusions, then you should have no conclusion?
I don't know what you mean by that. If you have 2 incorrect conclusions, you actually have 2 conclusions. They're just incorrect.
But would you agree with me that neither of them are? You can't believe either of them. Like, but they're both incorrect. Because if let's say
if you have 2 incorrect conclusions, then they're both incorrect.
Well, yes, but there are. Let's say if you had one of them and it was correct, but when you put the 2 of them together, they contradict each other. So would you say that they're both false?
No. So if you have 2 conclusions that contradict each other, it could be the case that they're both false, or it could be the case that one of them is true, but they both cannot be true.
Okay, so they both cannot be true at the same time. We can agree to that.
Correct.
That's
but one
really all I
can.
need.
But one can. Yeah, that's fine. So they both cannot be
still
true.
all I need.
Yeah.
Okay, and finally.
So 2. Sorry, I'm writing these as I go. 2 contradictory. Anyway, I don't want to slow you down. Go ahead.
For my final, and all I really need for my last question, is: do you agree with me when I say that an absolute infinity should not exist, which is an absolute infinity is complete and endless? 2 contradictory statements.
What's the difference between an infinity and an absolute infinity? Or are you just saying infinity?
An absolute infinity is different to an infinity, but I am not at the qualification to explain that. It's pretty much just endless and complete. It's complete is the big
I mean,
ideal.
surely
You
the
can't
set of
change
all
anymore.
the set of all numbers is an infinity, isn't it?
Also, it could be.
This is a tangent. It doesn't apply to my question.
It could be, for example, that the universe is infinite in size, and or the time area goes infinite into the past. I don't know, but I can't rule that out. So I can't accept the claim that if that's what you're referring to as absolute infinity, which you can't describe. But those are 2 level. Those are 2 infinities that I can't rule out.
But let's just say you have. Do you agree with me when I say that you cannot have an absolute infinity, or to simplify it down, an infinity? You can't have an infinity.
If you want to say
in physical terms, you can't have an infinity.
No, I don't agree to that, because the universe could be infinite in size. There's conceptually an infinite number of 3s on a 10 base number system if you divide 1 by 3. That's conceptual, but the universe could be infinite in size, or there could be an infinite time arrow into the past. I cannot rule those things out. So I'm not prepared to say that there is no infinity in reality.
In the most simplifying form that I could find is, do you know how when you were a kid, you and your friend would be arguing about the bigger number, and you'd go infinity and then they'd go infinity plus 1, which is technically true. An absolute infinity cannot extend. It is the version of infinity that just you can't just add 1 or take away 1. It is infinity. It is complete.
Okay, so now you're bringing absolute infinity back into it.
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure where this goes, though. I mean, we've already demonstrated that there are infinities that can exist. The set of all numbers.
Yeah, but can they? I said physically.
I never said theoretically. The number 3, yeah, that exists, obviously, and you can keep timesing that up technically infinitely. But can you physically have 3 tetrated to the 9999999? No.
It's possible that there's no limit to the number of things that you could have. What would impose that limit?
Physically, I am talking about physically.
What would impose the limit on the number of things that you could have?
Matter.
Why?
The limited amount of matter we have.
That's a circular argument. You're assuming that which you're trying to prove, because you're immediately imposing your conclusion that there's a limited amount of matter, which is begging the question.
There's an infinite amount of matter?
It's begging the question that you're trying to establish. I don't know whether there's a limited amount of matter or not. We have an observable portion of the universe. The universe may be unlimited, and there may be an unlimited amount of matter, in which case it would be possible to have an unlimited amount of stuff.
Most of cosmology says that there is an end to the universe. Eventually, it does shut off. That is true.
I don't think that you're trying to form a deductive argument. What most of cosmology says is not going to be an effective premise in your argument.
Most of cosmology implies that the universe can have an end, and it likely does.
You're talking about the heat death.
Maybe not a temporal end. I'm not talking about heat death. Heat death is an extension of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is I am just referring to the fact that the universe isn't infinite.
I don't think this is an argument for anything, friend. I'm not sure if this was worth coming back for, if I'm honest.
I think you're just honestly trying to shrug. You're quite just disingenuous, and so is most of your chat, to be honest.
I'm most ingenuous?
You kick off when most people are correct. Disingenuous? You ever heard of it?
I'm disingenuous because I'm just saying that I think this is a slightly dull argument. That we've now spent 7 minutes talking about infinity. This is not what people are here for. That's not disingenuous. It's reading the room.
Dude, I can't lie. Half your chat is bots. I did check.
That's okay.
I think it was 77 from 10 minutes ago were just complete and utter bots.
So
great. So just ignore the 700 people on YouTube watching right now, and if you come up here to talk about the composition of my audience, that's definitely not worth talking about. So I'll say thank you for coming back a second time. Speak to you another time. There you go. That's not a particularly interesting topic to talk about, is it, everyone? You load of bots, you.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The appropriately named nobody departs from the chat, and we will read a few super chats and then possibly get our next guest in. We did have another one, but they have disappeared. Send me some love if you're a bot. I'm seeing lots of love from lots of bots on the TikTok side. Some of my best friends are bots, in fact. In fact, I'm a bot. Okay, we'll do a quick check-in on the bingo, because there have been a couple more calls on the bingo. What have we got? So Ash called a personal experience of God with Luca. Okay, we'll have that. Why not? And Ash also called Philbro Babble with nobody. I think I'm going to actually grant that. I'm going to grant that because things like, accusing people of running away when they're losing the argument, whatever, that for me falls under that kind of performative Philbro-y thing. And that argument about infinity was nonsense. We demonstrated that he was unable to say you can't have an infinity of things. It might
Did you notice he ad hoc later came up with a definition of absolute infinity that he didn't he just on the fly came up with that, even though he used the term absolute infinity at the beginning. Well, I'm not gonna describe it, and then here's an idea for one, and then later he applied the definition, like a definition. Anyway.
Yep. And Nina Baba in the TikTok chat, who definitely isn't a bot, said that little Phil cell was whiny. I agree. So Ash has called Crash Out. I don't know if it was a crash out because I just removed him. I don't think that was a crash out. I'm going to leave that in case we actually get one because crash outs are fun. Okay, so we'll read a few super chats while we're waiting for our next guest. What have we got? We have got Buzz says, has he never heard of Descartes from the 1500s? And I agree. Descartes was awesome. Apart from when he ran out of runway. He had this idea of like radical doubt, right? Remove everything of which you can't be certain and put back only that of which you can be certain. And he got to the cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. And then he was a bit stuck. He didn't really know where to go from there. And then he sort of went, all right then, well, God wouldn't deceive me. And that's when he started being slightly less impressive. Slightly less impressive. By the way, you'll see there is now a new inner circle display, which is now being eaten up by my larger debate stream thing. This design is not working at all on the TikTok side. I'm just got the members of the inner circle displaying on a lovely list that just goes through them all, so that I don't need to bore you with reading the list every week, because I was starting to feel that maybe that wasn't a thing that everyone enjoyed, me just reading a load of names. So I thought it might be better to do something where they can be displayed. I might put them over here, something like that. There we go. Let's put them there like that for now. There we go. And our next super chat comes from Not the Bible. Jason, granted you exist, please access tutorial mode. That was for Luca. Yeah, agreed. And also for Luca, Bethos said, test super chat from my MacBook. That does work, Bethos. It works from the MacBook too, which is reassuring to know. And Buzz says, I think got to go. Going to enjoy Saigon with my beautiful wife. Well, thank you for coming in, Buzz. We really appreciate you. Lovely to see you here. Go and enjoy Saigon. That's amazing. And Bethos says, font size for opposition only, right? Yep, got that. Thank you very much indeed. And Bethos says, the singer is very bad. Singer, practice for the love of God. I know, right? It's not a good look. That singing is some of the worst I've heard in some time. And Ben Bloodworth says, zeros and ones in chat if you're zeros and ones in chat if you're a bot. Very good. Very good. The audience is smart here, I tell you. I can't keep up with you guys. Penelope, thank you for the super chat. Not a bot. And the cute little kitty thing. I appreciate that very much indeed. I trust that you're not one. And Bethel says, I am not a bot. Syntax error 0000815. That reminds me of last year when there was a guy called Paul King, who's over on the TikTok side, who was insisting that I'm an AI. So I made a video reassuring everyone that I'm not a robot, and then I made the video glitch and temporarily kind of show my actual Terminator-style robot face. I had lots of fun making that. I'm not an AI either, sadly. I might be better as an AI. Who knows? Maybe I'll replace myself with an AI one day, and then I don't have to be up all night twice a week. Buzz says, not a bot. Okay, bye-bye. Thanks, Buzz. Have a lovely, lovely time. And last super chat for now is Lita Head. Thank you for the super chat. Proud, sentient meat bot with a credit account. Love that. Absolutely love that. Okay, we don't have any Oppo guests in. We've got Adam in the YouTube queue. I'm trying to maintain the being fair about not bringing up friendlies. So I'm going to hold off for a minute, Adam, because I don't want people to say that it's one rule for some people and not for others. So hold fire for a minute. We are going to bring in from the TikTok side Nero Sin. I can't read exactly what this says. Hang on, I'll try and get this right. We'll get him in right now and we'll figure this out. I can't read the name. How do we say your name?
Near
or
Sin.
Nero Sin. Okay. Well, welcome in. May I ask how old you are?
41.
41. Great. Okay. Well, welcome in.
Yes.
Thank you for coming up to speak to us. We appreciate you coming in. What would you like to say?
Yeah. I believe there's a God. Because there are so many, what do you call that? reasons.
Which,
For example,
what,
the quest for peace, the quest for perfect peace. There should be the presence of a God in order to arrive at the point of the perfect peace for all people. If there's no God, I think there will be ambiguous concept into to arrive to such a point.
Why can't people decide that peace would be an aim that they want and work towards peace without a God? If there's a God, surely the God could just stop wars from happening and you wouldn't need to work so hard for peace. And God, by the way, is constantly, depending on which God you believe in, so many wars are fought over people's ideas of God. People have been killing each other for thousands of years over what name to use for it. And the God of the Bible absolutely loves war. Tells his people to do it all the time.
But if you will really think about the concept for the perfect peace, there should be a reason of an idea or concept so that there might be an application for that concept or idea. The concept of application, the application of the concept is the, what do you call it? The guide for the to arrive into perfect peace. For example, there's no God. What is the hierarchy of the power? Hierarchy for powers or position.
Yeah. I don't think this is really an argument because everything you're saying is perfectly compatible with human beings just trying to work out their differences in the world. This is exactly what we would expect to see if there were no God and human beings are just tribal and prone to in-group, out-group behavior, and occasionally they work it out and make peace, and occasionally they don't, and they make war. This is exactly what we would expect to see. The idea that we can only work towards peace if there's a magical being overseeing the process is not really supported by any evidence.
Also, there's just war and destruction happening all over the world constantly. I mean, Palestine, Ukraine, a bunch of places in Africa, like just all over the world. I don't know how someone can look at the world and say, oh, examples of pockets of peace must mean there's a God. When the world is ugly just when it comes to war, let alone everything else.
Yeah. So I think come back with another argument because this one doesn't work. So we're happy to talk to you again. An effective argument, I'm afraid.
There is another perfect brotherhood. Perfect brotherhood cannot be achieved if there is no.
So we've switched from a perfect peace.
Person, right?
You switched from a perfect peace to a perfect brotherhood. I don't know what a perfect brotherhood means, but if such a thing can be achieved, whatever that means, I still don't think you need a God to do it.
It cannot be achieved without the presence of a.
Well, maybe
it can't.
Maybe it can't be achieved at all. I don't know what a perfect brotherhood means. It strikes me as a slightly flighty concept.
I know. That's probably.
Yeah. All right.
Brotherhood is really the concept.
Yeah. We'll speak another time. I'm not sure this is quite the conversation that needs to happen right now. But I appreciate you coming in.
No problem.
Thanks, friend. Okay. There we go. All right. So, fresh off his TikTok ban for bad behavior, Apostle Michael is back. So we'll speak to Apostle Michael. Something tells me he may not last long because he struggles to contain himself a little. But maybe he'll be able to channel the Holy Spirit and show us a demonstration of the love of God and the perfect calm of the Holy Spirit. And after that, we'll speak to Adam. After that, so bringing in back again. He can't get enough. Apostle Michael. Welcome back again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're not going to spend any time wasting any time on the meta. Here's where we were last time. When you were in earlier, before TikTok booted you out, I was trying to get you to explain to us why anyone should treat the Bible as authoritative, because in order for you to be quoting from the Bible, you would need to show that. Now, you got upset that I said that because I quote from the Bible all the time. The difference is I don't claim it's authoritative. You will never ever hear me say, this is true because it says so in the Bible. You'll often hear me say, this is false because it says so in the Bible. That's a very different thing. So I'm not claiming that the Bible has authority, and that's why it's fair game for me to bring it up in a conversation about Christianity. So what I'm going to ask you is, why should anybody care what it says in the Bible until you can demonstrate that it has any authority?
It has authority because it is the Word of God. It has authority because it was not ordinary men that wrote it. But if you check the scriptures, 1 Peter 1:21, it says that the men who wrote it were holy men. 1, 2. Timothy 2:3-16 says the Word of God is by inspiration of God. He led men to write and they wrote. 3. John 17:17, God said, thy word is true. Then I'm going to go to, I can use Genesis.
Do you know what? Now, hang on a second, just a second, because I don't mean to interrupt you, but you could quote us 500 scriptures now, and all of them would fail for the same reason. Do you know what it is?
None of them could fail because you're not God. You didn't give it. Yeah. You didn't inspire it, so it can't fail.
So the reason why they'd fail is because this is called a circular argument. So I asked you why we should care what the book says, because I don't take the Bible as being authoritative, and every reason you gave me for why we should care what the Bible says is from the Bible, which requires you to already hold that it's authoritative. That is called a circular argument. So do you have a non-circular argument? It's literally that's literally the definition of a circular argument, is to assume that which you're trying to. The definition of a circular argument is to assume that which you're trying to prove as part of the proof, which is exactly what you're doing when you use the Bible as your evidence for why we should care what the Bible says. So I need something from outside of the Bible to tell us why we should care what's in the Bible. Otherwise, it's just a circular argument and nobody's interested in those. So do you have a non-circular reason why we should care what the Bible says?
No, but you are not giving me no chance to speak. You keep interrupting, and that's why we are getting on the eye end, because you cannot have somebody trying to explain something, and every time you're trying to speak, you intercept it. That's ignorance, brother.
Right, but I was just trying to stop you. No, because you were going to.
But I was going. Listen, bro.
Yeah, but I let you. Okay, sorry. I let you quote 3 scriptures, and then I got the feeling that you were going to quote more.
You're a liar, sir.
And so I'm going to ask you again: do you have a reason from outside the Bible why we should care what the Bible says?
Science coming out of New York Scientific Museum has proven Genesis 3:20 as accurate, because the scientists there, which you are not, which you will never be, the scientists at the American Museum of Natural History says in the All of Human Origin that Eve is the mother of all humans.
I assure you that that's not true.
That is true. You can't prove it.
I assure you that it's not true.
You can't prove it.
I can prove it.
Can you show the link?
Every human being on this earth, 99.9% of all human beings arrive from 2 people, Adam and Eve.
You're talking about mitochondrial Adam and Eve, which is not remotely the same thing.
That was a metaphor, my friend.
So are you going to go to the scientists at the American Museum and tell them that the science theory is wrong?
No, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to tell you.
Are you going to go there and tell them
I'm going to tell you that your interpretation is wrong. That mitochondrial Eve, mitochondrial Eve is a poetic metaphor. to deal with the concept in genetics. And by the way, do you think that every word in the Bible is true?
Yes, it is.
Right. So if you if you take every word in the Bible as true, that places the first human beings on Earth at about 6,000 years ago. Is that what you think happened?
Well, science saying one thing, other people saying other things.
So
but
you seem to be a big fan of science. No, you seem to be a big fan of science. So
science so far has not debunked the scriptures.
Yeah,
science so far has not debunked the scriptures.
It has. So is your claim that the first humans arrived on the earth 6,000 years ago, as the Bible says?
Well, I never heard the Bible say it. I probably have to go and look at the numbers. But all I'm saying, based on what I see, based on what the science is saying, all humans, 99.9%, arrive out of Eve and Adam. And so your argument right now is baseless, sir.
So the same thing you're talking about, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam, they were millennia apart, thousands of years apart from each other. Do you agree with that?
I can't say I agree with it because Dr. Francis Collins has proven that DNA is equal in God. God equals DNA. So if you have an argument,
I like
why
that.
don't you take it up
I like that you're. I like
Dr.
that you're
Collins?
granted. Yeah, I like Francis Collins actually, because even though he's an evangelical,
You like him?
Yeah. He wrote an interesting book called The Language of God. So did you read it, by the way? His book. I read it. Have you read it?
I have some literatures from his book.
Some literatures from his book. But you've taken notes, but you haven't actually read it. Fine. Okay. So how old does Francis Collins think the world is?
How much he is what?
How old does Francis Collins think the world is?
Well, I've never gone into how old or.
Well, he talks about it. He talks about it in his book. Talks about it in his book. So how old does he think the world is?
He said 3 billion. He said, well, he talked about 3 billion specimens.
Yeah,
3 billion specimens. Have you done any specimens?
How old?
Have you done any studies like him?
Stop
John,
trying,
have you done any
trying
studies
to change
Dr. Collins? I want you to answer me that question.
No. I'm talking to you about the person you've raised. So I'm asking you, how old does he think the world is? You don't know, do you?
No, I didn't go deep into the.
You haven't read his book. You haven't. You browsed it.
I don't know.
Okay, it's okay not to know. So I'll tell you. So Francis Collins.
I said I haven't gone there. Sean, why don't ease, brother? Why don't ease, brother?
Okay.
I said I haven't read the old book.
You haven't. It's fine to. It's okay to.
I can't even understand you right now.
It's okay to not have read it.
No, because you is an ass. That's what you are, an ass.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And the Lord's servant,
very Jesus-like,
must not be quarrelsome.
I don't care what you say,
but must be
fool. I
kind
don't care what you say.
To everyone.
Shut up.
Able to teach.
And
not resentful.
Shut up, ass.
Opponents must
like
be
ass.
Gently instructed.
Because you don't hate God, but then you come telling me about God. How can you hate a God and then want to talk and use him as an excuse for your foolish rhetoric?
And the Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but must be kind.
I don't care what you say about the Lord's servant. You don't know nothing about the Lord's
to
servant.
Everyone.
Don't ever quarrelsome John Cohen.
Not
you don't know
resentful.
nothing about the Lord. Because you hate him, what you want is use excerpts where you want to come with people to try to insult them, to come with your rhetoric. John, go and sleep. You a fool.
And the Lord's servant must not be
Lord's
quarrelsome.
servant. You want to use the Lord conveniently in your stupid mind.
Kind
when you want to
everyone.
get something against me, you want to come up with the stupid Lord
teach.
mind. You're a damn hypocrite. That's what you are.
Not resentful.
Blind bondman's fool.
Opponents must
can't
be
bring stupidness to me and
gently
you can't
instructed.
insult me. You're a fool. You know it's not what you're talking about.
Oh God.
And the Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome.
Lord's servant.
But must be
You
kind.
want to call the Lord's servant
to everyone.
When you're disrespecting the Lord, I
Able
don't
to
need the
teach.
Lord's servant. I'm the Lord's servant, the Lord's servant. I
Not
don't care
resentful.
for your rhetoric, brother. I don't care for it.
Opponents
You
must
keep
be
it to yourself.
gently instructed.
No, you want to get disrespectful. You want to insult people. You want to tell them
so
you feel
wonderful.
like, and it must be quiet to you. I ain't bowing to atheists. I ain't bowing to
You
the
said
atheists,
we
John.
smell like ass.
I don't bow
like,
to you, sir. I'm
isn't
not going to
that
bow to you for nothing.
Michael,
don't know
I have to
nothing.
thank you for something. This is going to be one of the best clips I've ever had on here. This is going to be a special moment.
You don't know nothing.
It's going to be legendary.
Nothing, John dear, you knows nothing, John dear. John Cohen.
For the people in the YouTube asking about his camera, his camera's not on. Otherwise, I'd show it. Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Listen to this. I want you to go and study. I want you to go and study.
All right, okay. You can stop yapping for a moment. Unfortunately, I'm going to get so many people claiming that he was a paid stooge. But I promise you, anyone who's watching this clip, I didn't pay this man. I don't know this man.
Yeah, you're yapping. Go and look at Ron Wyatt if you got sense.
This is
scuba dive in the Red Sea.
This is some BMF level action going on here. I can't wait to share this with Justin.
No way. You shall burn your life alive.
Who votes for like a duet with him and Captain Skeleton?
But you're stupid just as your life. You're stupid.
Absolutely glorious. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Fire, brother.
I'm not sure. Is this would you qualify this as a crash?
You can. You can. None of you can face truth.
I don't know. I'm kind of on the edge.
Go look at Ron Wyatt. He will disembowel your nonsense.
Ron Wyatt.
Disembowel your nonsense.
He's a fraudster.
Disembowel your trash talk.
Ron Wyatt.
Ron Wyatt has studied the Red Sea.
He's the guy who claimed there were chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea. He's a laughing stock.
You liar. You liar. He's there. It's there.
He's a laughing stock. Are you really going to go Ron Wyatt? A classic.
Yes, I will go there. I will go there. I promise you.
And tell us about the Ark on the top of Mount Ararat as well. Go on.
Well, it's right there too.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
It's right there too, stupid. It's right there.
Oh, I love it. How's the Holy Spirit feeling for you right now?
Great. To debunk an ass like you. To debunk an ass like you, sure. I'm excited.
Fantastic.
To debunk an ass like you.
Yeah.
Are you sure this is a crash out though? Like, do you really want to count this?
I don't know.
I did not crash out. I stand on my truth that this guy cannot disprove.
Yeah.
Because he cannot disprove. The other thing you cannot disprove is that the Menelik people, black people, are the first people. They are the dominant race. You cannot disprove that.
The dominant race. I would actually agree.
It's the black race. It's the black race. The science is proving it.
I think you're probably right about the first,
race,
but I'm not sure about dominance.
Yeah,
easy, Tiger.
Because you, the white race,
hang on a second. We actually have a bit of a no racism policy on this channel.
No, it's not racist.
It's a little bit racism. No. Because let me explain something to you. So if a white person came on here,
literate. You're a white
you're gonna get yourself banned from TikTok again if you're not careful. I would strongly advise you. I would strongly advise you to be careful. Be careful, Michael. Be careful.
You want to disprove that? Disprove it.
So
that the black race
I actually think
you came from the black race.
I actually think you're probably. I think you're right. But that doesn't mean that any race is dominant. I think that kind of language doesn't have a place here.
You are the recessive. You are the recessive. They are the dominant. You want to argue with that too?
That kind of language is not necessary.
Are the recessive? You want to argue?
Do we notice how he's slipped from bad apologetics into overt racism? That's remarkable. Remarkable. So there we go. I'm trying to think what we do with him. At this point, he's like a
science.
sort of.
You're a shameful man.
Like a bit of a pet.
Big man.
Like
bring the truth. I want you to bring the truth, bro. I want you to bring the truth. Tell me that I can come on TikTok and I can say that I'm wrong. If you prove me wrong, I come on TikTok and say,
why did you get so?
I apologize.
Why did you get so racist?
I was wrong to Mr. John Cohen. I will say that.
Why did you get so racist?
I will say that right now.
Yeah, but why did you get racist?
It's not racist, it's fact. You guys have been putting black people down for how many centuries now? So we're talking about it's a fact.
I've never put a black person.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
I'm passionately.
Y'all gotta face the truth.
I'm passionately
Bring the science out. Bring the science out. Every race in this earth originates from Eve.
You know what we're going to do?
Eve. Every race originates from the womb of Eve. But y'all are trying to twist doctrine, twist science.
All right. So here's what we're going to do.
Say all manner of nonsense.
I'm going to actually. I'm actually going to take Adam at his word. Adam said at this point, this is it's a bit punching down, isn't it? So
yeah.
We'll for his own benefit, we'll move on. I think that was a good, fair enough call, Adam. That was funny though. that will be clipped. But fair enough. I think that was a fair call. So there comes a point where enough is enough. Michael, we hope you're okay.
Bingo.
We hope you're okay, Michael. Go and have a nice lie down somewhere with a cup of tea. Well, Ash called it.
Are you sure?
I think we are going to call it, and here it comes, the crash out. Oh, that's going to hurt. Okay.
Yeah, when we say crash out, that was absolutely a proper crash out.
That's why we don't give crash outs to things that aren't crash outs, so that they can be correctly attributed. Okay. Thank you very much indeed to Apostle Michael. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let us get Adam it looks like Adam JC in, and then I know that Adam Taylor wants to say something about the infinity earlier, so we'll get him in to say that as well at some point after this. So Adam coming in right now. Hi Adam, how are you?
Hello. Hi, how are you guys doing?
We are very good indeed. What would you like to say?
Well, first I just want to say congratulations to all the bingo players for getting their crash out square. That was very entertaining.
It was.
It's going to be a hard act to follow.
Yeah, I know. That was pretty special. But there we are. Follow it, you must. So let's get on. So, why should we believe in your God if you have one?
All right. Yeah. So for me, I think my argument, so to speak, I will give you a reason rather than evidence because I don't think there's sufficient evidence. So would you accept maybe that type of argument?
Yeah, we accept any argument. It can be a deductive argument. It can be a philosophical argument, whatever you like.
Okay, sure. So for me, I think my argument would be from the perspective of maybe like the statistical significance of life. So what I would say is starting from single-celled organisms, for example, I'd say if you view it as the perspective of this is like a bunch of single-cell organisms and maximum entropy and they're just interacting randomly, there's a certain percentage chance that the chain of sequences would occur that ends up resulting in life, however many billions of years later. And so for my reason then for believing in a God would therefore be that I think that if I were to look at that chain of events, I think that's a very low probability of occurring. And therefore, I think there's reason to believe that there's some other force weighing the scale, so to speak, increasing that probability.
How do you know? Do you know how life started on Earth?
I recall. I mean, no, my background's not in biology, but I recall this it goes back to a common single cell organism, right, for all life. Or I could be wrong.
Well, I mean that's a description of the first life on Earth, and I don't even know what the accurate, because no one here are biologists, we all recognize that. So we don't know exactly how life started on Earth. We know that the building blocks of life, including DNA and RNA, are abundant throughout the universe. Just naturally abundant, the amino acids, everything. But we don't know exactly how it happened on Earth. So if we don't know how it happened, we cannot do a statistical analysis on the likelihood of it. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of factors that would come at play when it comes to, because I've taken a stats class. I don't remember most of it, to be honest with you. But basically what you'd have to look at is what are the conditions that are conducive to life starting? How often do those conditions arise? If you Googled how many planets exist in just the observable portion of the universe, and we have no idea how far out it goes beyond what we can observe, there's a ludicrously large number of planets that exist throughout the observable universe. So we don't know how life started. we don't know even how many planets exist. We only know, like, we can calculate and estimate a ludicrously large amount just in the observable portion of the universe. It's impossible to do any sort of statistical analysis of life starting on its own. But even if it's rare and we don't have an explanation for how it happened, that's not an excuse to say God did it.
Right. Yes. Yes. I totally agree. It's not definitive, like a definitive proof or anything like that. But I would say
The premise is unsupported, though. Like, you have no idea how statistically significant life is on Earth. It could be common. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying we don't know. But what I'm saying is we don't know enough to say to even say whether life on Earth is statistically significant or not.
Think about it like this. Let's imagine that the chances of the exact conditions to start life are very, very small. Maybe, I don't know, pick a number. 1 in 100 million, 1 in a trillion, whatever you like. Do you know how many planets there are? I mean, we have no idea, but we know that the number is so unfathomable. The number of opportunities for this to happen is so large, we can't even really conceptualize it. In the observable universe alone, we know that there are, I think it's trillions of galaxies.
More. Oh,
right?
Galaxies, sorry.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's, I think it's, I mean, there are certainly trillions and trillions of planets, right? That's thousands of billions. Many. It could be even higher, right? So even if the odds of this happening are quite low, it's going to be happening all over the place, just by virtue of the number of opportunities that it has to happen, right? It's a bit like saying, imagine if you were flipping a coin, right? And you wanted to know what the odds were of flipping 1,000 heads in a row, right? Well, you can work that out, right? Because you can work out what the chances of flipping one head, and then you can work out the chances of flipping 2 heads. You just multiply your 2 in 1, and it compounds up, right? So the chances of flipping 1,000 heads in a row are very, very small. But with a large enough sample size, it's going to happen millions of times.
Right, yes.
That's the way to think about this stuff, is until you can quantify what the sample size is, and then plug into that the chances of the event you're looking at, the probability arguments collapse.
Yes. I guess the one thing that I would just push back perhaps is that maybe relating to the fact that within the observable universe, or within like the I can't remember what phrase you said, the planets within our reach, essentially, that we can observe. I think from this, like, if it's on the order of trillions, here we should expect then we should expect that either it's very rare, given that we haven't observed life anywhere else, or wait.
Us not observing life anywhere else is wildly unremarkable, because we lack the ability to search. We don't even know if there's other life within our own solar system. There's some evidence that there was one time life on Mars, although that's not conclusive. But like, I believe it's Titan, one of Saturn's moons. There could be life under one of the oceans. So if we can't even fully rule out life in our own solar system, like going into other solar systems, which are all anywhere from several light years to billions of light years away, we just don't have the ability to meaningfully explore the rest of the universe for life. It would be one analogy, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, but a cosmologist put it, it would be like taking a glass of water, pulling it from the ocean and saying, nope, there's no fish and there's no life in this glass, so there must not be life in the ocean.
Yeah.
It's the statistical equivalence of that. So we just don't know, like the statistical likelihood of life happening on a planet. We know the number of opportunities is ludicrously large. Just the parts of the universe that we can observe. There's I think it's like 10 to the 25 planets estimated in the observable universe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Maybe one last thing is what do you think of this like same similar line of logic just within the lifespan of Earth itself? Because I imagine there's along the like that same life cycle that I mentioned, like starting with the single cell. Even though like I'm just using that name, but like even along just from there, from single cells up until human life today, there probably could have been many chances for extinction of life.
Well, it has happened many times. Most of life is extinct. You might say extinction of all life, but 99% of the living things that have existed on this planet don't exist anymore. So extinction is very, very, very common here.
Right. Yes.
And it'll eventually happen, like, period. If from nothing else, all stars have a finite life, and part of the dying process of our star will burn up all life on Earth.
Right. Yeah. Yes. All right. Yeah, well, yeah, that's all I had for that. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks, Adam. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you. Thanks, man. Okay. There we go. That was Adam. Right. Well, I'll read a couple of super chats, and then we have our Adam wanted to say something about infinity. So we'll get to that after this. I'm slightly nervous because my new chat aggregator that I've built seems to have got to some sort of quota limit, which means I'm having to rely on the old one again. And now I'm nervous that I might miss something. So I'm going to be very, really careful not to. But trying not to miss any at all, of course. Bethos actually said, hang on, let me move this over so we can all read the super chats properly. Simeon Urchin said, okay, I actually am a bot. Bee boo, 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 bop, bop, bop. Indeed. Which is fair. And let me just move this debate anything out the way because it's getting in the way of the super chats. There we go. Like that for now. And the next super chat was Bethos said, Bottoship of the John. Bottoship of the John. Fair enough. And yesterday in the Western world, thank you for the super chat, the old saying of fool me once, shame on you is rarely quoted fully. It ends, fool me 8 times, for Christ's sake, ban Apostle Michael already. Fair enough, but to be fair, he was entertaining. That's going to be the best crash out clip I think I will ever get. Him going completely nuts against the 2 Timothy quote is just chef's kiss. I mean, that's peak content, folks. I can't wait to release that on the world. Absolutely prime. And worth inviting him back for, in fact. Zeitgeist Omega, thank you for, good to see you, friend. Thank Puff for bringing Apostle Michael up. I needed that laugh so bad. You see? Exactly what I'm saying. There's quality content over here. And Bethel said, thou shalt not covet John's ass, Apostle M. Fair enough. Yeah, he did seem slightly interested in that. I mean, no shame here, of course. All welcome. And Alex D plays, thank you for the super chat, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, self-control. All the fruits of the Spirit aptly displayed by Apostle Michael, or not, as the case may be. And Tim said, I was told the origin of man was we come from a land down under where women glow and men chunder. Of course, if you're a child of the 80s like
Nice.
me, you will all understand what that means.
Yeah.
And Laura, great to see you. How is it that the most lovely man gets the most lively crash outs? Oh, that's very sweet of you, Laura. I guess I deserve it in some weird way. That was pretty epic, though, wasn't it? That was pretty epic. And then Bethos, cosmic crash out argument. Apostle Michael crash out is which greater cannot be conceived, hence God, and it had no cause, hence God. It's remarkable that he kept on coming back. I mean, I don't know, maybe a humiliation kink or something, I don't know, who knows. And then Bethos also said, Tim Davidson, where beer does flow and men plunder. I can only imagine what's going on there right now. But yeah, thank you, Bethos, and thank you, Tim, of course, for your constant stream of good fun. Flip40 saying, men at work stole the Girl Scout song. Did they? Was that a song theft thing? They must have done so well out of that song. That was a global hit in the days when having a hit was really a thing that actually made real actual things happen. Whereas nowadays you can have a hit and it means absolutely nothing. Right. Let's get Adam in. Briefly to clarify infinity for us. Hopefully the audio will work. There we go. Hey, Adam. Are you there? Try to get Adam in at least.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, no, I think what the guy was trying to talk about, there's George Cantor, some mathematician / philosopher, came up with the idea of absolute infinity, which basically it was supposed to be all like everything plus the set of all things, but then, essentially plus one. It's beyond absolutely everything, and that was his idea of what God is. So it's like it's an impossibility. It makes no sense, but he was trying to explain God mathematically. So he was trying to basically say that, if you take the absolute set of all things, including the set of all things within infinity, which doesn't really work because that's one of the problems trying to work out infinity with stuff. But yeah, he was basically doing the whole infinity plus one thing. That
Fair
was
enough.
how he was trying to justify God, and I think that's what the guy was trying to refer to. And just he really didn't know what he was talking about. So
sounded that way. Yeah.
Have you ever seen something about Mary, the movie?
Long time ago.
Okay. Do you remember when there was the whole 7-minute abs, and then the guy said, "Well, what if someone comes up with 6-minute abs?" So I'm going to say you can get larger, because I'm going to say the set of all things plus including the set of all things within infinity plus 2.
Yeah.
Take that.
Oh, thanks for coming up, Adam, to clear that up.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay. Yes, for those complaining, it needs to be one rule, and that is a fair comment. So I take that one on the chin. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Right. We don't have anyone in the guest queue right now. I do, however, have some comments while we wait for someone to come in. I've got some comments from the YouTube videos. There's a couple of interesting ones on here, actually. So here's one that I wanted to mention, and I guess this is sort of apropos of the incredible crash out we just had. Might be appropriate. So this is from Tommy Hayes, who said, John, we need to come up with a better criteria for keeping guests on who don't have the capacity yet for grappling with these questions. As cruel as this may sound, there comes a point with some guests, such as another one, where you are just punching down. He has the capability to rise to the level needed to have these discussions more deeply, but he's not there yet. Is it the result of unguided learning? it is the result of unguided learning, which is what is happening as he relies on his own research. He needs a teacher, a guide to help him, blah, blah, blah. The latter is what his elders have done to him. I totally understand this. It is unseemly to do otherwise. Have a think about it. So what Tommy's saying is that I will occasionally have guests on who aren't really, let's say, equipped for the hike, to put it nicely, or equipped for anything at all. And is it morally problematic for us to continue to have conversations with such people? And I understand what he's saying, and I do try not to. If I'm getting into a situation where it really obviously feels like punching down, I'll generally always try to extricate from it and say, this isn't the right conversation, and gently back out of it. And that has happened a few times, but it's a fine line, because there are sometimes you have to get into a conversation with someone before you can really sort of get a feel for it. And by the time you've realized that they're not really equipped for the conversation still has a value for other people who are going to be listening, who are equipped and who might gain something from hearing you have the conversation, hearing you take apart a particular apologetic approach. Or, that, for me, that's where the value in these conversations lies. I'm not here to change the minds of the people we speak to. Of course, that's not, very, very rarely is that going to happen. I'm motivated by the idea that large numbers of people get to watch these interactions and these conversations and gain from them in the same way that I gain from listening to the conversations that other people have. I'll watch Justin and I'll learn from him. I'll watch Ian and I'll learn from him. I'll watch Matt Dillahunty and I'll learn from him. I learn from watching lots of other people. And I know that there are conversations that I've watched and learned from that were maybe with people who were not necessarily on board and ready to really take them on. But the value lies in the other people and in the audience. So I understand where that comment came from. And it was important for me to read it, because I don't want people to think that I'm not able to, deal with fair criticism, and that was fair criticism. What do you think, Sean?
My opinion on this is that, so the term punching down obviously involves punching. So I think it matters your approach. If somebody clearly has brought the wrong shoes for the hike, as you like to say,
yeah,
it's still okay to have the conversation. It's not okay to beat up on them verbally, or own them, or make fun of or make, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But as far as like a teaching moment, if they're not very sophisticated in their thinking or their critical thinking skills or what have you, it can still be a teaching moment where we politely guide them, show them, and they might not even get it, even after attempts to kind of show them the way, or why their argument's failing, or what have you. But as long as there's an earnest attempt to address what their argument is, to engage them in a polite and kind way, not to actually punch down, metaphorically punch at them.
Yeah,
I think it's perfect. I think it's perfectly fine. So it's just a matter of approach. The question is, if somebody in that category comes in with vitriol of their own, now you're in a great, like, should it be reciprocated?
Yeah.
Because we will match energy. Somebody comes at us a certain way, we're going to change our tone a little bit. But I think there always is a way. You don't have to cut them off. There always is a way to correctly approach what's being talked about.
I think that's actually really well said, Sean. I think that's a very fair point. And, I would like to think that I don't punch anyone in any way. The idea is to deal with arguments, not people,
right,
wherever possible. And just something on Michael, who was in before, Adam was saying maybe he has a learning disability and is not able to deal with these kind of things. And I get that. But, he calls himself an apostle, and he's got 10,500 followers on TikTok. And the first thing he said when he came in here was he was welcoming his community who had come in to watch him do this. So he's obviously an influencer of some sort over a group of people. This is not a vulnerable young, a vulnerable person. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know, but that's not the impression I got. This is a self-styled religious, declaimer, and so I took your advice there, Adam, when you said this is enough, and I took your advice and dropped him. But reflecting on it, nobody made him call. Nobody forced him. He has called in to every show, the last 4 we've done. He's called in numerous times on some. He got banned earlier by TikTok for his bad behavior and then called back again. I don't know. At some point, people are responsible for their actions. But I do understand the concerns, and we're not in the business of punching at all. So I think that's fair. But it is going to make a really good crash out clip, possibly quite epic. I'm quite looking forward to sharing it. You must admit that the 2 Timothy with the soft music, with his hysterical polemics in the background, was an amusing combination. Yeah, and I see what Adam is saying. He's saying you have to be careful with that too. There are some people with disabilities who make videos and get people egging them on, and they don't get that they're being mocked. That is also possibly true. So I hear what you're saying. Okay. I'm going to get the next guest in, again, possibly against my better judgment, but this is Matt Theorem coming in to speak to us.
Yo.
Hi, Matt.
Yo.
Hello.
I've actually learned a lot since the last time we talked.
About what?
About observational cosmology, the empirical evidence that we have, like the cosmic microwave background or, the red shift.
Okay. So what I don't particularly want to do is relitigate the last conversation we had about cosmology. I think that what I would prefer to do is defer to the consensus of experts in the area, because they are going to have certainly have a deeper understanding of this stuff than I do.
Get Quantonaut in here.
I beg your pardon?
Try to get Quantonaut in here.
We don't have to get anyone else in here. We're talking about whether there are good reasons to believe in a God. So, do you have a good reason?
Are you trying to say you don't trust what I can bring to the table? Like you can't trust it?
No, it's not that I don't trust it. It's that I'm more interested. If we're going to talk about cosmology, then rather, as wonderful and talented as I'm sure you are, rather than deferring to your skills, I would rather just defer to the consensus amongst experts in the area, which is what I generally.
This isn't stuff that I've come up with by myself. This is things that are, well established and known in the world. Like, like I said, observational cosmology, redshift, all of these things are well established.
Right. That's fine. So let's have a conversation about whether there's any evidence for a God, shall we?
Yeah, I'm saying the best supported scientific picture that we currently have points toward a finite past rather than an eternal one.
Well, this is the exact conversation we had last time.
Let me just tell you what my position is, okay?
We don't care. So the conversation we had last time was that the consensus of experts in this area do not hold that view. And therefore,
the Copenhagen survey does not mean that.
It does.
It doesn't mean that.
It does mean
it doesn't.
That. It does.
It
mean
means
that.
It's not an absolute.
Sean, do you want to read the?
It doesn't mean that time did not begin. It just means it's not an absolute beginning.
So here's what 68% of science. I have the Copenhagen survey up right now of 100.
Doesn't mean that time
hang on,
begin.
Matthew, just have some manners.
How about you not prevent me from reading it?
It says absolute beginning, bro.
Okay, so are you gonna?
This is a straw man. What's
a straw man? I didn't even say anything yet. You're stopping me. I'm literally about to read it right now.
The straw man.
All right, so John, can you put your finger on so I can do this?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So here it is, right here. Not only am I not straw manning it, I'm going to show it to you right here. Okay, so 68% of 151 physicists who were who were surveyed for this say it is that the Big Bang is a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state. That says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. Do you accept that?
Absolute beginning. The Big Bang, okay, doesn't, but the BGB theorem shows us these things.
The BGD theorem does not posit that
the
there was an
BGB theorem
absolute...
is mathematically proven,
So-
and we have empirical evidence.
Just,
for
just
the BGB theorem.
hang on a second. Hang on a second. I explicitly said that I don't want to relitigate the same conversation we had last time. So for the purposes of not boring the audience to absolute tears, because
yes or no.
Nobody wants to hear us have the same conversation we had about this last time, Matthew,
because
frankly it was
we
lovely.
have empirical evidence for the BGB theorem. It's
delightful.
And
so
proven.
It was fairly boring the first time. It's going to be agonizing a second time. So for the purposes of not boring the audience to death, let's grant you for the moment
Hubble's law.
Yes, lovely. Let's grant you for the moment your claim that the
Hubble's
universe
law.
had a beginning. How would that mean a god? How have you excluded? How have you excluded other candidate explanations?
Okay, if the universe began, then that means that there was a state in which time didn't exist. So that means that change didn't exist. And if there was no change, then that means that there couldn't have been a change from no universe to a universe.
So no god to create the universe then, because no change.
The only way there could have been a change if there was something outside the cause.
There's no such thing as outside of time.
Outside into existence from
outside of time is a meaningless definition, because anything outside of time is also incapable of change, because change requires time also. So this is not argument for a god.
So the universe is isolated. So the universe is isolated.
This is just a. This is not an argument for a god.
Outside of it, so it's isolated.
This is just an argument for. I can define the universe
if
as.
If time doesn't begin, that means it's.
Yeah. This is not an argument for a god. You've argued your own god out of existence. So, do you have any evidence for a god?
If your position was on solid ground, you wouldn't have to incessantly try to talk over people to try to prevent them from being heard. It's an acknowledgement on your part that there's a weakness in your position, or you're not confident in your ability to defend it. So I didn't use ChatGPT.
Copenhagen survey.
I literally brought up the survey. I literally brought up the survey. That's the survey. It's literally the survey. It's literally the survey. Do you want to see it?
Scientists
it's incredible. You know, I'm remembering now.
This is the actual survey. Like, it's not only did I not straw man it, it's literally the survey. Like, I have the survey up. I didn't bring up ChatGPT's summary of the survey. I brought up the actual survey. I think we should just pick this guy. I think we should just pick this guy.
This is what happened last time. He's not capable of having a conversation. Okay, so I booted him because he's still a 5-year-old, not capable of sitting in his chair nicely like a good boy. Matthew, come back when you know how to have a conversation. You do not know how to comport yourself with adults. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. If your parents watched you behaving like a petulant child like you just did, they would wonder what they'd done wrong. What is wrong with you? Desperate, poor behaviour on your part. You don't have to do that. We have already had tonight a number of productive conversations with people who were able to behave themselves not like children. It's pathetic. It is pathetic. Honestly, go away and don't come back until you can behave like an adult. Seriously. Now, as to your asinine and ridiculous claim that something exists outside of space and time, which is capable of making the universe, I'm going to refer to this syllogism presented by Ordinary Skeptic, which I think I've heard Ian elucidate before. I think this may be Ian's argument, I'm not sure, which is P1. If time began to exist, then a timeless state changes into a timed state. P2, a timeless state does not change. Conclusion, time did not begin to exist. I think this is a very powerful argument. I've never heard anyone defeat this argument because it's hard to see which of those premises would not be true. And the argument is valid in structure. Matthew's come back in the queue again. I don't think he's got the memo. Matthew, you're a child. We don't speak to children on this program. It's the reason why I ask people if they're 18 when they call, is to see if they're children or not. You've demonstrated yourself to be a child. Now run along. It's past your bedtime. Off you go. Declined. We're not that desperate for callers that we need to speak to infantile children. Go away and come back when you're ready to have a proper conversation and behave yourself. Come back and put in the chat a commitment on your part to behave yourself like an adult, like a proper grown-up, and then we'll think about it. But for now, run along, little boy. You're not needed here. This is where the grown-ups talk. Go on, go and play with your toys or something, whatever it is you play with. I was going to say yourself, but I'm not going to go there. There we go. So I think that was quite a powerful syllogism. Thank you, Ordinary Skeptic, for putting that in. I think props belong to Ian there. It's such a powerful argument, right? If time began to exist, then a timeless state changed into a timed state, and that would be a change. A timeless state doesn't change, because if it changes, it's not timeless. Time is a sequencing of events, isn't it? So if you've got time going on, if you've got change going on, that isn't timeless. So time did not begin to exist, because the act of it beginning would have to be a change. And a change cannot take place in a timeless state. So this claim of outside space and time for the God that he wants to demonstrate fails, because he's trying to rescue himself with an incoherent concept, which is a God existing outside of time and space, so in no location and for no moments of time. That is functionally the same as not existing at all. In that sense, I agree with him. Okay, so let's read a few super chats, and while we wait for our next adult guest to come in, we're not having children on the show anymore. This is the new rule. No kids, people. No kids. I love children, but not on the live stream. Okay, so Bethos said ZF forbids self-referential sets. I must admit that is slightly above my pay grade, but yeah, my knowledge in that area is not fantastic. But if Bethos says it, good enough for me. And Aleph Naught here, good to see you. I've been summoned. Can we define God? We can't, or we can't, or right. And Bethos said, Aleph Naught here, George Cantor. I'm missing something. Something's going over my head. I'm feeling like I'm not in on something that I should be in on. Maybe I'm just slow, and maybe I'm tired. Don't know. I've had a long day. Kerrigan, burn it down, said it's infinity plus one, etc. Inevitably becomes infinity plus infinity, which is just infinity. So yay, math. Still no God. Brilliant message. I absolutely love that. That's absolutely brilliant. And true as well. And Fallen Cities, thank you for the super chat, said minorities have had their righteous anger stripped from them in part to religion. Apostle to say white people put minorities down, you have to acknowledge they've used religion to reach this goal too. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to just reach for racism, isn't it? And I don't accept it. I don't accept that kind of speak. And Kelly, good to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says so psychological collateral damage is an acceptable in the art of war with the religious. They have bad brains. They are adults. We are right because we are atheists and they are theists. They don't feel like we do. Yeah, I mean it's hard to know where to draw the line about who to speak to and who not to speak to and when to stop conversations. But you know, that guy thinks he's burning with righteous anger and he's come here to tell us heathens how we're getting it wrong. Meanwhile, he subscribes to a religion which demonizes gay people and says that honest unbelievers deserve to be punished forever in hell with hellfire. That's his view. I think it's disgusting. I'm not going to apologize for pushing back hard on these toxic ideas. I'm really not. So I hear you, Kelly. I know what you mean. I do. So yeah, thank you for that. Okay, where is my Super Chat controller gone? Here it is. Okay, let's have a look at call queues. I think we still don't have callers right now. So while we wait for the next person to come in, I will have a look and see if there are any other interesting YouTube comments, because I have had a few. So here's one. This came in. Where's it gone? There we go. This came in from Ford. Oneson. One of the scientific proofs given in the Bible about God's creation of life is the science of kinds. That all creation of life would reproduce themselves in their own kind, by their own seed. This scientific fact has not been disproven, and that is a fact throughout the history of life as we know it! ! But there's a problem with this, which is that nobody can tell you what a kind is. We know what a species is, and we have a taxonomic hierarchy of life into which all living things are organized, with kingdoms and species and families and genus and all of these fantastic things. And funnily enough, kind is not located anywhere in that hierarchy. And when you ask someone to give you a scientifically coherent definition of what kind means, they never can, because it doesn't exist. It's bollocks. You just can't do it. So this is just creationist babble, total nonsense. Here we go. Michael says, are you going to have to deal with that? Because in the end, I'm sick of you atheists thinking you are intelligent, but yet you're going to throw evil and bad things at all of everyone's face. But yet you don't even have a right to point out all evil or good, because you shouldn't believe in either or everything, should be right down in the middle, fine and all the time and all line. But then again, if you want to know why God exists, maybe it's because the curses that people keep doing it themselves, and later on your family pays the price. That is an actual comment that somebody wrote under a video with words. I'm not going to say any more about that. I thought I'd share it with you because I thought it was quite special. Okay, we have got Mikhail on the YouTube side. So hopefully we can activate the audio and get Mikhail in. Mikhail, are you there?
Hello, how are you?
Very good indeed. I think we have spoken before, Mikhail. And if I remember rightly, you were deconstructing when we spoke last, weren't you?
Yes.
So
but I'm not here to I'm sorry, can I just I'm not here to ask. I actually want to contend with the prompt, if that's fine.
If it's something that you really believe, if you're reflecting your own beliefs, but that would be slightly at odds with the last conversation we had.
Yeah. It's not that. It's actually like a genuine concern I have. Like it's a genuine it's like a genuine way I'm trying to understand the argument. Of course, if it has to reflect my belief, I don't mind stepping down as a respect to your prompt. But I do still want to contend. Do still want to offer some substance. Do still want to offer a potential argument to see how I can gauge this matter that I do actually have a concern with. Do you think that's something you'd be willing to entertain?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, again, it's people are here for debate rather than examination of ideas. So let's do it really quickly, and then we'll get Itu Meleng in from the TikTok queue after that.
Of course. All right. Thank you. So when you say God doesn't exist, what would be your ontological criterion of determining that something is true or false?
It would be. I wouldn't really think about it in quite those terms. Rather than saying determining true or false, and I wouldn't call it ontological criteria. I might call it epistemic criteria or epistemic, method or standard. But for me, it's just like evidence, right? There needs to be evidence, and evidence can be anything which provides a good reason to believe something. So it could be a deductive argument which has sound premises and a valid structure, or it could be some sort of empirical evidence that someone is presenting. But it's got to be something, and all we ever hear are fallacious arguments and appeals to personal testimony.
This is interesting. So would you just say that you uphold to like a correspondence theory of truth?
Yeah. That truth is that which corresponds to what's real.
Right. So you would would you say that that's the only way that truth can be defined in this case when you're determining what is true or false?
You can define truth. You can define words however you please, but the normative definition, when someone says something is true, what they're saying is it is the actual case in reality. It's corresponding to reality. So that's when John and I say something is true, that's what we mean. Now, if somebody else, like if Jordan Peterson wants to get on all these other esoteric definitions, then when he says true and I say true, we're speaking two different languages, or at least we're using two different like words that have the same phonetic sound.
I understand. Would you? So now, final question before I move on. Would you say that truth is like basically like a metric of alignment then, like just strictly just a metric of alignment then?
I wouldn't call it a metric of alignment. I would call it a property of a proposition. The proposition either has the property of being true in that it does correctly map onto reality or describe reality, or it doesn't have the property of being true.
What would be the difference between property of a true proposition being true versus like basically just using truth as an alignment metric to then determine if like a conceptual model is corresponding to an like actual arrangement?
Maybe there isn't a difference, and I just find that I don't think that these sorts of conversations are normally really that productive, because we spend so much time talking about, what do we mean by truth and what's our conceptual model or framework for this or that. We're just interested in wanting to believe things for good reasons, right? Or not believe them if there aren't good reasons, and identify that and legitimize people who don't believe the stories they're told because there are no reasons provided to believe them. So, that my argument about this stands no matter what theory of truth you hold to or epistemic framework you hold to or any of this kind of stuff. I just want to have good reasons for I don't want to accept things as being, believed to be true if there's not evidence for them. It's pretty straightforward.
Well, that makes perfect sense. Because right. So how would you respond to then? So that would just negate the idea that truth can be grounded in something, that truth would be anything but like just a property of propositions, right? Like you would negate the idea that God cannot be grounded in something. I mean, truth cannot be grounded in God, right? Like basically just whenever tag is run, right?
Yeah, it's just bollocks. First, there's no one can ever demonstrate that truth needs to be grounded in anything. Truth is just a property. Truth is just whether a proposition correctly describes reality or not, whether it maps onto reality, whether it corresponds, if you like, to what is, what reality is like. That doesn't require grounding. The claim that it requires grounding is to magic up a problem out of thin air and then propose your God as the solution for that problem. But you first have to demonstrate that the problem is actually a problem, and they never can.
Well, if truth is just whatever corresponds with reality, we understand that our perception of reality would just be experienced and filtered. So how would we understand? So how can you understand constraints of reality that make the experience of reality like law-like, right? Like, how is it that if truth is just how whatever corresponds, why is it that every subject experiences an invariant experience of life, right? Like, why do we all how can we understand like intrinsic properties of things like all together? Like, why do we all experience gravity? We all experience
because the world appears to be uniform in nature. Like, reality appears to be uniform in nature in that it doesn't just shift, right? We don't have gravity inverted one day and not the next day, and the weak and strong nuclear forces aren't wildly varying. There seems to be a uniformity in nature which we observe over time. And yes, that is an inductive argument, right? If you're going to say to me, well, why do we expect the uniformity in nature to persist? the only thing you could ever say is because the uniformity of nature has so far persisted. So you use induction to justify induction, and I grant that can only ever get you to a certain degree of confidence that it will continue to be that way. But this is like really in the weeds philosophy stuff, and I don't think we need to go there. Like, the bottom line is, there are people telling us that their magic friend made the whole world and is going to burn us if we don't agree, and I'm saying, justify that claim. And they're saying, I can't. Well, they're not saying I can't. They're saying lots of other words, but what they really mean is I can't.
Oh, of course. You said I didn't want to take too much of your time. These were just like genuine concerns I had, of course.
Sure.
But thank you for giving me the best answer I can. I wanted to actually ask Sean, the man here, because I know this is something that he actually would be interested in. So Sean, I wanted to ask, if the truth, just like one last question, if the truth we experience is just corresponding to whatever reality is, how come there is usually a resistance to change when we understand like experiences to be different? Like, why is it that we usually resist changes in what we understand to be truth, if truth is just what corresponds to reality?
So I'm not sure if Sean heard that. Did you hear that, Sean?
I stepped away for a second.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Yeah, I was saying that if truth is just whatever corresponds with reality, how come there is always a resistance to change when truth changes, right? Like when we understand something to be different rather than what we would usually understand it to be.
Okay, so when you say when truth changes, or when someone's perception of what's true changes?
When someone's perception of truth changes, yeah.
Why is there resistance to what?
Why is there resistance to understanding that change if truth is just whatever corresponds to reality?
I'm not sure I'm even understanding your question.
I think I'm just going to say to you that people often resist changing their perception or their understanding of things because they're often emotionally tied to things that they consider to be true. And there's sometimes painful to let go of things that you feel invested in, and there's sometimes a sunk cost, like a sunk cost idea where you put a lot of time and resources and sometimes money and love and effort and devotion into something, and you feel stupid if you then abandon it later because you're saying it's not a thing anymore. So it's pretty common for human beings to do that. So I would say. You're very, very welcome to call us back on Friday on the After Hours show if you want to speak about this stuff more.
Yeah. Oh, Friday, you said. Oh,
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate your input. Have a nice
problem.
day.
All right. Take it easy. Thanks, Mikhail. Bye. Okay. There we go. So Aleph Naught here says ZF is Zermelo-Fraenkel set theories axioms originating from George Cantor's ideas. Don't search ordinal numbers. The rabbit hole literally never ends. I was quite good at mathematics when I was young. When I was like late teens, late teens. I really loved mathematics. It's one of those things that if you don't stay in it, you lose it. Like I could calculus and all that kind of stuff, and I just I couldn't do that stuff now if my life depended on it. You just lose it if you don't use it. So yeah, I don't have any math chops at all these days, but I'm deeply in awe of people who do, because I think it's incredible. I think mathematics is kind of the language of the universe. I think it's amazing, and sometimes I wish I still had that skill set, but I don't. So there we are. Right, let's have a look. Call queue's still empty. I've still got a little bit of gas in the tank. We've been going for a little while, but I am happy to entertain more guests if any want to come in. If you're on TikTok and you think there's a God who needs your help defending them, or you want to explain to us why you think we ought to believe in a God or your God or any God, just hit request and coming up. The queue is empty right now. You'll be in seconds. And on YouTube, similar kind of thing. If you would like to come in, I'm putting the join link in the chat like that. You can just paste that into a browser and you'll be with us in just a moment. We would love to talk to you if you would like to defend your God against these vicious rumours of non-existence that we're spreading here. And until someone comes in, I will share with you some more comments from the YouTubes. If I can find them on my screen. Where have I put them? I did have them here a minute ago. Here we are. There we are. Some of these guys are just so funny. I'm looking for a slightly shorter one. I've got some more in here. Yeah, that last one was crazy weird. Let's see. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, well, this is just standard, isn't it? Okay. So this came in from Peace of Mind. No. God did create a perfect place for us before sin came into the world through us human beings, before the fall in Genesis. No death, no pain, no suffering, no illness. Forgetting about all the dinosaurs with bone cancer, right? It's time to grow up and think like an adult and not like a bitter child. If you buy your child a toy and hand it to him inside the wrapped packet, that toy is still as it came out from the factory, without scratches and in working order. If one day you notice it and see that the wheels are gone and it was smashed with something, it wasn't you who broke it, but your child. The real wrong and evil and wickedness of us human beings you can't see, you just look for anything you can use to make God look unfair and unjust. And then it continues and goes on. But I just think, what a horrible metaphor. What a horrible metaphor for everything being our fault. That like the world was made perfect, like a toy in a box straight from a factory. And then the metaphor he's using is a child has smashed up the toy. Well, who smashed up the world? Who made the world be in a fallen state? Like, it was God, right? God didn't have to curse the world and make it in a fallen state. The fact that they say, oh, this is because Adam and Eve sinned. Well, did God have absolutely no choice in the matter? Was he forced? Was his hand forced? No option at all. He did it. This theology relies on God having made the decision to do this to the world and make it a fallen place. There's no rule that says he has to do that. And if there is, then who's God's boss? Who's telling him that he needs to do that in response to the transgression in the Garden of Eden? It's such a crazy thing that they don't get that. They don't get that. And when you say, well, whose fault is it that the world is fallen? Who made it be this way? They always say, Adam and Eve. Which misses the point in two ways. One is, why should we be held accountable for the actions of those people? And two, it's still the case that God chose to impose that penalty on all of us, on everyone, on the animals, by the way, right? No death before. We laugh about it, but, all the great white sharks were all vegetarian before Adam and Eve did what they did. And the moment they ate of the fruit, great white sharks started killing seals. Before that, they survived solely on plankton. It's completely ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Let's see. Thermomenon, great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, friend. So Adam and Eve were more powerful than God. Yeah, that is the implication, right? That their actions forced God into making the world into a fallen state, and he had absolutely no choice in the matter whatsoever. Psychopath God. Yeah, I agree. I think it's completely wild. While we wait for another caller, if we're going to get any, it is quite late.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll wind things up soon. But again, here's another comment that I think I could share with you. Jesus gave 2 new commandments for everyone to follow. Why would he give 2 new commandments if everyone, included Gentiles for some reason, had to follow the Mosaic law? Context matters. So this is from Matt Powell, who's arguing that Jesus got rid of the old laws and just gave 2 new commands, which would be love your God with all your heart and love your neighbor, right? But that isn't what Jesus did at all. Jesus never said get rid of all the old laws and just do these 2. He did not say that at all. What he actually said was that all the laws of Moses, all the laws of the Old Testament, could be categorized into these 2 types. Either the laws that are to do with loving God, like don't make graven images and keep the Sabbath holy, and all of this stuff, which is all about your devotion to God, or laws which were to do with how you treat each other, which he categorized as, love your neighbor as yourself. So all of those laws in the Old Testament, including, by the way, the slavery laws and the horrific sexual morality laws in Deuteronomy, all of that depraved craziness is still there. Jesus just categorizes them into these two and says, look, all of them fall under this umbrella of these two types. But he says very clearly in Matthew 5 that he's not there to get rid of any of the old laws, and that anyone who doesn't teach them and follow them is not going to be considered most in heaven. So, Matt, you're wrong. They weren't new commandments. They were a reclassification of the old commandments, which he insisted must always apply. So there we are. Okay, well, maybe we'll call it. It's fairly late here. I was wondering if maybe we'd get someone else coming in, but it feels to me like maybe we won't right now, and we have been at it for a little while. So I guess we'll call it here. I have already displayed the Inner Circle members. I hope that was a better way of doing it rather than reading through the list. You could drop me a comment in the comments of the live once it posts. Drop me a comment and let me know if you would prefer me to read all the names like I normally do, or just have them flash on the screen earlier, giving each person a moment of individual credit to thank them for supporting the channel. There is possibly one thing that I do need to do before we go, which is that we have actually had some questions in on the membership Q&A form, which is available to Inquirer level members. And by the way, if you're watching on TikTok, don't think that these membership perks are only for YouTube. I've made them available for everyone on TikTok for quite some time. Normally on my TikTok profile, there's a link to my Patreon where you can get exactly the same thing that the YouTube memberships do for exactly the same cost, which is reasonably low. But I have swapped out the link to the Patreon at the moment because we have a link at the moment for our friend who has very sadly had her home burned down. Her and her daughter lost absolutely everything. So Cameron, we've got a link to the GoFundMe for her, and we've all been putting that in our bio. So at the moment, I don't have the link to my Patreon. It might be if you go to Patreon and put my name, you can find it. But that's if you want to. You have access to all of these things, which is the interactive bingo and Q&A forms and the kill switch. Please don't think that these things are only offered to our YouTube friends. A few people were asking me on the TikTok side if they could have them too, and so I made it available. But not that many people have taken it up, but it's there if you want it. Perfectly fine if you don't as well. Interestingly, Jiffy says, names scrolling like the Star Wars intro. That would be one way of doing it. That would be one way of doing it. Okay, so I'm going to read this question that's been sent in by Briley. While I agree that one cannot consciously choose to become convinced of a proposition, it does appear that one can choose where to place their personal bar of epistemic credulity, as well as choose the subjective definitions that undergird their understanding of reality. Therefore, if belief is defined as the mental state wherein the brain is convinced that a proposition accurately describes reality, i.e. true or likely true, and a person can subjectively define reality to include the supernatural on faith, i.e. without corroborative evidence, is it not true that believers are functionally choosing which propositions will eventually accurately describe reality by defining reality in such a way as to axiomatically predetermine which evidence will and will not convince them? So I understand what you're saying there. Kind of saying, like, if they redraw the map, do they get to then declare that they're standing in a different place? I still think that that process of redefining their ideas, redefining their requirements for finding something convincing. And how did you phrase it? I'm just going to look in here. The personal bar of epistemic credulity, right? That isn't something that you choose arbitrarily. It's something you...
That's exactly what I was going to say. You cannot choose where you put that bar.
You experience
I
it.
I go to extremes. So if I claim, hey, I have the next lottery numbers, and you say, well, how do you how do you know you have them? And I say, what's your evidence that those are the numbers? I consulted my magic 8-ball. You can't choose to be credulous and actually find that to be convincing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's the
so
point there.
I don't.
So there's still, they're still either convinced about this stuff or they're not, even if they've tried to redefine what they think would count as evidence. They have to experience whether they really do find that those claims of evidence to be
right,
convincing or not. Really, that's the one. And then the other message that came in would be this one. So this is from Too Skinny, aka Rachel, who said, "Ever thought, as a joke, having a random atheist debate a theist?" No, I've never thought about doing that on the channel. If that's what you meant, I don't think it would be particularly funny, and so I'm not sure if it's something that we would have a reason to do. But I appreciate you asking the question. I hope I understood the question. Yeah, I think we do it ourselves, and we kind of enjoy doing it. So yeah, getting a random person up to do it seems a bit pointless to me, as far as I can see. So to answer YMW, I have currently been is asking how long have we been live? We have been live for 6 hours and 17 minutes, and Adam for real says debating is a talent you have to work at. I think that's probably true. I think it's a combination of knowing some stuff, because there's stuff you can know. You can know the stuff, but not necessarily be good at debating. And you can be quite good at debating, but not necessarily know the stuff. I think to debate effectively, you sort of have to have both. And a lot of that comes from practice. I used to debate a lot on Twitter back in the day, which is very, very different because it wasn't real time. Lang is saying we should have Apostle Michael debate Matthew. Wouldn't that be a sweet matchup? I can almost hear Cupid's bow. Yeah, that would be fun. When is next bingo? Well, the next bingo is going to be on the next live stream, which is going to be on Tuesday during the day, probably from about 9 a.m. Eastern time on Tuesday. And the reason we do the daytime streams on Tuesday is really just to be able to give access to the lives to people who can't necessarily make this time frame, which is for me through the night in the UK. And there are people in other countries in Europe and elsewhere, in Australia and other places, that struggle with this particular time frame, but they are able to get on during the day. And actually, the last couple of Tuesday streams we've done have been really, really good on the numbers, really excellent. So I understand that there are some people who can't get on a live stream at 9 in the morning because they've got work or they've got other commitments. Totally get that, but we like to share the love around. So reminders for the week are Tuesday. I'll confirm this tomorrow, but Tuesday, hopefully, we've got Promise on the show to talk about her book. Wednesday, I'll be doing the hang up with Matt Dillhunty on the line. Thursday night, we've got our next debate show, which will be just like tonight. And then Friday, we've got After Hours show. And then after the After Hours show, I will be doing Skeptic Haven with Godless Engineer. So a very, very busy week of streaming this week. I will be very, very happy to do it all because I love doing it. So with that, let's maybe think about drawing things to a close. But before we do, I, of course, have to show you who today's bingo winner is. We nearly got a full board. We didn't get You Were Never a Real Christian, You Need Faith, or That's the Old Testament. Quite surprised about that because That's the Old Testament comes up quite a lot. But the winner today does seem to be Ash Wild. Again, Ash keeps on winning the bingo. Ash is just a perennial bingo winner. Well done, Ash. Second place jointly goes to Briley and Gordon Love Science. And after that is Abraham Was a Tool and Anonymous Pie. So congrats on all of that stuff. And then the last thing that remains for me to do is show you today's leaderboard of conversations that we've had, which looks like this. So the best conversation, according to you guys, the conversation we had was Blake, which is excellent, considering I think Blake was opposition, right? But still conducted himself beautifully, if I remember rightly, with 55. And with, not surprisingly, the worst conversation of the day, with a pathetic score of 3, was Apostle Michael. Something tells me he's going to be back, but I might take a poll on whether we allow him back on or not. I understand Adam's point, and I am thinking about that. Not sure. Maybe, I don't know. I'll dwell on it. I'd be interested to know what you think about it. So what I was going to ask you is, when the live goes up on YouTube and is posted as a thing, it would help me in the comments of the live. Let me know if you prefer seeing the Inner Circle names on the wall and me reading them all like I have done up until today, or what I did today, which is just letting them flash by. To just say, you can say wall or no wall, and then I'll know what you mean. So wall is the old system. No wall is, one by one on the screen without me reading them. That would be super helpful. Then I kind of have an idea. And I'm actually going to just take a quick straw poll of that right now, because I can do this. YouTube allows you to do this. The TikTok software doesn't easily allow you to quickly throw up a poll. So if I just say old way with wall, and or new, and the options are going to be old and new. Old and new. Let's see what people think right now, just to see. Because I want to do it how you guys like. I want to serve you people. I really appreciate the fact that you turn up time after time. It really means a lot to me. So I want to put the work into making sure that it's your stream. I want to make it as good as I can for you. Wow, significant support for the new way. At the moment, running at 83% on YouTube. I wish I could poll our friends on TikTok about the two. If you want to have a say on TikTok, we can just do it with ones and zeros. So in fact, here's how we'll do it. I'll do it like a boot poll. So I'll put a boot poll in on the YouTube side. Obviously, it isn't a boot poll, but it's going to. Where's it gone? Where's my boot poll thing gone? Why is it not coming up? I can't see it. That's annoying. Let me get rid of the leaderboard. So that goes. And TikTok is not allowing me to do a boot poll. I don't know why. Oh, it's because there's no guest. That's why. No, that's weird because. Sure,
but you do technically have a guest.
Exactly.
As far as TikTok is concerned, I'm a guest.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's surprising me. So I don't know why that's now not working. Okay. Well, we can do it another way. We can do it gangster, right? Old school poll for the TikToks. Put a 0 for the old way where I read all the names and took a minute and a half or 2 minutes to read it, and a 1 for the new way where it just flashes by. Stick that in there if you care. If you don't care, that's also fine too. 1, the new way, 1, a couple of 1s so far, 3 1s. All 1s. Okay, well, so far seems to be 1s. Okay, well, this is all 1s. I haven't seen a single 0. Okay, so this is good. And 78% for the new way on YouTube. All right, well, that validates that then. I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. That is what it is. I will do it this way from now on. I will not trouble you with reading all the names anymore. I hope the people who do support are happy with that. I still feel it necessary to acknowledge their support, but each person gets 3 seconds of having their name beautifully displayed. So hopefully that's okay. All right. Well, with that, I think we will think about winding things up for tonight. We will be back on Tuesday during the day, and huge thank you, of course, to the mods I have to thank the mods every time because you guys are amazing. So thank you very much, all the people who turn up to moderate the chats. And Sean, thank you, my friend.
Thank you, John. Thank you, mods, everybody.
See you soon, all. Take care.
All right, bye.